Yes.
I know. I did give me one check sound. Wait, that's the good. One sound, one get sound full first.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, retired. Please be seated. Your Excellency, the President, my Lord the Chief Justice, morning. We would like to commence this program. Amen. Amen. To many online activities, it has taken acts as a shield over cyberspace. the cybersecurity and related digital technologies, as well as the access. In many jurisdictions, cybersecurity legislation, and we are here this morning for the symbolic to this history-making moment. On this note, I now invite
Your Excellency, Mr. President, not only has the government of Sierra Leone endowed itself of a legislation that stands the test of time and conforms to the highest international standards, it has also demonstrated the wisdom and in opening up space to civil society, interested party, evidence in observance of the necessary conditions and safeguards that it conforms to. The protection of human rights and safeguards necessary to uphold the rule of law. The Act is in line with the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, the Malabo Convention, and the ECOWAS Directive on Fighting Cybercrime. It forms a great basis for Sierra Leone to join the Convention. On this basis, including for criminal justice, thriving.
UK High Commission.
Your Excellency, the President of Sierra Leone, Honourable Cabinet Ministers today. Counter cybercrime. Of course, in a global network, our national security, our banking system, and international fora, without making sure that our to work with your government, sir, in partnership of the Honourable Minister Suarez Ministry to get us to this and to steer this legislation through Security Index. There's legal, technical, which we believe makes all of the others most meaningful. By sharing our technical capacity, the conditions, the systems, and the capability to nations.
Thank you very much.
The agenda aims to increase cyber resilience across the region and to support its member states to strengthen the cybersecurity capabilities, protect their cyberspace and critical information infrastructure, as well as definitely building confidence and security in the use of ICTs and the fight against cybercrime. So this coordinated approach and shared responsibility is definitely important because it is required for us to minimize the negative impact cybercrime has across the region. As a matter of fact, cybercrime causes huge financial losses for ECOWAS member states, estimated at thousands of dollars per year, and honestly, that is putting it mildly. Therefore, only a collective approach can make the ECOWAS cyberspace more secure. Capitalizing on established partnerships to address these challenges and supports the implementation of the ECOWAS cybersecurity agenda, the ECOWAS Commission, the European Union, expertise funds are definitely implementing a project. It is called the Organized Crime West African Response on Cybersecurity and the Fight Against Cybercrime. Your Excellency, it is with this additional support and as part of the Global Action on Cybercrime Extended, GLICI Plus, of the Council of Europe, that Sierra Leone today is on the trajectory to ensure the enhancement of its environment, to further strengthen domestic, regional, and international cooperation on cybercrime by the development of its Cybersecurity and Cyber Act Crime of 2021, which is in line with international standards, notably the ECOWAS Acts on Cybersecurity and Cybercrime, as well as the Budapest and Malabo Conventions. However, due to the porous nature of our region, we all know that, legislation is just one part of what needs to be done. We also need to cultivate a cybersecurity and good digital hygiene. So we all know cybersecurity is about trust and cooperation, and one key link in this is a computer security incident response team, a CERT. This is important because it is one of the ways of actually proactively fighting cybersecurity, developing cybersecurity, I beg your pardon, and fighting cybercrime. I am therefore pleased to inform you that the ECOWAS Commission, through the AquaC project, will be establishing a CSERT to bolster cyber robustness in Sierra Leone. Your Excellency, please allow me to use this opportunity to not only congratulate Sierra Leone for putting in place the minimum prerequisites required and the commitment of Minister Suarez to sustain the national CSERT once set up. ECOWAS is obviously regional, and we know cybersecurity is an Olympic sport. We all get to take part, whether we like it or not. So the Commission also pledges its unwavering continued support to build expertise across the region and to consolidate the need for international cooperation in the area of cybersecurity and cybercrime. We will be doing this by two things. One, build human capacity in a consistent and harmonized manner to ensure sustainability, which is key in all member states. Two, coordinating and sharing of resources and experiences between member states. So building on the South-South cooperation, at the national level, Your Excellency, the support will be provided in 4 different areas for Sierra Leone. 1, we will help conduct awareness campaigns on cybersecurity and digital hygiene for the different stakeholder groups. There needs to be a whole-of-society approach to this. 2, we will be developing the human capacity and the capability for the team to manage the CSET. 3, we hope to help the judicial capabilities, judges and prosecutors, increase their awareness on cybercrime and electronic evidence. Last but definitely not least, we will also be providing digital forensic equipment to support the cybercrime unit of the police force. Lastly, it is important to note that community cyber invulnerability can be built with collective intent and shared actions by us all. We all need to play our part individually and together in keeping our beloved region cyber secure. On this note, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the representative of the ECOWAS Commission, for your message of cooperation and congratulations to Sierra Leone. I also now invite for a statement the learned Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, the retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the Chief Minister is not here, the Excellency, the Honorable Chief Justice, colleague ministers, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted that this morning we will witness the presidential assent to the Cyber Security and Crime Act 2021. Today marks another milestone in our country's history. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the advent of the computer and the internet has changed the way individuals behave, from personal interactions to business interactions. Much of what we do now in some form or fashion is connected to technology. A similar point can be made about crime, namely, a significant amount of crime is connected to technology, from money laundering, human trafficking, to online identity theft or credit card theft, are still examples of technology-based crimes. Our understanding about the connection between crime and technology, however, has not kept pace with the technological changes that have shaped criminal behavior. As technology evolves, the criminology lexicon now includes terms such as computer crime, internet crime, cyber crime, and cyber security. Globally, the development of these criminological concepts and related laws is a recent phenomenon. Laws that have been enacted around these concepts are seen as necessary extension of property laws in response to new opportunities for individuals to commit crimes. Therefore, better understanding of the connections between criminal justice and cyber security will help to strengthen our efforts to promote safer computing in all its forms. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, For clarity, cybercrime is any criminal activity that involves a computer, networking device, or a network. Most cybercrimes are carried out in order to generate profit for cyber criminals. Others are carried out against computers or devices directly to damage or disable them. Others use computers or networks to spread malware, illegal information, images of other materials. Cyber criminals may target an individual's private information or corporate data for theft and resale. Undoubtedly, cyber crimes can include many different types of profit-driven criminal activity, including email and internet fraud and identity fraud, as well as attempts to steal financial accounts, credit card, or payment card information. This is the reason, as my colleague, the Minister of Information, may highlight to you shortly, the newly to be Cybercrime Act 2021 has identified 22 offenses, including unauthorized access, cyber stalking, and cyberbullying online, child sexual abuse, cyber terrorism, racist and xenophobic offenses, to name but a few. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the new Cybercrime Act 2021 will help reform Sierra Leone's criminal justice system in many ways. The powers and procedures in the new law will address unauthorized access to protected system, unauthorized data interception or interference, computer-related forgery, identity theft, and impersonation. The new law will help us to address online child sexual abuse and many other offenses. This act must only be good for the safety and security of every Sierra Leonean and our personal or corporate data system. Okay. The Law Officers Department in my ministry stands ready to work with other law enforcement agencies to implement and bringing the benefits of this act to all Sierra Leoneans following this momentous occasion of the President's assent. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, the learned Attorney General, Minister of Justice. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, from the previous speakers, there has been one man who has been recognized for his tenacity and courage and for leadership during the promulgation of the bill up to the act. The man who has spearheaded to create a law, a paper law for the paperless world. And therefore, it's my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of Information and Communications for a statement. The Honorable Minister, please.
Your Excellency, Brigadier Retired Dr. Julius Maada Bio, the Lord Chief Justice, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, delegations here present to witness this historic occasion, civil society organizations, including SLAJ, the Bar Association, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course, not forgetting colleague ministers. It's a pleasure to have you all here today. Cybercrime is a rare and present danger facing the world. I'm going to preface it with a story, with His Excellency's permission. I watch and listen a TED Talk where Nuhu Ribadu, the Nigeria equivalent of our anti-corruption commissioner, told TED that in the course of an investigation, he stumbled on the matter where a group of Yahoo boys sat comfortably in Nigeria, robbed a bank $240 million in Brazil. The bank collapsed and the bank governor died. They were able to do a lot of forensic investigations, and at the end of the day, international cooperation was the way out. So Sierra Leone is on the verge of a new beginning. Your Excellency, sir, during my first African Union Commission Forum in Addis Ababa on cybercrimes in 2018, Sierra Leone was flagged as a defaulting member state in the implementation of the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection, which was signed in 2014. I immediately pledged to ensure that necessary steps will be taken to remove Sierra Leone from that list of shame. On the same occasion, I made a compelling appeal to partners present to support your vision of creating a digitally connected Sierra Leone, of which cybersecurity is a major part. The GLACY Plus project of the Council of Europe accepted our appeal to support us to develop our cybercrime law and related instruments. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in December 2018 of the same year, in consultations with the Attorney General's Office and other sector players, we commenced the development of the first cybercrime bill for Sierra Leone with support from the Council of Europe in the framework of GLACY Plus project of the European Union. A multi-stakeholder approach was utilized to ensure that contributions of all relevant stakeholders were captured and reflected in various stages of the bill. In 2019, with support from ECOWAS Commission, through the OKWASI project and the GLACY Plus project, a credible firm was recruited to carry out a thorough desk review of the drafted legislation, and it ascertained that the law was compliant with both international and regional standards, including the Budapest Convention, Malabo Convention, the ECOWAS directives on cybercrime and data protection. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to inform you that the Cybersecurity and Crime Act 2021 that will be publicly signing into law today received one of the most rigorous scrutinies by various relevant holder groups and members of the public at all stages of the process until its enactment. That public interaction greatly enriched the bill to protect our cyberspace. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with 87% of our citizens connected by mobile voice and 27% connected on various social media platforms, the need for a cybercrime legislation has never been more urgent than now. In a recent Sarah Pool survey conducted by the Institute for Governance Reform, about 65% of citizens agree that we should have a law to protect them in cyberspace. Following your assent today, I will be working with the Attorney General and the Minister of Foreign Affairs on the process of acceding to the Budapest Convention so that Sierra Leone can benefit from international cooperation on cybercrimes and electronic evidence. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, under the current criminal justice regime, the CID's cybercrime unit can access call data records, mobile phones, computers, external hard drives, and any other electronic device that has information of evidential value during the course of an investigation. The questions that immediately come to mind are, do we have any law to support this action? Are there safeguards that protect people's privacy? Are we able to tender any material of evidential value extracted under such circumstances? The answer to all of these questions is a no. Your Lord Chief Justice can forgive me if I veer off. It therefore means that our law enforcement agents had access to our stored information in computers, phones, and other places without a warrant issued using prescribed rules of criminal procedure issued by a court of competent jurisdiction. I am pleased to say that this law prohibits this practice and only grants access to our private files after sufficient reason through our application to a High Court judge as provided for in Part 4 of the law, which prescribes a set of specific procedural provisions that describe in detail the powers, including rules for search and seizure of stored computer data, record of and access to seized data, confidentiality, and limitation of liability that criminal justice authorities may exercise when investigating the criminal offenses, again, and by means of computers established under Part 6 of the law. I am pleased to note that Parliament is ascribing these powers to the law enforcement officers, provided enough and sufficient conditions and safeguards to protect the privacy and human rights of all citizens. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this law will strengthen our capacity as a country to apply legislation on cybercrime and is a fulfillment of our commitment to both the Malabo Convention and ECOWAS on cybercrime and is consistent with provisions under the EU Budapest Convention, all of which guarantee human rights, privacy, and freedom of speech. The Act provides for the prevention, management, and response to cybersecurity incidents in line with the digital transformation agenda of your government, Your Excellency. Specifically, it will protect the critical information infrastructure of Sierra Leone, provide for protection of children on the internet, and develop our overall cybersecurity agility in the ecosystem. The law will ensure investor confidence as it will give assurance for the protection of intellectual property rights associated with digital investment. I wish again to reassure the public that in drafting this law, we took great cognizance of the rights to privacy, our rights to freedom of expression, our rights to access information as enshrined in Section 25(1) of the 1991 Constitution. The bill was also inspired by subsection 2 of the same Section 25(1) of the 1991 Constitution, which checkmates persons while enjoying or exercising their rights. The provisions are also in compliance with the 1965 Criminal Procedures Act. Let me end by stating that, unlike other laws, this law is one coming as a full package, with support from ECOWAS Commission under the Organized Crimes West Africa Response on Cybercrime, OCOAC project, with funds from the European Union. We will be establishing our first National Computer Security Incident Response Team, CSAT. We have started the training of investigators, prosecutors, and judges in the implementation of this law. We have also been assured of support for the Digital Forensic Lab of the Sierra Leone Police, as has been so eloquently stated by Folainke. I am pleased to report that we received support in the form of ad hoc credits from Facebook, who are in attendance, to use their platform to popularize the act in those very extremely difficult days when we were asked to reconsult across the nation. We also received capacity building support from the United Kingdom Foreign and Commonwealth Office through the UK Global Digital Partners Digital, following Your Excellency's signing of the Commonwealth Declaration in 2018. I wish, on behalf of my team at the Ministry of Information and Communications, and indeed on behalf of government, to thank all our local and international partners aforementioned who are supporting us on this journey to a resilient cybersecurity future. Of special note are the honourable members of Parliament for their overwhelming support of this bill in the last stages. Members of civil society, SLAG, the Sierra Leone Bar Association, and the general public for their support during the development of this act. On that note, I thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. Distinguished guests, the Honorable Minister would not have led this process with such tenacity without the inspiration of one man. A man who has done so much on legislative reforms and progressive acts. For many of us, we describe him as the motivator-in-chief and the inspirator-in-chief. But today, we honor him as the champion of cybersecurity. And on that note, it's now my distinct honor to invite His Excellency the President for the keynote statement. His Excellency the President, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My Lord the Chief Justice, Ministers of Government, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, various delegations present here this morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our very presence here this morning underscores our recognition that digital technologies are to the 21st century what steam engine was to the Industrial Revolution. They are truly transformational, we can all attest. When one looks at the spectrum of crises across the world, from COVID-19 pandemic, the new global economy, global education, global communications, and the effects of climate change, one recognizes the ubiquitous and transformative impact of digital technologies in identifying, mitigating, and innovatively tackling these new global challenges. Greater digital connectivity, digital automation technologies, and harnessing and analysis of big data sets, among others, are driving everything from innovation and research to education, healthcare, entrepreneurship, the economy, to governance, and even more. I also see digital technologies as enablers that will accelerate and drive the achievement of sustainable development goals, depending on how we are intentional about introducing them, how we scale their impact, and how accessible and inclusive those digital technologies are to our population. To that end, Sierra Leone has associated with the United Nations Secretary General's call for developing a storefront for digital public good across the SDGs, for more connectivity and for greater international cooperation in defining governance and cooperation. At the local levels, Sierra Leone has focused on developing digital technologies and expanding access to those technologies. Our young population and our investments in free quality education, as well as in science, technology, and innovation, underline our strong aspiration that we will no longer be at the receiving end of the fourth industrial revolution. Since 2018 also, Sierra Leone has wider mobile telephone coverage, more use of mobile technologies, more internet connectivity, and more access to digital communication apps and content. Communications, financial transactions, and banking access to services have all been enhanced as a consequence. As we embrace digital technologies and participate in that digital space, we must also invest in digital infrastructure and introduce required legal and regulatory reforms to support that participation. We must tackle questions of access and inclusion, but also deal with digital reforms, freedoms, and rights. We must also prioritize safe and secure uses of digital technologies so that digital technologies support inclusive national development. At the sub-regional level, I agree with the ECOWAS representative that we need a holistic and coordinated approach to develop and secure our cyberspace, augment our cyber hygiene, strengthen our cyber security, and thus build our cyber resilience in the sub-region. The European Union representative also acknowledges that the bill I am about to sign into law today is consistent with the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, the African Union Convention, the African Union's Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, and the ECOWAS directives on fighting cybercrime. So our law is therefore not a standalone contrivance of shoddy political ends. As the EU representative has noted, it is consistent with international global standard, Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. The EU's position on cooperation on questions of the rule of law in cyberspace, especially given what the term shifting or unknown jurisdictions, protocols on disclosure of electronic evidence, instant cooperation in emergency situations where lives are at risk, and safeguards to protect human rights and fundamental freedoms and the protection of personal data are all agreeable. Especially the EU and Council of Europe acknowledge that this new law provides a basis for continued dialogue and cooperation, and also an imminent invitation to Sierra Leone to accede to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. Sierra Leone looks forward to accession and also works closely with the EU to strengthen our capacity to apply our domestic legislation and to promote effective international cooperation. There are still a lot of moving parts to this, but let me first congratulate the Minister of Information and Communication, Mr. Mohamed Rahman Souare, for his multi-taskholder engagement, which has already been alluded to, in driving this much-needed reform. It has been a very difficult process, I must confess, but he stood his ground and made the case, and today we are going to sign the bill into law. Civil society, the press, citizens have all contributed immensely to shaping this final product we have today. Thank you for your ideas, your thoughts, and your perspectives. I also thank the Honorable Speaker of Parliament, who is not here, and our Honorable Members of Parliament for their vibrant debate around this bill, and the inordinate bipartisan support for the final bill. Sweden also thank partners for not only supporting the development of our nation's cyber security capabilities, but also for assuring us of future cooperation in mitigating cyber threats and cybercrime. We thank the Council of Europe through the Global Action on Cybercrime Extended, the GLACY Plus project, for its technical support and guidance in developing this law. We also thank the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office through the Global Partners Digita for working with us to undertake the National Cyber Security Risk Assessment and for supporting the development of our national cyber security policy and strategy. We also thank the European Union through our regional body ECOWAS for providing support for the establishment of our first ever National Computer Security Incident Response Center. Thank you for supporting capacity development for our law enforcement agencies also. That is indeed a key requirement for the effective implementation of this law. Overall, this general cooperation demonstrates a collective and shared interest in working on cybersecurity and crime. Sierra Leone looks forward to more cooperation, more capacity development, more resource and technical support, and more experience sharing in the years ahead. It is therefore a great moment of honor for me to sign into law today the Cybersecurity and Crime Act of 2021. Thank you for your attention.
A louder round of applause, a louder round of applause, a louder round of applause, a louder round of applause. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that inspiring statement. At this point, it is now my pleasure to invite the Clerk of Parliament for a citation of the Cybersecurity and Crime Act 2021 before the signing.
the Cyber Security and Crime Act 2021, being an act to provide for the effective, unified, and comprehensive legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for the prohibition, prevention, detection, prosecution, and punishment of cyber crimes, prevention of the abusive use of computer systems, to provide for the establishment of structures to promote cyber security and capacity building, to provide for the timely and effective collection of electronic evidence for the purpose of investigation and prosecution of cybercrime, to provide for the protection of critical national information infrastructure and the protection of computer systems and networks, electronic communications, data and computer programs, intellectual property and privacy rights, to provide for facilitation of international cooperation in dealing with cyber crime matters, and to provide for other related matters. Enacted by the President and members of Parliament in this present Parliament assembled. Passed in Parliament on 23rd day of June in the year of our Lord 2021. His Excellency, sir, this printed impression has been carefully compared by me with the bill which has passed Parliament and found by me to be a true and correct printed copy of the said bill. Baran Umar Tarawali, Clerk of Parliament. On behalf of the Speaker and members of Parliament, I can now safely say, sir, you can go ahead and sign the bill. I thank you.
And I invite His Excellency the President for a signing to be accompanied by the Honorable Minister of Information and Communications. There are 3 sets, so His Excellency will be appending his assent, so the 3 sets of the act. A round of applause for the symbolic signing of the Cyber Security and Crime Act 2021 by His Excellency the President. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency may also have graciously retire back to the seat. His Excellency has also consented for a photo opportunity, and we're going to have a photo opportunity at the lawn, and we're going to have the following people to accompany His Excellency to the lawn. We are going to have the Honorable Chief Justice, the Attorney General Minister of Justice, the Clerk of Parliament, the European Union Ambassador, the representative of the UK High Commission, representative of the ECOWAS Commission, the President of SLAJ, the President of the Bar Association, and we're also going to have the representative of Facebook, and then the Deputy Minister of Information and Communication, and the Honorable Minister. We are now having the security personnel to assist us with So in that order, may I graciously invite the guests that I have called for them to make way to the lawn. The Chief Justice, the Honorable Chief Justice, the Attorney General Minister of Justice, and then the EU Ambassador, the UK High Commission representative, the ECOWAS representative, President's Bar Association, the Facebook representative, and Deputy Minister of Information and Communication. When we return, we'll then have the national anthem, and then the President would make way for departure.
Good morning and welcome to State House. As we dare so this morning, of course, His Excellency the President just append in signature to the Cybersecurity and Crime Act Bill 2021 so that it will become law. We remember a few months back, His Excellency, the Minister obviously being tabled the Cybersecurity and Crime Act 2021. Now, Parliament, we've been getting serious debate from the parliamentarians, them, of course, for look inside the bill proper one, and that's been take serious debates. We both sides, the governing power and the opposition, we get a lot of arguments, and even civil society and other organizations being present. But that tell you how intensive the bill been very serious, and that that debate has been taking a whole day, so that they're not going to miss a lot of things they wouldn't go look at in the bill. Well, today, His Excellency the President don't come sign the bill into law, the Cybersecurity and Crime Act Bill 2021 into law. This Sierra Leonean way we listen, because the international community themselves able to make their own contribution to the bill. Of course, we get the ambassador, EU delegation, the ISF Adam Voice, in talk on building national capabilities, how we foresee. We all therefore make sure say we support.
Can we graciously rise
and support this bill? And now His Excellency just they're about to retire, and the national anthem, and then the President will retire. This is because it's just come to take a photo with some of the personalities them with the heads of different organizations in there this morning.
National anthem, please. Please remain standing for the departure of His Excellency the President and Champion of Cybersecurity. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, from Belém, of course, the ceremony just end, and His Excellency don't go back and sit. And as I tell you, we go perhaps give a talk to a few people and we concern this bill. Obviously, I will give a talk to, of course, the president of SLAJ, because now one of the people who will be the advocates or add their own, make their own contribution towards the bill. Well, I get the Inspector General of Police here with me, and IG Sovula. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, people.
All right. The police obviously play a very important role into this bill, the Cyber Security and Crime Act bill. And of course, now UNA therefore do a lot of investigation into this. Tell me you think about this.
Me feeling very high, very, very, very good position, because when you investigate, now for two reasons you investigate: one, to prove, or second, to disprove. But most cases, when you don't assemble the evidence, when there is no law, the evidence is invalid. But now that there is law, the evidence the cyber crime unit we assemble is now backed by law. Therefore, I'm a happy man. And it's a warning for everybody whether they use that cyber space to criminalize people to stop, because the law is now in existence that will cause you to be arrested, investigated, prosecuted, and if found guilty, punished.
Well, I believe so when I get because I understand the ECOWAS make a promise for get the equipment very quickly when I went for investigating when we will find culprits.
Not only ECOWAS, other people, other organizations are consented that they will be helping the Sierra Leone police, because a lot of people, this cyber crime has been affecting them negatively. Some people have been losing their prestige as a result of cyber crime, cyber offenses, and I'm sure we will get support from various people. We want to appreciate ECOWAS, and we also appreciate in advance the Full Potential people that are now lined up to help the police. Thank you all, we appreciate you, and we will receive whatever we receive and put it in a better use.
Thank you very much, Haji.
Thank you.
Well, with me, I get, of course, the president of SLAJ, of course, I'm the leader, but they also they represent SLAJ today. Good morning, Mr. SLAJ President.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your take about the presidential assent on this bill.
Well, this is not a big milestone, just like how we get the repeal of the criminal libel law. It's also not a big milestone for the government and for the people of Sierra Leone, because they help to protect the cyberspace. We all now see the cyberspace that the crime that they happen now. Crime that they happen physically get more. More now people still don't, somebody still don't na Brazil, they interfere with the bank now or interfere with the computer system now, then it causes confusion. So now a big step for protect them, and which is particularly SLAJ youth particularly happy about now, because of the commitment we read from the international partners, them ECOWAS and the UK, the European Union, say then go continue to support the government and support the institutions that will go for implement this law, the police and the judiciary, with training and capacity building. That's a big news for we, and I feel say with time definitely we'll catch up and we don't join the other nations that would also protect the cyberspace. And this will require not only the regional cooperation, but also sub-regional cooperation and the international global cooperation for let this go succeed.
So whose role will SLAJ will play for make sure say people get better understanding?
With the public awareness. Because then the first thing for law now for pass. We don't pass them. The biggest responsibility now for educate the public, let the public aware as this law day and information in the and so if you go so you don't break them, they go hold you. So your role as SLAJ now for do public education, not only for the public, for we self the members them back. Because right now we forget a project where they come up who go for train members them across the country and understand the law in the simplest of forms, and then they know say these are the provisions that we did, and then they know their responsibility. And from there now, we take now go educate the public now and join forces with other civil society organizations, even the Ministry of Information, to let the public understand what is law, and then know what is law, and then know how to use them responsibly.
Well, lastly, apart from the general public, of course, you get members who are, of course, members of the press. Sometimes they have defaults.
Yes.
So what you got for say?
Now, that's what they say. First, we begin with the education for which with the journalists there. Look, we get for make sure we go across the country and educate everybody, every gatekeeper, every reporter, every journalist, for make sure they understand this lawyer, to understand the provisions, and understand what are the offenses they would do, and let them be careful within the conduct, because we also go for do investigations. We go for conduct investigations, for do story, we go for do research, everything called in one way or the other, we go for come in conflict with this lawyer. But law will be responsible, law will be proactive now and begin educate them, let them know before they take it out to the public, let them understand.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Well, the president of SLAJ, and of course, Nasrallah, Mr. Nasrallah, of course, popularly known as Monk, INSEF, the adding voice, as His Excellency don't sign the bill today, the Cyber Security and Crime Act Bill 2021. Formula, this bill gets a lot of things inside it. We're not going to tell you all, but a lot of things in the people, of course, they are who can call 419 at them. We then kiss them, of course, then go on a computer, or they even send message on your phone. They say, I don't get something for you, but the only thing we for do, you will just send small thing for the shipment, or somebody they sign a tamper with you account in such a way that you money get for loss, Then criminal activities where people then they do, they use the internet, then they far, then crook people them. So all that now in this law go for look after, because whenever you commit then crime, then they obviously law they now where they go investigate you, and if they prove you guilty, you will get heavy punishment. Either you go jail, or you pay fine, and go jail together. And also the only way they use pornographic picture, especially for them small picking them. We of course not get knowledge about mommy and daddy business, but people then they use the internet, for them pornographic pictures, them phone, and waiting for be careful, because when you fall short, definitely the law will get for deal with you according to the stipulated punishment where you're supposed to forget. So you see the international community, there's obviously the support government for make sure say then people and they try for weed them out for their well, I guess, of course, one prominent lawyer, Ibrahim Tomi, welcome to SABC.
Thank you very much.
So what's in now take now? The president don't sign this bill, the Cyber Security and Crime Act bill, into law.
Oh, this is good. It is good. It's good for we all as citizens. And I think what two people have to understand is this law not there for protect government no more or politician no more. In fact, this law, as long as you use mobile phone, you keep money in a bank, they do even mobile money transfer, they take picture, you get WhatsApp. It's a law for everybody. So this idea say, oh, this law now for government or against people is wrong. It's about the people and for the people. Here's an example. You get 5-year-old Pekin, boy single female, sexually explicit photos and share on the internet. How you go able to track that person and make sure they hold the law better? Now the law this. They communicate with person on phone, by WhatsApp, by Instagram, any other app.
something happen, you want go to court, you want for use that material as evidence. Whose law they for make you able use that material as evidence? This law make provision for. Right now, the digital world, they govern every aspect of life. I just talk about money transfer just now. You call on a phone, they do WhatsApp, they do Instagram, they do TikTok. There was no law before this law today. There was no law where they regulate your rights, how you for address, whether right they don't violated. So this is a very good law. But one thing I want for stress, really, now for make people understand, say, this law consistent with plenty of the international laws, European laws, African Convention, European Convention. So it's a global standard. Not to Salon, no more don't make this law. We don't make this law for meet other laws and with the exist in the world. And it's good to know that with parliamentarians across party lines, APC, SLPP, C4C, NGC, they all collaborate. Indeed, and civil society have actively participated with views, they all with comments. They all let it come on board to make sure so they safeguard rights so that there will be no abuse. For example, before police they even go hold the phone or seize the phone, it go need for going to court for let judge give an order. Previously, before this law, police can take your phone without any court order. So you realize that this law really, really good for the protection of human rights, for the protection of free speech, and indeed for intellectual property right protection. So it's a great day for Sierra Leone, and I hope say we go implement the law fully now. It's a time for get training to policemen them, to we judges them, and indeed for citizens and for know what's not the content of the law. Now work down the way civil society and the media for work collaboratively for do going forward.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, that's now Ibrahim Somi, now a civil society and a lawyer as well. You know, a lot of things that we don't talk into where good day inside this bill. We people obviously go on for we don't make them mistake then they, because immediately we just get some picture, you take and you post them, you know, like that. You don't just grab and post picture now like that, because they go for investigate you if the contents of that material they look bad. A lot of other things then they into it as we obviously go get for talk. Before we round up, we're going to talk to the minister, of course, the brain behind this bill, because from within, even the president gave a commend them because of a role we play for make sure say this bill come into law today. Because initially when Cabinet himself approved that bill, Parliament's been first of all been able to say, well, make them go first and make sure say then talk to the people and make them see how they're able to get better understanding of the bill, because I mean there's a lot of things inside. In fact, why make the parliamentarian and say, well, let's go first for local? Now because of the fines, the people we obviously forget their different position and they inside the setup of the cybersecurity office and plenty other things that we forgo in the line of this law. So now, as presidents don't sign this into law, it will be a crime now for plenty of things that we people then they do force them, with them just to go away with. It will therefore be a serious crime if they find you guilty, because anything now they get for investigate you if you involve into any.
Then go put Salon in him up. Then say we not don't comply by the thing we've been signed in 2014. I was very embarrassed, but so I tell the meeting say yes, we note that concern day, but we in a new government commit to them say I go do everything in my power for make sure say I come out, I pull Salon pada list of shame and disgrace, right? So at the same forum, I make a call. I say let them support we for build with cyber, create the enabling environment and build with cybersecurity capability. Not in the account by Council of Europe. We don't help other countries there, including Ghana, all in countries. So then willing, because the case been compelling what I make. So then in December that year, then Canada
working with the Attorney General, will convene various stakeholder meetings there, right? So I'm happy to say that journey there would only lead to the signing of this document. What's more exciting, once we begin, other partners then come in. ECOWAS, for example, don't they support already, or not be non-signed the bill. So once we be non-common parliament, they may not begin training the people there now. The investigators, then the people that work for working at the computer incident response team, so that they get the necessary capability, the necessary competencies there for do the investigations there. So that one they be non-begin, right? In fact, we don't begin training prosecutors there and judges there for able do things the admissibility of electronic evidence and all of that. But more importantly, we also go for under this project enhance the capacity of the Sierra Leone police force. So the forensic lab, so that they go able to do scientific digital investigations in this. So I'm very excited that I have been at the.
I mean, for popularize that, because this one, a lot of people don't forget proper understanding. Because there's somebody know what to say. I don't mean to say this thing there, you know. So how, of course, we'll go about that.
Well, already, Jerry ECOWAS say one of the things that we go for do, they go for support we. One of the 4 pillars, then they go for support we for do awareness raising around this new law. But even that, we're not the left hand at the hand. This is a national legislation. All stakeholders, including UNA, the public broadcaster. In fact, this is one for charge UNA allow UNA make our business, like UNA serializer over a period. There are, of course, strategic communications and other players in the ecosystem for make sure, say, then put boots on the ground at every part of this country. Because we get a large population we connected, either by mobile phone or on various digital platforms. About 87% now then connected to various by mobile voice, right? About 27 on various digital platforms. That is a significant percent of the population. And recently, where Institute for Governance Reform been do a survey, Sierra Pool, that indicates that 65% of Sierra Leoneans they want to be protected in cyberspace. So we have our hearts in the right place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister.
God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the Minister for Information, Mr. Mohamed Roman Soare, been the try for tell we how come able for make sure say this bill, His Excellency, able for pen and signature today. Well, now so we go wrap up and one for Teluna Tenki for now they listening to broadcast from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, and we always bring on that information as and when necessary. Well, plenty thanks to my cameraman Jay Cole and my technical man Alex Sisse. Until then, and of course we want for tell plenty thank you to other colleagues in there, of course, like Komba, of course, they are so with we, and we hope say we'll get more insights into this bill so that we'll get proper understanding. Until then we'll say good morning, and we'll hand over back to New England. Bye-bye.
Affected persons. Mr. Speaker, the underlining word here is special. Okay. All the adjectives added to this is related to special.
Sir, you are eating on my time. Let me continue.
Saying, you have your time, don't worry. He is not saying that monies appropriated to the Disaster Management Agency will be taken away from them and
the fund has a purpose.
Mr. Speaker, may I help
the fund has a purpose.
Hold on. The fund has a purpose.
Yes, sir.
What is the purpose that is stated?
The purpose of the fund is for the management of disaster.
When we passed the Disaster Management Act here, what was the purpose of that?
It's to manage the disaster.
So sit down.
And what is the purpose of this fund? It's for it's a special account. These things and the underlining word is special. Let us not underestimate the word special.
Mr. Speaker, may I help him?
No, you don't need to. The underlining word is special.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I help him, Mr. Speaker?
Will you please take your seats? I will now direct the minister's mind to this particular point and would like him to elucidate the point. This Parliament has passed an act reposing authority to a particular agency to deal with a particular purpose, namely disaster management.
And that's why it's headed by the Vice President.
I'm coming. I'm coming. For us to see now an amendment being effected through the finance bill, I think, Mr. Minister, I will ask kindly that you direct your mind to the points that are being raised. They are very, very important. Parliament cannot be passing one law to address a particular issue.
Mr. Speaker, please, point of order.
No. Let us allow the minister.
I just want to continue to corroborate what has been said by my colleague.
No, please. He has not finished. You'll have your time.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you. I do want to put the minister under undue pressure at this moment.
Nobody is putting him under undue pressure. No.
Can I land, sir?
No.
Can
We
I
are
land,
debating
please?
this issue.
Can I land, sir?
But you are talking about undue
because you are saying now you want him to react.
Not now.
Not now.
Not now.
It's under our purview. Let us wait. Let us wait
to
reach
take to advance
their views, give their opinions about the bill. We'll come to the committee stage. We'll do the amendment. That's their opinion. If Mr. Minister is going to react, so I assure you of a compromise in this provision.
Very well.
I assure you. And
Very
not only
well.
that, there are other areas that we have an existing. We have an existing law provision to correct. That's why I picked up that one yesterday that has to do with the Finance Act in Section 110 of the Constitution.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Yes.
Not you.
I just want.
No. The member from Putloko district has not finished.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank the leader of government business because from every stretch of our imagination, what he is saying is quite correct. Unlike the honorable members from Lumley, Honorable Tawa, who wanted to contradict me, saying I was misinforming the public without reading the specific act I was referring to, the specific clause I was referring to. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we should be careful as a nation. We have seen and we have suffered.
Honorable member, let me just remind you that you started at 12:39.
Me?
Yes, I timed you.
Okay.
And you know what the time is now?
Yes.
Good.
So we ought to also have the sides of the institutions whose acts are being amended by the ministry. Remember, it was Parliament who empowered those institutions. We empowered them to do their work, and from every stretch of our imagination, they have been impressive. So for you to prevent, the National Disaster Agency management, for you to prevent them from accessing funds relating to addressing emergency situation, instead giving those funds to the ministry for them to manage them. To me, it's a problem. And this House should not sit and allow institutions we made to just go down the drain like that. We should be very much emphatic in ensuring that we empower those institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, like we always say, this is the finest opportunity. Several years back, when Parliament used to debate the Finance Act, the public would go to their radio stations, their television stations, to listen what good would Parliament offer to them. You see? But that's why I'm insistently saying that Parliament should use this opportunity to advocate for reduction in tariff cost, at the key, so that at the end of the day, after this debate, prices of commodities will begin to go down instead of inflating. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I do not intend to bore you, but these are very important things that I have stated, and as a parliament, we should invite those institutions, like the leader of government business said. The ministry has given reasons, but those reasons could only be substantiated by the institutions whose acts are affected in this amendment. So we need to equally hear from them. That is the only time that will be better positioned to decide as a parliament. But if we go by what the ministry has just said, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, will not do due diligence as a parliament. I rest my case.
I thank the honorable member for his contribution to the debate. With that, we stand adjourned for 1 hour for lunch. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock prompt. Conclude the debate on the second reading and proceed to reaching finality. So, to compensate for their punctuality, you yield for the two? I was about to compensate you for being one of the most punctual, regular, I beg your pardon? Very well, but if out of your benevolence you want to yield to the two colleagues, I have no problems with that. So I will start with the honorable member from Cambia, followed by Honorable Sama, from where? Bo District? Followed by Bombali, and then we'll end up with Kenema. Where are you from? Bond?
You can give him that extra right. He's a deputy of the finance committee.
What do you have to say that your chairman has not said? I'll keep your request. I'll KIV your request, says the civil service balance. Keep in view. So let us start.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in 2018, around July, we had a supplementary budget, and in November, December that year, we had another budget. And by the normal tradition, this is the fourth, if not the fifth budget we are looking at. And year in, year out, we've been here looking at these issues critically. But let me use this opportunity to recall.
I want the time.
I want to recall the memories of members of parliament, because, and we can go to the answer for some of the things I'm going to say, that in 2018, we had a Finance Act here that was amending the NPPA, and that was creating a provision for a directorate in the Ministry of Finance for procurement. And when that matter was raised, we challenged the then Minister of Finance, and he told us withdrawn, meaning we are not going to have a directorate. As we sit here every year, this very parliament that stood against that directorate is approving resources to the very directorate. Last year again, we looked at some of the amendments that the finance bill was coming up with, and in 2020 we agreed that going forward, as members of parliament, we will not be amending acts using the Finance Act. But some of us are blessed, and it's an opportunity to be in this parliament because we enjoy the wisdom of the speaker by experience, and we also have the opportunity to learn from senior colleagues, in a super amendment bill. We agree with you, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister of Finance, that when you look at some of the acts that have been amended, these are acts that ought to be amended actually and factually. But we should not amend them by clauses. From 2018 to 2020, were we saying our parliament is so defunct that we cannot amend a single act? Or are we saying we don't have the powers again, that we have to depend on the Finance Act to amend the NPPA Act every year? And what shocks some of us is, every year NPPA will come to this parliament and lay their report. And year in, year out, from 2018 to date, NPPA is saving this country a huge amount of money. But yet still every year we keep amending their act. I want to use your kind office. I want to use your experience to say, let's bring this NPPA Act holistically through the Ministry of Finance and amend issues that are there that are supposed to be amended, rather than doing it in piecemeal. Because again, as a lawmaker, I have learned that there are certain clauses in certain bills, they are for certain purposes. But if you amend them as they are in piecemeal, you kill the entirety of the act, and you make the act and the institutions not functionable. It is sad. It is really sad that every year we have to amend acts of institutions without even recourse to those institutions, without having their experts. The other year it was us, this same parliament, using the Finance Act to amend the NRA Act again. This could be a very good opportunity if we continue it as a practice. We have a bad finance minister along the road that will do worse than these ones are doing now. So I always say, as young people, we must serve as a conscience of this nation, because we are going to see it by the time we reach your age. And the holes we are digging now in this nation will affect us along the road. Let me give you a critical example of what I am saying. And when we amend some of these acts in isolation, they affect other acts. And the controversy, in fact, will one day explode. Let me give you an example. In this new act, you're saying the commissioner or the commissioner general can write the bank. If you go to the Banking Act again, 44(1), it says something different. So you question the very existence and the judicial capacity in our country. And when people tell you our judiciary is nothing to write home about, people start writing press releases. Even the laws we make in this parliament is also responsible for people telling us our judiciary is a mess. How can you take the powers of the judiciary here?
No. Which clause? Which clause? Which clause in the finance bill?
I'm taking you right there. Where you talk about the commissioner being any claiming. page 6. A bank or other financial institution shall, upon written request by the Commissioner General, you see the courts now. And when you go to the Banking Act is saying conflicts in laws to suit the comfort of a few people in society. This is bad precedent, Mr. Speaker. I am not shouting. I am expressing the anger and frustration you people are plunging this nation into.
No, Mr. Speaker,
I have two issues.
I'm not wasting your time.
No, I'm not saying sorry, Mom.
No, but you cannot tell me to keep quiet and
Mr. Speaker.
cannot tell me to keep quiet.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, you use the word to keep quiet. That's parliamentary, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, and we ask the honourable member to withdraw. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw because I have more important issues to deal with. Go again to another issue in this same act. You are creating a fund for disaster management. In this same parliament last year, we created this agency and we placed this agency under the vice president. Now this year, and now we are creating a fund, and that fund is to be. Mr. Speaker, take note of my time.
Allow the honourable member. He will respond. You know,
you've built institutions. As members of parliament, we know these things come to us as draft. Let's take our time to look at them in tandem with other legislations we've made and reduce the conflict and controversies. Because again, Mr. Speaker, one thing you ought to know is majority of the members of parliament you have here are young MPs. That is why we are so specialized in undertone, because we cannot actually express our opinions and the views of our people. So when some of us have the opportunity to talk, we raise some of these issues because we'll be quoted that under your leadership we were trained and we continue doing these bad things, and people think we should keep quiet. We will not. If you say the agency is under the president, this same agency, when you read the act, it has a provision for funding, it has a provision of expenditure.
Mr. Speaker.
Now me time with the bonso by which one?
No, but you can be given time. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable member has right to make his point, but in the process, it cannot be insulting members across the board. There are some members of parliament who cannot express themselves, the aspirations.
No, I did not say so.
You did say so.
I did not hear.
I am.
He did say so.
What? But he had withdrawn the first one.
No, it's just now.
I have not. The speaker is attentive and more.
Just now.
I am sure.
Except if you are deceptive. Otherwise, he did say so.
No, but I heard him differently, with respect.
Is that so?
Yes, I heard him differently.
Okay, thank you.
The first one raised by the member from Bo was in
He said that is why some MPs are specialized in undertones because they cannot articulate the explanation.
No, he said no. He did not.
What
say,
did he say?
He. He was referring to himself. Carry on, please.
Mr. Chairman, I respect you. You're my chairman. You are my chairman. I respect you. What we are saying here is, if we continue building laws, we create laws, and we create other laws that contradict what we first done as members of parliament, it also touches on our integrity. For me, if there is an act, and we think while we were making that act, there was not this Wellington incident that needs emergency, let's bring the act again and make provisions for situations like PMB. It is better we change the name to Finance Amendment Act, because every year we keep amending people's act. So as we continue to look into these things, some of us will continue to read and bring to the conscience of members of parliament that last year we said we are not going to amend any act using the Finance Act again.
And yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
yes, sir. Yes.
My contribution to this debate is going to be a people and consumer-centric advocacy. In a sense, Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
you can all agree with me that speakers across the aisle have raised concern on inflation, and they've attributed it to certain things like taxation, among other things. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to narrow my advocacy to few things. And one among is the taxation on flour. Having gone through the bill, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I could recall vividly last year there was a decision on taxation on wheat for industrial flour production, and it was 0%. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, within the course of my research, I've come to realize that there is a duty on the importation of flour, and that is about 10% currently. And flour is used for the production of bread, which is almost our second staple food. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in my view, the overprotection of our local industries, which having the capacity to adequately service the market, is not doing us good. I could recall vividly in the very recent past, there was a shortage of bread as a result of shortage of flour.
Will you please make reference specifically to the tariff you are referring to in this bill?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Bill?
Yeah. Point it out here, but rather there is a free tariff on the wheat for the production of flour. But for the imported flour, there is a tax of 10% currently.
And levied by which act?
Levied by the Finance Act 2021. Even in this act.
Can you please direct our minds to that? Show us the clause.
Honorable member, in as much as we are doing this to empower the homegrown industries, but equally so, if the homegrown industry cannot adequately service the market, equally so, we should at least have some reduction on the imported flour. This is all we are advocating for. There should be some reduction on the tariff on imported flour. It is currently 10%. If it could be reduced to 5%, so that at least we will encourage the importer.
I'm afraid it's only now that I'm understanding you.
Sir?
It's only now that I'm understanding your point.
Okay.
Because the way you expressed yourself initially,
yes, sir,
gave me the impression that you were addressing something that is contained in the bill.
But that's the reason why. That's the reason why I said it's a people-centric advocacy I am doing. The reason being, it has to do with the bread and butter thing we are talking about. Because if there is a reduction in this tariff, definitely there's going to be reduction in the price of this particular commodity. That's the reason why I said this is an advocacy I am doing, Mr. Speaker and honorable members.
I understand. You see, when you express yourself like that, do you really mean it? Increased substantially.
I know.
How do you explain?
But again, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if even without tax on the rice. So because of that, Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Attention, but it is because
Parliament to have brought that on when we go to committee stage, because this is a new GST to the importation of flour. So they are not paying GST for it. That's all to reduce the...
You wait when you establish your decree.
It was 20%, it was reduced to 10%, but I'm advocating that it goes below. Members, there is another out of my research I've captured, and that is the tariff on margarine butter. Margarine is not any luxurious thing that should be taxed like this. And if you look, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to me, the local butter produced by Jolax, to me, hasn't the quality like margarine. And today, consumers have no choice. Most consumers are buying Jolax because Jolax is more available and the importers are importing less margarine. What have you produced? So to me, Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
may God bless you, sir.
I am advocating that there should be reduction on tax on the importation of the imported butters. I am not saying so. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, another area I really want to look at out of my research is like the tax on...
You have a research institute?
I do. I do a lot of consultation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I've also observed that taxation on alcohol products is based on, is per liter, taxation is per liter, rather than being on the value of the product. For example, when you look at it, the imported beer.
I know this is not a pulpit, but you seem to have a congregation over there.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that's the reason why I started.
There is another form.
I started with an introduction of a people-centric or a consumer-centric advocacy. These are things I've observed, and these are things I've collected from the views of people. And that's the reason why I am bringing them here as the people's representative. It may be sounding whatever, but it is something concerned to the people.
Have you exhausted your list?
Mr. Speaker, I think I will have more of them during the committee stage.
Very well, very well.
With that, I thank you.
No, I'll take it in the order. Yes, honorable member at the far end there in white or in cream. The honorable member from Western area, Bombali.
Exactly. Is on the other side. A member from that side will speak truth to power. And we can see that there was some unease. And for me, I think the honorable member was very much on point. And it is on the same line that I will make my contribution. Proposals like these ones, bills like these ones should have a human face.
they should have a human face, definitely. And it is important that year in, year out, we come back and take stock of how far we've come with our laws, how far we've come with how they've made us better or worse off. We have to have that reflection. And in the privilege yesterday, I think the minister tried to persuade us to believe that the changes to this one are just very minimal. But for me, I think it was barely just concentrating on numbers or, or dotting the I's and cutting the T's. It has to go a little bit beyond that. We have a situation where the last finance minister, when he presented especially figures on or excise figures on for instance beer, he alluded to the fact that he himself was a beer consumer. Stabia man, he used the word. And then again, in recognition of the fact that local industries should be promoted, they decided that, well, the excise tax on that, should come down. Fair enough. Over the course of the year, we know, because we engage with others who partake in drinking beer, and we know what it can do. Sometimes we have the arguments around health, but sometimes again, it has something to do with people compensating themselves for some hard work, or maybe trying to distress themselves. Recently, I think we all should know that for some reasons, prices of beer, locally made beer, has gone to an extent where people cannot even afford. Now, the point I'm making is the rippling effect. When that happens, it means the sorghum producers gets affected. That farmer who depends on producing wheat gets affected. And if we do not have a system where short effects are cushioned by also, putting in place some mechanisms, then we are not gaining anything. We are making ourselves worse off. That is why it has to have a human face. A human face towards those who are poor, a human face towards those who are weak. We can, a whole lot of us can afford, sometimes, to a particular extent. A whole lot of them cannot. It comes to another item, another commodities. For instance, cement. The cement do have, I think it's a 5% excise tax on it. But of recent, we know how exponentially the cost of cement has gone. And the rippling effect is, those who are sand miners cannot now make a business. Those who are builders cannot now make a business. Even the truck drivers have gone out of business. Honorable Jallo, thank you. Because if people cannot buy cement, cannot afford cement, how will they consider to build a house? And what do you use to build a house? Cement, stone, sand. They are kind of composite commodities. They need each other. They need each other. So if for the sake of one commodity, all people, whose livelihoods are on other economic activities gets affected, then we need to have a rethink. We definitely need to have a rethink. So we need to come back and take a stock. If we had considered 5% to be enough last time for people or to help local industries who produce beer, and that is not working. Let us look at it again and do something about it. And the honorable member from Poroko did make the point. There's no better chance. There's no better chance than now when we are discussing this particular document. We should not be more focused on just trying to generate members. I think whilst there is so much good that we can talk about this particular bill, there is so much that we can also do, and I admonish all of us to do the needful when we get back to to committee room 1 on it, to look at these things and see how the tax burden is becoming unbearable for our people, and that we should do something about it. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution to the debate. I now recognize the honourable member from Bo District.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I want to use this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Ministry of Finance for giving us a very fine Finance Act. I will tell you why. If you check our revenue projections, or the revenue projection for this year, it's about 7.6 trillion. That is about 15.1% of GDP. Last year we projected about 5. Before they stood up. He articulated very well, although he is not an economist, but he started very well, right? Even to the extent he was telling us that the CIF has increased due to increase in freight, due to increase in exchange rate, etc., etc. Only for him to tell us, for us, NRA or the parliament, to ensure that they reduce the tariff. I don't know what, again, how do you want us to run this country? Now that we are trying to diversify the economy, and one of the ways government can really make money is through industrialization. So if you say you want to kill the local industry against the foreign industries, how are you going to get your export base so that you can improve on your exchange rate? And the problem we have, the underlying problem here is the exchange rate. The only way we can be able to ensure that we have a very strong economy is when we are able to improve on our exchange rate. And one of the ways we can do that.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I want to call your attention to the time. It's 3 o'clock, and I stand on SO52 for the business of the House to continue.
Thank you. Any seconder?
Where the step mother?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may continue.
Okay. Let me also draw attention to the issue of flour. My learned pastor from Tikonko is agitating for us to reduce the tariff on flour to below 10%, because currently it's 10%. But I want to inform this House that for long, the tax on flour has been 15%, 20% import duty. They pay 15% GST. Last year, the Finance Act took off the GST and reduced that one to 10%. Now, so why do you want us to go below 10% again? Now, it's zero GST. There is also, they have reduced it by another 15% for us to get to 10. So now, if you say we are going to reduce the tax to less than 10%, then it means you want to kill the local industry. Also, on the issue of rice, as well articulated by my learned engineer from Podloko, he has said it all. So for the increase in price of rice, although my student, I don't know the type of economy they have at Falaba, whereby Kobora, whereby rice is sold for 600,000. I don't know which economy is that. Transportation. Okay. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Referencing me and Kumola.
What's your...
Yeah, so for the cost of rice.
What's your SO?
34, Mr. Speaker.
24. To do
34.
what? Are you claiming that he misquoted you?
No, I just want to state why.
No.
Why?
No. Carry on, please.
Then the other thing, clarification, Mr. Speaker.
As far as I can recall, he has not misquoted you in any way. I heard you very distinctly when you said a bag of rice costs 600,000 in Kumola.
And that is what I want to clarify, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr.
That's
Speaker.
the point is made. The reference... No.
Mr. Speaker, you're not allowing my point of order?
No.
As in the case of others?
No, if you want to clarify something, yes.
Yes, I want to clarify.
No point. He has not misquoted you in any way.
He did.
He has not.
He's misunderstanding my
With
point.
the greatest deference to he has not. No. Carry on.
Take note for the time, Mr. Speaker. I also want to draw your attention to the difference between the Income Tax Act and the NRA Act. All of us know that before the NRA Act was already enacted, we had the Income Tax Act separate, custom separate, and all of them were brought together. So the issue of you referring to Commissioner giving instruction versus Commissioner General giving instruction, that I want you to take note of that we do not have Commissioner again at NRA, we have Commissioner General at NRA. Okay, then on the reduction, the threshold. This is a very important I want us to take note of. We have the large taxpayers, the medium taxpayers, the small taxpayers, and we have those infant ones. Before this time, they were considering those who have 6 billion and above as the large taxpayers. So it was on that basis that the GST was charged. Now they have reduced that one to 5 billion and above. They've also reduced the medium taxpayers from 350 million and above to 100 million to 300 million and above before GST can be charged on that. What does that mean? It is going to expand the revenue base, right? You are bringing more players on board. You are expanding the revenue base, thereby giving opportunity for the ECR. You know that we are now trying to introduce the ECR. One of the conditions here for introducing the ECR is for us to, ECR is the electronic cash register. It's for us to encourage other people to come on board. To encourage other people to come on board so that we can be able to enhance revenue. Some people might be saying that they may not have. One of the conditions for us really to use the ECR, according to the World Bank, is to ensure that we have a threshold that will bring more business people on board. So the threshold has been reduced. Then that
you should lecture us through the mic.
That I'm lecturing you through the mic. Don't worry. The issue of the fines for registration before this time, for people to be even file in their taxes, they have to write to them, run after them over and again. But now, if you levy fine, say 20 million, 30 million, 10 million, people will rush to make sure they file in their taxes. Then the one for the banks. Okay, NRA has the authority, just like the other authorities like ACC, because there was lacuna in the particular income tax. Sorry, business. Can I have your attention? I want your attention. The man from Yakambia.
No, but you're speaking to the House as a whole.
Yeah, to the House. Okay. Before this time, the Banking Act versus NRA Act, we have noticed that there is some lacuna. NRA has the power to make sure that through the audit, they call for financial statement and other financial documents for them to be able to assess businesses. But there is still lacuna. Even when they ask for financial documents, those people who own the businesses are supposed to bring the financial documents.
it might be possible that they can only submit a financial statement that they want NRA to see. So that is why NRA is requesting this House, in the interest of all of us, to avoid those briefcase businesses hiding behind others, so that the bank can help us when they default.
And with that?
I want to crave the indulgence of this House, so please make sure when we come to committee stage, we just cut the T's and the I's, and we let the minister go for him to do his job. Thank you very much.
I thank the honorable member for his contribution. We will now wind up this debate. Leader of opposition, you have the floor. Followed by the leader of government business. How many minutes did you ask for?
I just need 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, one can speak for them both because they are all members of COP.
Mr. Speaker, and as
I will recognize the honorable member from Kichom, Gambia District, and you will speak for 3 minutes. Gambia District, and you will speak for 3 minutes.
Some good ideas in the bill. Learned Professor has given us some of the rationale for the tariff measures. The good news is you said no more increases in taxes and so on. For me, that's most welcome. However, what the Speaker said is my worry. There are too many amendments by reference. And I have contacted now some of the agencies, and they're concerned. At least my feedback from some is that they've not been properly consulted. I had hoped yesterday in the privilege that some would have been there, that are the custodians of the main acts. So if you notice that I was listening a lot, Mr. Speaker, every now and again I go out to call. It is to check properly whether these amendments are consistent with the primary acts that we passed here. And you had given a ruling based on a motion moved that we should not have that practice. And when Honorable Chief Baikur said this is a super bill, indeed it is super in the sense that the amendments are many. So we would hope that at committee level we have better discussions. I'm very concerned about the procurement section. I went back to 2 audit reports, one 2015. One of the exemptions we want to give in that entity alone, the contracts were about $65 million. Just one. Yeah, there were 3. Equipment, refurbishment, rice, and so on. When I just looked at that 1 year, I just started imagining what $64 million could do for Frabe College. What $64 million can do for Connaught Hospital. What $64 million can do for the President's Diagnostic Center. So for me, I worry when I see special procedures for such procurement. I have trouble with that. Second, the special fund for disaster, I welcome it. However, I also asked, don't we have a fund already? If it is not broke, why are we creating another one? Also, I know I had a debate with, not honorable, because Speaker says honorable is only for us in Parliament, but His Excellency Mr. Radu Soare, the Minister of Information, when they created the COVID fund. He and I were, it's not excellency, when you go to the UN ministers, we call them excellencies. He and I had a debate on AYV, on the COVID fund, the special COVID fund, 1-hour debate, and I had gone back to the 2016 PFM Act. I had gone to other measures this Parliament took at Ebola. I question also whether we need a special fund now for disaster and whether that should be exempt from the PFM. So that's why I said I'm short, but I know during the committee stage we have an opportunity to expunge certain sections here, but also to ask for the principal agencies to come, and hopefully our legislative committee will give us the original acts, so we see the context within which certain provisions were made and why we want to amend them now. That's all I want to say, but I'm happy no taxes. This is great, and but as Lahai Mara has said, in our areas, petrol and rice, they add some more because we move them by Okada. So the inflation is biting heavier in Samu and Falaba than probably in Bo or Kenema. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. Over to you now, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, as we have kept saying, the finance bill is one of the most important bills that comes to Parliament, here in, here out, since 2006. For us to approve the government budget, we must be assured that there is the potential for the budget to be financed. And that is why this bill is before us. And probably that is the only reason why this bill is before us. If my memory could serve me right, Mr. Speaker, I believe even under your watch, it was agreed in this House that we should not circumvent the amendment of substantive legislations. Part of this Finance Act is attempting to do just that. Part of this Finance Act. So some of these things, because we don't want to say A today, and the same A, we call it B tomorrow. We have stopped it in the past, so I see no reason why we should not now. Bringing in the PFM Act, the Audit Service Act, the National Disaster Management Act, for minor amendment should not be an issue. It was last year or the year before last when we had the challenge in this House on the issue for the imprest. Now again, we're calling on the President again to be in charge of a fund which he could supervise easily, because the National Disaster Management is under the office of the President. But creating a special fund out of the agency itself, which the agency should not have direct control over, is in itself challengeable and questionable. Mr. Speaker, I understand what the minister said yesterday when we had the privilege. The Wellington scenario, the fire incident, the National Disaster Management Agency, well, as the late Chukuma Johnson would say, we are caught pants down because resources were not available. But those are lessons that we should learn from. This is an opportunity for that agency to be funded. Let us give them access to money now, so that we will only be looking forward for others outside those emergencies. Even as an agency now, they are yet to be funded. Then we are talking about emergency. So I would encourage the minister. This is something we resolved in this House before. So if we're going against it, one, I'll be shocked, but two, I also want to know why. The basic facts are, Mr. Speaker, the finance bill should be focused more on revenue generation. That is why the Commissioner General is here. The Commissioner General is always around when we do the finance bill. And after the finance bill, he will disappear. Because his duty is to raise revenue. He will be busy outside to find money to make sure that we finance the budget. So let us give him the leeway and space to raise revenue. But clouding or crowding this bill will not be helping him, because there will be provisions in here which will not be implemented by him. And this is about revenue. So you have provisions implemented by people outside the revenue generating institution. It's a challenge. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether I'm making some sense. Because the bill...
But you're always making sense.
Well, you know, because I want to speak for the leader, because I know he will not want to say anything.
Both of you always make sense. So carry on.
Mr. Speaker, there might be gaps here also, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member from Bombali, even though my brother from Godrich was going against him, but if this house, because housing today is a human right issue in the world, housing. And we know government in the past, more so in the recent past, up to this one, has been challenged in providing housing for ordinary middle or middle income earners. Most of us have been managing to build our houses. So the more cement goes up, the more iron rod goes up. Some of us, we have houses now. But those without a house, Mr. Leader, your nephew is disturbing me, Mr. Speaker. Your nephew is disturbing me.
He is subject to your authority and discipline.
Thank you, sir. You hear that? Loud and clear. But he is the shadow leader. This is the problem. Mr. Speaker, one thing I will not do, I will make requests when it comes to financial provisions, like I am doing now, for the minister to consider the reduction of taxes in some of these areas. But in those particular areas, even though I don't want you to look at me directly, we all will agree that the responsibility to make laws rests with Parliament. But because this is a special bill, we will not do it arrogantly. We will continue to consult. We will do it in areas where the budget and the bill could go side by side. Because we don't want to make a law that will have no effect. So I hope you will not watch me with that other eye, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, we make laws. You don't make laws.
It will be an eye of approval.
Sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, because these are specialized bills, there are reasons behind the figures. And unfortunately, we are not in the room when they are making these decisions. When the IMF will be hovering over them or the World Bank, we will not be in the room. But be that as it may, if it is something that could fit in, I want to request that the minister graciously look into these areas. Maybe he will want to consult with his experts, but it is something I wanted to look into. But the other areas we spoke about, my position still remains the same, because I remember during the last parliament, I was one of those, Idris, I was here, I don't know whether Salisu is around. I was an advocate in not allowing the Ministry of Finance to do these things. You remember when the Ministry of Finance tried certain things in the Finance Act. I stood up from that side, I resisted, and fortunately we succeeded. I hope we will succeed again today. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But the bill is a family.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. Over to you, Leader of Government Business.
The radicals are pop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Leader of the Opposition. Thank you very much for your brilliant contribution. It's a good time for us to start to understand what do we mean by the finance bill. It's good for us to understand that one. I will not take it from my head, but I will go globally to have the definition for the finance bill, so we can understand what it means by finance bill. Because I want to beef the definition given by our Leader of the Opposition. Finance bill, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, from the Google definition, finance bill. Finance bill is a bill that, as the name suggests, concerns the country's finances. It could be about taxes, government expenditure, government borrowings, revenues, etc., etc. Since the union's budget deals with these things, it is passed as a finance bill. So, and I'm saying it because is not only dealing with, yes, trying to give a pathway, how do we mobilize resources to support the budget. So we are going to both the expenditures and also how much we can get in terms of income generation. I listened to members talking about ministers trying not consulted, interfering with the MDAs. That is a very surprising statement to me. But Mr. Speaker, let me read from the Constitution, Section 62 of the 1991 Constitution. Let me read the powers of the minister over the MDAs. I read from the Constitution.
What section?
Section 62, sir. Administrations of ministries. I read. Where any minister has been charged with responsibility for any department of government, he shall exercise general direction and control over that department, and subject to such direction and the control, the department shall mandatorily be under the supervision of a permanent secretary, whose office shall be a public office. It's clear? The issue of people saying, what do you want the minister to do? He's taking total control of his ministry. The permanent secretary is like the secretary to the president in the ministry to the minister. Works under the directives of the minister. So the issue of people, Mr. Speaker, I challenge you on this. It's a provision of the minister.
The way you are interpreting it is...
I'm not interpreting it.
It makes me shudder, Edito.
No, I'm giving it directly.
No. Guide it.
Directly to you.
It makes me shudder.
No, it's direct to you. This is the mandate to control the department.
It should be exercised in a very draconian way.
It's not exercise. No, that's why I said you don't go to interpretation. I read it says supervisory role. The first 3 lines.
Why did you refer to it then?
Because they are saying the minister, they did not consult the MDAs. They are placed supervisory role over the MDAs. That's what exactly they have done. So, Mr. Speaker, the picture they presented is as if the minister is working in isolation, not taking his responsibility of constitutional mandate. He is working in tandem with the MDAs. Can you be patient, please? Preparing this document, which you have not read, preparing this document tells you that they have met, they have gone into consultations before making any financial bill. Before. So that's why they presented to us. If you go back at the back of the page, it's clearly written. I have made reference to this several times, that the amendments are there, giving reasons why the amendments are there. So that is why the ministry playing that particular supervisory role. They are not doing it in that draconian way as you have put it. They are not. They are very clear on their mandate.
But there is implicit in the word supervision that communication and consultation.
So that is the reason.
Is part and
exactly, you are saying it. That's the reason they have it as a reason justification in this strategy paper. This one they are presented to us. This legislation to be amended. This is a form of communication, Mr. Speaker. Except you want to say the minister has to beg the heads of MDAs before doing any financial adjustment for the finance bill. That's how I see it. But for me, the description given in Section 62 is very clear. It's very clear. And that's the reason why the Honorable Leader of the Opposition said, why you see the Commissioner General is always here. He is always here because at this time, they are going to implement the Finance Act. So they are here as a form of further consultation with Parliament, with the Minister, so that we can have a bill that's homogeneous for all of us.
Point of order, sir. Business, you have a powerful point. The only thing I would say to you, the bedrock of good governance is consultation.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, can you prove
of
I have
governance.
the proof because I have the proof. Because there is consultation based on document in front of us. That is a proof.
Yes.
The point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that particular part of the Constitution refers to a minister's supervisory role over his own ministry. It is not transversal, meaning that the Minister of Finance cannot dictate automatically to other agencies under other ministries. I know you have been a minister, I have been a minister, and Honorable I.B. Kago, we have been ministers, and we know our battles with the ministers of finance. So I just wanted to say, I understand why my colleague quoted it, But we insist that the agencies that are custodians of the acts, as you had ruled before, matters. That we need to see the whole document, and we need to know that those agencies agree to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
however, the agencies
very
are
interesting.
all under the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah, you know, if I don't know how you maybe there is a clear description. They said exercise supervisory role, direction. I'm coming. You know, before they prepare the budget, you know, they get retreat with all MDAs. The leader, the chairman of the committee was invited. The chairman of the committee was invited to that retreat. The minister reacted to that. He was invited. I saw the letter. So I'm just trying to reiterate the point that you are treating the whole matter as if the ministry is working in isolation without consultation with the other MDAs.
Who is you, quote unquote?
The chairman of the finance committee. He was there, he was invited, he went for the retreat. So sometimes when we make some of these statements, we need to follow. So for me, I'm very clear on Section 62. I'm very clear. I have incontrovertible evidence to show you that it's very clear they consulted them. They were in that meeting. So I challenge anybody. They were. My chairman of the select committee was there. He attended the meeting.
The presence of somebody doesn't mean that he's
Mr. Speaker. Inviting you for you to prepare a finance bill, a budget. You are telling me, Mr. Speaker, that person was not consulted? They have prepared this document. They did not need imagination. They prepared it from that meeting. So let me push my point now. So it's very clear that there is evidence in front of us. What you have not done, or what you have refused to do, we have refused to read the document in front of us. They cannot take bulky documents, as what my brother said from the honorable member from NGC, the leader, said they should bring all of the bulky documents to us. No, we don't need it. We don't make preference. In fact, this is more explicit if you have read it. It gives you the reason why they are doing the amendment, the justification, and the provision in the Parent Act, and what they are about to change in the present bill, or the act that you are about to pass. That's the justification. It's clear. They are very explicit. So it's for us to do the debate in the way that it can make sense to all of us. When you make your point, you make reference. If you disagree with the justification, you come out very clearly that I disagree with justification. I prefer reasons. But let me further ahead. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me again, they have not deviated from the title we have. This Finance Bill Act is being an act to provide for the amendment for the laws relating to the imposition and alteration of taxes. I have defined Finance Bill and telling you now. So if you want to do alteration and imposition of taxes, this is the format you have to take, Mr. Speaker. They have not missed any point. They have not done anything wrong outside the context of the law. So if you want, for example, if you want to amend certain amount that has to do with the procurement, you want to take a procurement activity somewhere that has to do with the ceiling, they all have the responsibility. We have the responsibility to carry Section 110. What we do, we give them the responsibility to negotiate taxes, and we come here to effect it in the form of a law. That's a provision in this constitution given to members of parliament. So they have not 300 billion, as the case may be, from the Ministry of Finance. But interesting to note that what has been the implementation and the enforcement? They are struggling with that. Even when my colleague talk about the cash register machine to collect revenues, there are challenges. Every day it's a confrontation between for them to carry out the enforcement, to put this cash register machine all over the place. I was on the other side when they started to impose, we talk about the hot tax war. Yeah, the hot tax war, we can still remember that one. We are talking about, if you read, let me read the provision. Very interesting.
Which one?
The local content provision given in the act. Page 3. Tariff code 2.22.03. Local manufacture beer of more than 80% locally produced raw materials, including sorghum, cassava, maize, sugar, and beer, barley, is 5%. You have the other one going, the more you use local material, the lesser you get the tariff. The more you use local materials. But in the consumption rate we have to examine. The customers, those who are doing it. If I'm a consumer of a particular product, what is the price? How we checking the price control vis-a-vis the tax waiver given to them? So all what you are saying, All of what you are saying is good. But we are giving so much body on the ministry. Members of Parliament, we also have our oversight function. Have we also asked the NRA department what is happening in terms of livelihood, what is happening in terms of all of these taxes that we have given as tax waivers? What are the challenges? And we are there to support them. So we are not doing it because of mere exercises. We want to do an enactment because of our MPs. We are doing it so that they can have the platform to generate revenue and encourage those who are producing more. But what is happening, even when we are giving 0% for rice, 0% for rice taxation, it's still going up. So the thing we start to talk about, for the past years, they are not paying taxes at the port. But rice is still going up. We need to sit down and look at what has been the increment, a substantial increment in rice. Can we look at the supply chain? The consumer is really affected. We are giving 0%, but what is the effect? We lack basic implementation and enforcement of the law. But we sit here, we say, oh, we are giving 0% of tax waivers. And we come here, we're praising it. We use it as a political tool. All of us.
That was not what the Minister of Trade said here.
We are talking about finance bill. We are talking about finance bill now. We know we gave 0%. The minister is here, you should explain. He is always there to implement. No, so if it's not working.
You cited the example of rice.
Yes, rice is 0.
Recall the time we summoned the Minister of Trade and...
I'm talking about the tax. It's 0.
He admitted that it was 0.
Yes.
But nevertheless, the price of rice kept skyrocketing.
But it's the same thing I'm saying.
Yeah, the explanation he gave was different from what you are saying now. Well, carry on.
Well, for me, I think we have to look at other factors that is leading to the increment of price.
Freight, for example.
Well, we need to check it.
And he emphasized,
so that's the reason we are going to bring up. That is the reason other
that.
essential commodities are going to be inserted in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Other essential commodities, we are going to talk about them. So I don't want to say if we are talking about local content, giving all of these waivers given to local content, trust me, Mr. Speaker, we need to do further inspections and further implementation and enforcement. We need to support NRA. There is no way we are just praising, or there is no way. We really need to support them. The installation of the tax register machines is a big challenge to them. I have been in touch with the CG. If I enter anywhere to do transaction, I will ask for the machine. If not available, I will call him. That's how we should act as Ghanaians. If you don't see them, call. We should be whistleblowers. And that brings to mind when they mention in the bill about whistleblowers. That's why I said we should protect whistleblowers. We should protect them. It's not only giving them compensation in form of cash. Let us protect them. If I get somewhere, please, I'm speaking. Please. If you get somewhere and they well know that you are giving out information. And for me, when I get to that particular transaction point, I told them that I'm going to call the CG. Right from there, I called the CG. I told the CG that you have to implement it because you are collecting my money, no receipt, no GST, nothing. But I'm paying the price for it. It's not a political tool. You have to pay taxes. You have a child responsibility of taking care, bringing that machine and child levies. When there is no machine, those who are doing the business people are profiting. So for me, that is one thing we are going to talk about. So we have mentioned about protecting them, where we see that is very necessary for a whistleblower to come in. And we have mentioned about, Mr. Speaker, people are talking about, let us go back to the act. We really are interested. Let's go back to the act. I heard Honorable Tawa and colleagues on the other side arguing about this account managed. No, it's very straightforward. The disaster special emergency account is not a fund. In the bill, there is a fund. In the act, there's a fund. But there is no account. The account they are going to establish, they are not going to put money there. They are going to open the account in case for an emergency like what happened at Wellington. What is happening, the minister explained it explicitly yesterday. It's only the president, by authority, that can declare an emergency for a state. And that president, under that state of emergency have declared, we direct funds to that account. We direct funds into that account. And that is a procedure. Because there are procedures when you look at establishment of the fund, the utilization, and you're looking at some of the procurement activity around the utilization of that fund, thinking about the situation at that particular point in time, it will be difficult. So they are very clever enough, and they say what they are saying here. Yes, That is the idea. It's the spirit I'm giving you.
Oh, yes.
The spirit.
But
now what
I'm sorry,
Mr. Speaker, wait, let me land, sir.
The spirit is different from the
Let me land. I told you earlier that at the select committee, at the committee stage, we'll do the amendment.
Okay.
The word they have used, manager, I gave you my word. We should look at that. They should not be the referee and the player at the same time. They should incorporate the agency to be part of that account. That is the case. We are going to make sure the agency be part of the operation of that account, because they are charged with the responsibility of operating an emergency under disaster. So because the fund is a framework, and the account is specific operation for a particular disaster management. So that is what they have done, and that is the idea. So for use of force mandate, we can come to that. But
the use of force is important.
I said we can come to that. I have not omitted that one. And they have done something very clever. Very, very clever. You know, all of what we are doing every year, we are doing, Auditor General is coming to audit us, but we are paying colossal amount of internal auditors. So much money are given to internal auditors. So what they have done, they think that maybe it has been an oversight or not, they have empowered the internal auditor of every institution. That is what they have done. Let me read the provision for you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Go to page 16. Page 16. Clause 6. I will just take clause 6. Notwithstanding this act, clause 6. Notwithstanding this act or any other subclause 6, yes, subclause 6, sorry. 16, subclause 6. Notwithstanding this act or any other law, where a person fails to respond to an query or observation from internal auditor, his remuneration, fees and allowances shall mandatory withheld, subject to the authorization of the Director of Internal Audit until officer responds to the internal audit query or observation. We don't treat our internal auditors with respect. That's all over the place. Kudos to you, Mr. Minister. You have done well in that direction, empowering them. I mean, before the Auditor General comes once a year, but the internal auditor is always with us, auditing our activities within our MDAs. So for you to just ignore, let me tell you what happens sometimes. When they come around, they will ask, the internal auditor will send a memo out that I want to do internal auditing. They will ignore the internal auditor. It's happening all over. Parliament is not an exception. They don't treat them seriously. So with this provision, this one I will push for it to be enacted, Mr. Speaker. It's very important for us to have it, and they have seen that we have to tidy up our books to create all. At the end of the day, the external auditor, the Auditor General, they don't have much time to come and look at all the books. They don't have much time. Trust me, be very honest. But the internal auditor, they have time at every month. They look at your activities, so if they are properly seated. When the Auditor General comes with our team, it will be very clear that the format they are going to bring, what they are going to do in the accounting system, everybody will cooperate. And that's what exactly it should be. So the internal auditor must be respected and given the powers that enshrined in this bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we will not agree with certain things, but we have to do it for the good of our people.
I'm a great admirer of yours, especially when you're making powerful points. But on this particular occasion, it seems climate change has crept into the world.
No, I'm summarizing. Yes, I'm summarizing now. I just want to urge the House. There are 3 things I want to mention. 3. One, essential commodities.
Bear that in mind.
Yeah. I will.
Climate change.
I will. Climate change. I am sweating also. So, we have to look at essential commodities, especially substitutes to rice, to staple food. You have flour. We are again in the same bill. We are giving 0% for wheat for industrial production. That is flour production. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, the price of bread is just going up. All food material associated with flour is just going up. So I can remember, if my memory can serve me well, that we talked about 10% in the last percentage tax levy. I will urge the House that when we come to the committee stage, let us again look at importation of flowers. It's used as a substitute commodity for rice. People are using bread and other flour substitute as a staple food for themselves now. So let us try to look at how best we can review that tax and bring it to a comfortable percentage. Of course, we should look at cement, iron ore as essential commodities. Shelter is basic human right. For you to provide shelter for people, you may make sure you have to look at the price of the building materials, the cost of those materials that will lead to construction of shelters. So for me, I will push again when we come to the committee stage to see how best we can negotiate some of these things to come to a comfortable agreement. And the other one, I push it to I know the minister will respond to us that we push for floor price for voice calls in the last finance bill. Now, I will push because people are making more call on data now, data calls, than the voice call. More. The WhatsApp calls, the VPN, the Viper, or what you call it, other medium of communication. We need to have a floor price for data now. We need to do that. Because if people are just play around with it, we did for the voice call and revenue was generated. We can do for floor price for the data call and revenue can be generated. All of these are good for our revenue-based generation. So that government expenditure and looking at projects that we want to undertake, there is revenue available. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me end up. We have talked about the porous crossing border point. I'm happy I asked them yesterday, why do you need to tell us we have to at a particular point in time? Of course, we all know that it's clear in our minds that the Commissioner General is the name that we are going to use all over. There is no conflict in there. We have done the amendment a long time ago. If I want to use, because there's so much porous crossing border point, so much porous crossing border point. So the Commissioner General sees that there is a point here people are using it frequently, and revenue should be collected from that point. I think I agree with them that they need to see how best they can come out with a statement from the Commissioner in consultation with the minister that they need to have additional crossing border points. Because it's happening. It's a reality. So for now, we have traditional crossing border points, but we need to add more. So they are giving us insight that at any time, the Commissioner General will tell us which point and which point you are going to use. So there is more to this. You know, when you travel along, when you use the roads, you realize that so much is happening along the border points. Revenue has been lost. So much. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I think the proposal they have made, taking into consideration about the global warming. In fact, let me bring something about COP26, the climate change. You know, there was a time we agree on the cylinder gas, the tax levy. But when we come to the committee stage, we'll deal with that. We gave GST, we removed GST, but the import duty remained the same. So for our own contribution towards the global trend, that's the climate change, we need to do some waivers in that direction to support the climate change, the effect we are getting. So when we come to the committee, we'll deal with that. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have not missed the point. What we are about to do is just to see how best we can alter taxes with the power given to the minister, Section 62 of the supervisory rule. And with this document showing the consultation level, with the letter sent to my chairman of the Finance Committee, who attended the meeting, heavy consultation was made to prepare this document. I thank you very much for your contribution. I believe that when we come to the committee stage, those points that we have raised, issues that has to do with revenue proper, without malice, for the interest of revenue mobilization and expenditure, let us come together. Let us have consensus on some of these clauses. Thank you very much. May Lord bless us all.
I thank the leader of government business for his very powerful contribution to the debate and the great emphasis he has placed on consultation. I wish consultation was justiciable, but it is not. I wish consultation was justiciable. But it is not under our Constitution, subsection 14 of section 171. Mr. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, for attentively listening to the debate of the Finance Bill FY 2022. I have listened attentively.
If you are in doubt, let me say this. Mr. Minister, with your indulgence, I am Putoko by birth, Karine by legislation. Carry on, Mr. Minister.
Can I continue?
By all means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have listened attentively to various sides of the aisles, and I think I learned a lot from the debate, and I noted certain specific areas that I need to make some clarity on. One of the burning and key issues is the consultation of MDAs with specific reference to NPPA. I believe the head of NPPA, or the chief executive, is not here because he wanted to travel. Otherwise, he would have been with me, but definitely. I don't know who Honorable Yom Keller has consulted over the period that gave him that consultations were not made. In this regard, I want to assure the House that a lot of due diligence was done in discussing most of the provision and almost all of the provisions that we have in the finance bill. What comes to my mind, if we can have a closer look at some of the legal instruments that we propose amending, I believe the supervision of almost all of these agencies fall within my province. I own NRA. You are talking about Customs Act, Excise Duty Act, Income Tax Act, Finance Act is my own baby, Goods and Service Tax, the Customs Act, even the public procurement is a financial function. I can give you a little bit, let me digress a little bit on how we formulated the procurement authority. Those who, like Dr. M. Keller was saying, I mean, we had a central tender board based in the Ministry of Finance, and it was the central tender board that we transformed into the procurement authority. But as he rightly said, there are certain times when you are formulating these rules, when some people are powerful, they try to skew it to suit them. But I was very happy one of the authors that did that had to suffer the consequences of his actions when we had the APC in 2007. I have to be blunt and very explicit for history that I know. And we cannot continue down that trend. I have a good relationship with the procurement authority. The provisions that we referred to in the amendment of the Procurement Act, I think there are just two areas dealing with the disaster management and dealing with specific items under the security sector. We are not proposing for us to have waivers for the building of a barracks or building of a house or buying uniform. We are looking at
specific items relating that nobody uses otherwise, that should be looked at from the point of the Defense Council and approved. I don't think, for goodness sake, in other countries, if they are subjecting, when they want to buy armored cars or armored personnel carriers or arms and ammunition, it's all in the papers showing the quantities, who they're buying from, etc., etc. Without enacting the law, believe me, we have not been subjecting these procurements to the normal rules and regulations, but we deem it fit that we should do it to conform with the rules and regulations. We can ask, you give this waiver, but it's not enough for us to keep within the precincts of the rules and regulations of the country. So that's why we are asking. So if you look at the National Procurement Authority, I bring their acts. The Minister of Finance has responsibility in bringing even their annual reports here. I believe, honorable members, they can only eat for themselves. It shows how interrelated my supervisory skills or supervisory powers is with the National Procurement Authority. I don't think we have interfered with the operations, general operations, or the acts that we want to amend are really relating to the general operations or the technical operations of these agencies. Any amendment we want to do must be fiscal. It borders on financial management. It borders on either tax rates. It borders on how you should collect your revenue. It borders on how you should expend your revenues with all of the agencies that we are talking about. For the NRA, all the amendments we want to do is to support them. It is not to work against their activities. And I believe we have made it very explicit in the Act. So the NPPA, I believe, we've done more justice in trying to amend that act, but with your powers, you have to give us the support, then we'll be able to carry that out effectively. But I can assure you that a lot of consultation was done with most of the MDAs, unless somebody really does not want to be honest or allude to the fact that the process of itself of really budget preparation has a modus operandi that must be followed, even up to the point that the IMF is involved, our donor partners are involved. These issues we've discussed with them up to the point that we all accepted that inclusion in the Act of those amendments should be done. Now, I come to the point of disaster management, Mr. Speaker and honorable members. The idea we conceived was not to micromanage the disaster management agency. I think it's a help that we want to assist for them to have access to funds as and when necessary in the execution of their duty. Perhaps the drafters on the context might have included, I'm seeing everybody talk manage. That could be looked at. But frankly, we wanted to establish, or we are proposing that we establish a separate account which is different from the operational account of the agency. If we use the operational account of the agency, there is a likelihood or there is a possibility By the time you have disaster, you have problems, no matter what funds you might have accumulated over the period. It could have been used on their administrative side. My vehicle is destroyed, we have to support this. I have to go for conferences, we have to support this. So when there's a danger somewhere, you don't have a fallback position. And we will be running after donors, philanthropists, for people to give us money or to give us aid in order to support them to accomplish their duties. So to me, the account we are talking about is just like an escrow account, to which I'm not a signatory. The financial secretary is not a signatory. Nobody is a signatory to it, definitely. If the president deems fit to declare an emergency and we have funding, he gives instructions that such a fund should be relegated or remitted to the disaster agency for their operations, like we do even with the COVID-19. We have accounts for them, special account, but we don't operate those accounts. Anytime they need funds, we just authorize the accountant general from the presidency, authorize the accountant general and the financial secretary, and they transfer directly to their operational accounts. And that's what they use to run such agencies. For most institutions, it happens that way. So I don't think the disaster agency is an exception, or we want to micromanage them in any form or shape. It's just a transit account. You can change the name. It's a special deposit account that has to be established. It's a contingent fund that we get contingent funds and escrow account, which monies can be transferred into their operational accounts as and when necessary, but for specific purposes of disaster. At that point, what happens, whether it's flooding, it's fire, at that point in time. And the reason why we said it should not be subjected to procurement is not that we do not want them to follow the procurement rules and regulations, but like it happened few days ago or few weeks ago with the fire, people came to Connaught, they were admitted at Connaught, even gloves were not available. What do? They ran to nearby pharmacy, collected items, will pay you later. That's a violation of procurement. We should have said we want 3 performers for this, or you advertise for 21 days before you could release those kind of funds. And believe me, if you ask them, they will tell you that they will find it very difficult to even account for what happened at that time. And it's an emergency situation. You subject it, the account, funds from that account to be utilized perhaps within a week, 2 weeks, most, for them to account for it. So we are not saying we want to open an account wherein the president has control over, or the minister of finance has control over, to be using under the office of the disaster agency. That is not the issue. The issue of debt collection, the Honorable Paramount Chief really brought in some clear illustration of how in America debt collectors do harass people. But I think he was talking from experience. He must have been subjected to that at one point in time in the US. And if that is so, that is not our intention to harass people. Like I said yesterday in the pre-leg, it's the idea and proposal is based on 2 fronts. The NRA is charged with the responsibility of collecting revenue. And if you are charged with the responsibility of collecting revenues and you don't collect the revenues, then you leave it. You leave it and not collect it, and you keep it as a kind of arrear that has to accumulate to be transferred in your projections in due course, then I don't think that's a justifiable method of doing business. All over the world, even in the UK, it's a best practice that if people are busy, you are busy collecting normal day-to-day operations, day-to-day funds, revenues, you subject it to debt collectors. I have not been to Mongolia, but it could be an experience from the older man for him to give an experience of what happens in Mongolia from an undertone I'm reacting to. But definitely, I believe you've been in the Western world. If you don't pay your university fees, somebody will chase you to pay that fees. It's not the university. They don't have time. They have something else that they should be doing. The modalities will be clearly stated if this provision is approved on how we go about it. It's not a question of, and the second aspect I wanted to make was, it will urge the NRA to collect more, because you don't want somebody to collect on your behalf and have some percentage whilst you go out with that percentage. If you are collecting, you are supposed to have 3% at the end of the day, then you have 10 billion that you cannot collect and get the 3% out of that 10 billion. Somebody else collect it, you are losing. You are losing some money that you should be using to manage your own institution. And it will have an adverse impact on you, either in terms of the amount of people you have to pay, you don't pay, or you have vehicles that are breaking down. So the next time you will urge yourself and urge your team that, no, we cannot go down this way, we have to collect. And if they collect all the revenues, there is no need. That's what we want them to do. So those are the two considerations that I thought of and made this proposal to the House. I think the same Honorable Paramount Chief said, and other speakers, honorable members, that the finance bill, we want to make the finance bill a super bill or a bill of bills. I don't think that is the intention. What we believe in, that we want to have the finance bill as a moderator of bills. Moderator in the sense where my fiscal provisions are, and I think it's not working well, yes, then we go on there and deal with the fiscal provision. I will not interfere with technical provisions of legal instruments. I will not interfere with the management provisions of legal instruments. But where the fiscal positions are, then we try to see how we can relate based on the object of the finance bill. So it's not superiority over other bills. The bills are a series of provisions. Dealing with one section of it, I don't think, particularly the fiscal management side of it, I don't think we are really too drastically interfering with the management or the provisions of the bill. Honorable Mara talked about welfare. I know Parliament has been working very well with Ministry of Finance even before I assumed office. And I will assure you that I will continue working with you for your welfare.
Mr. Minister, you've struck a chord that resonates very well with the House. May I crave your indulgence that you take your seat for a moment? Whereas members of Parliament enjoy the luxury of moving in and out, I'm sure you'll all understand if I stand the House down for at least 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Minister, you were at a point where I'm sure all of us would like to hear from you, because it is a chord that resonates well with us in this house, our welfare. Since this is the first time you're appearing before the House, nothing will give us greater pleasure than to hear your commitment to the welfare of members of this House, so that it will be recorded in our records. So I will ask that you repeat where you left off, and you will see or hear the response of the House to what you have to say. Over to you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, a member of parliament mentioned or proposed for the bill or for the ministry to look into the welfare of parliamentarians. Like I said, the Ministry of Finance have been having a good relationship or cooperating with the House of Parliament. And I can assure you that I'll follow the trend and give the necessary support where possible to the House of Parliament. So that's for the records.
For the records, Mr. Minister, it is the desire of this House to strengthen the relationship with you more than we had with your predecessor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, a member of parliament mentioned that the Finance Act should be a document that hopes for the future. Indeed. That is why we come here and make proposals. We make proposals based on the projections we have agreed to as a government to support the development aspirations of the country. In that regard, the Ministry of Finance believes that we do not create unnecessary tax burden on the people of this country. We do debate, we do discuss every single provisions that were made in this finance bill until an agreement is reached. Because we know the trend, the global trend of issues in the world, that is why we did not propose any tax increase or rate increase in this particular finance bill. I listened to a lot of points based on specific issues from both sides of the aisle. We want to help our people, we want to do more for our people, but the difficulty is, as a nation, our hands are tied. Our hands are tied because the only means of revenue generation basically in this country is through taxation. We have not got the production levels, the industrialization that is required for us to earn foreign taxes, for us to have a comfortable balance of payment. So what that means, we are just buying goods from outside and not exporting. We import more and export very little. So when you see, if I can digress a little, when you see things, the prices of freight that we have been talking about, if you have a ship that brings in commodities and goes empty, then the shippers have a tendency of getting a fair value or fair cost more than other countries that are exporting, because you come, you take some goods, you pay for it, they get money out of the goods that they are taking back from some other countries, unlike what happens in Sierra Leone. We are bound to be faced with those kind of problems in terms of freight. And that's a key component which I believe we should take note of whilst we are discussing this bill. So if you see, for the advocate of people-centered advocator, you advocate for people not to kill other areas of the economy. You kill other areas that you have necessarily need funds for to support the citizenry. We need money to take care of schools. We need money to take care of the health sector. We need money to take care of the agricultural sector, and so on and so forth. Where do we get these monies from? It's from the taxes. So that's why I'll implore on every member of the House, without fear or favor, for us to have a critical look and have considerations to assist government through the Ministry of Finance by accepting most of the provisions or almost all of the provisions we placed in this bill. Tax waivers generally is a component of a pricing formula. You put tax, you waive it, it comes to zero. But if other prices, exchange rate goes up, freight goes up, there is bound to have impact on the cost of the commodity. So reducing the tax to zero does not even create that impact that you will definitely have the price to the level at which you want. A classical point is the rice. Basically, we have taxes waived, but the price still continues. There are factors. That's why, in his wisdom, the president wants all of us to be farmers. If we are farmers who produce what we can eat, then the propensity for us not to have high prices in food, particularly rice, if we are producing rice at commercial levels, will ease off a little bit. So we have not added tax. We have not readjusted tax, but we have just gave you the basics that we feel is required. Fuel, like one of the honorable members mentioned, that we should reduce tax on fuel. Basically, I don't think if there is much that you are benefiting in terms of tax imposition on fuel. And the price of oil continues to increase, if not on a daily basis, but on a weekly basis. At the moment, I can assure you that Sierra Leone has the least cost of fuel. The least price for a liter of fuel. When I looked at figures, even in Liberia, the average cost of fuel in the sub-region is about 11,000 leones per liter. Countries like Ivory Coast have 11,837. Ghana has 12,551. But you want tax reduction. So I'm just giving you a scenario. I'm just giving you analysis. And at the end of the day, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, at the end of the day, we might not want it, but the reality must be accepted. We are now losing, if we don't be careful in the next couple of months to December, we will be using money from the budget to support subsidy on fuel. We are almost there if we are not there, because from figures I looked at, we will be using funds from the budget to subsidize fuel, which contravenes the agreement we have with our international partners. So the idea of saying...
Mr. Minister, Mr. Minister, I know this is relatively new to you. I know that during the debate, I saw you taking copious notes as the members spoke. It is those points that you noted that you should be responding to. Ignore the undertones.
Okay.
They are meant to distract you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stay focused and keep to your script.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in that regard, I'll move on to the issue of internal auditors. Like the leader of government business said, it is of utmost importance for the House to have due consideration to that provision that we have stipulated in the Act. It is not a measure that we want to superimpose on public servants, but it's a measure that we want to use for compliance. And as long as we don't have measures that will ensure that people comply to audit queries, audit findings, then it will be a difficult situation for us to be meeting the implementation of those findings. If we don't implement those findings, generally with our donors, we have a very low rating of our CPIA, which gives us access to more funds from donors. So once that is low, the lower it is, the lower the funds you receive from donors. And most of it comes as a result of audit findings implementation. The honorable member spoke about trade, that the trade minister was here, and he spoke about the issue of price increases or trade increases. And I think it was proposed by the honorable member of parliament that we should do some provisions that reduce the cost of freight. We reduce the cost. But that's difficult. We cannot. Sierra Leone does not own a ship that brings these bulk cargoes into the country. We do not own aircraft that will do cargo. And even for the ones that we have lorries that do transportation of these essential items, the cost of fuel also contributes to that. So we cannot have any measure that we can put into the finance bill in relation to the production cost leading to freight. The next burning issue was the fiber. I think that was addressed by Honorable Medlands in relation to the relationship in amending the Act for the Commissioner and Commissioner General. Like we said yesterday in the pre-leg, we had a Customs Act, Income Tax Act, which is the Parent Act of 2000, which was introduced, and we had the Customs Act as well. But what happened in 2006, both the Customs and the Income Tax were merged to form the National Revenue Authority. So if you merge those two revenue institutions under the umbrella of one administration, and we still continue to refer to the Income Tax Act, then it's not a justified way of revenue collection. Government can be taken, or the NRA can be taken to court in the near future based on the wrong provisions, implementation of activities of the wrong provisions, and it does not even give the power. If an act is giving power to commissioner, if an act is giving power to commissioner instead of the Commissioner General, who deals with the entire revenue institutions, then it's a difficulty. The other burning issue that came up was the Procurement Directorate in the Ministry of Finance, and that that one was rejected by the House. Yes, I agree with the decision of the House at that time, because, to be honest, we had no reason why that particular provision should have been before the House. If you look at the 2016 Public Financial Management Act, it gives the power to the minister to establish or continue the existence within the ministry, as the case may be, such departments, divisions, or units as he may consider necessary or expedient in the execution of his duty. Notwithstanding, I can digress a little bit to give you the rationale for the establishment of the directorates in the Ministry of Finance. It was part of a World Bank condition at a particular point in time in the early 2000s that brought the issue of Directorate of Budget, Directorate of Internal Audit, Directorate of Procurement, and there are four directorates. I cannot give you offhand the next, but that was just what that was implemented. So it wasn't an offshoot of the NPPA. It was before NPPA. The directorates that we agreed, it was before then. So I don't know why this should be really a subject of issue of directorates. We design, review, and have, based on our PSR reforms, to have directorates to ensure. So that is key. I don't think if the Ministry of Finance have done anything that is so wrong that warrants a debate from the House. But being the supreme authority, the House members, I applaud your discussions that you held over it, and I just wanted to make that clarification. We can have the tariffs. The issue of tariffs have been dealt with quite a bit. The one for flour, I don't think we increased it. We even have GST on lower on flour, 0, and a lower rate of custom duty. We did not impose new taxes. The issue of cement came in. Iron rods, we are considering and listening to the head of the House. We will look into it. We have already been discussing it to ensure, because iron rods, cement are becoming essential items now in the country that everybody needs to pay attention to. We will look into it based on what the discussions we'll be holding with you before the end of the sessions. Like Honorable Leader of the House said, on the issue of the gas cylinders for firewood, I think we have accepted that climate change is a problem. In Sierra Leone, we are seeing the rate of flooding happening in various parts of the country, and we believe we should be able to have a look at that. It's noted that we will review the rate, if not exempt the entire duty on the use of gas burners. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, with those few clarifications, I believe I have not exhaustively answered, but I have made exhaustive attempts to answer the submissions on the debate.
You certainly have. And with that, move.
I end my submission to the House.
And you move.
And I move that
the bill be read.
That oh, you're so? Oh, look at the paper here. Which one? Mr. Speaker, honorable member, I move that the bill entitled Finance Act 2022 be read the second time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled the Finance Act 2022 be read the second time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The bill entitled the Finance Act 2022, being an act to provide for the amendment of the laws relating to the imposition and alteration of taxes, duties, rates, fees, and provides for the financial proposals and other related financial matters incidental thereto, has been read the second time. Committee stage. Weeks off.
Mr. Speaker,
Clauses.
weeks off. Mr. Speaker, weeks off.
Clauses 1 to 34 stand part of the bill.
Can someone please guide the minister? Mr. Minister, can you move? Mr. Chairman. Can you please move?
Chairman, not to speak for the Mrs. Mr. Chairman, I move that clause. This exactly happened there.
I was tempted to say Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I move that clauses 1 to 34 stand parts of the bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that clauses 1 to 34 stand part of the bill. We shall now consider the bill page by page. Page 1. Page 2.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I raised a point since yesterday about substitute commodity towards our staple food. One such is flour, and the last Finance Act, the one we have now, is talking about flour itself, because we have wheat for industrial flour production with 0%, and we are not still seeing the substantial decrease in the price of bread and other associated commodities, but we are seeing an increment in the price. So I'm now pushing for the flour itself, the imported, yes. The tariff should be, now we have 10% for that. Now I'm pushing for 5%.
Mr. Minister, I will put that question to you. We try to accommodate proposals now by way of a consensus between your side and the House, rather than putting things to a vote all the time. What's your reaction to that? I know.
Mr. Chairman, I acknowledge the submission of the leader of government business, but the difficulty there is we belong to a community, and the community has specific provisions on tax rates and that we should accept. And the common external tariff makes provision for 10%. So going down that line, we must have abridged the provision of what we have signed up to for the common external tariff. So I crave the indulgence of the House for us to kindly leave the tariff as it is.
It's an international obligation under the ECOWAS protocols?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you see, I did say in my presentation that the reason why we are pushing it, we know we are obliged to obey by or to move with the external common tariff, the ECOWAS obligation. But we also look at our circumstance in certain areas. We have done that. I know it's a deliberate attempt for me to push. I want to get commitment from the ministry or from NRA. How best the production given for the wheat is 0%, but we are still seeing increment in the bread and associated commodities and other products that are being made from flour. So we cannot give 0%, and we are not seeing the benefits, Mr. Chairman. We cannot. So if that is the standard. He has to tell us, he has to convince us why we should stay 0% with wheat for industrial flour production for 0. They have to convince us. Otherwise, we go at par. No, I'm coming. Wait. You have to convince us. It's 0. We know we want to enhance the local content. But, so, that's it, yes. Is the wheat? No, it's a local go. Not in content now. We are moving from that.
You have been encouraged to import wheat and produce flour locally rather than importing the finished product called flour. If you bring in flour, it's 10%, and that is something you've signed up to under the ECOWAS protocols.
No, we are not against the common external tariff. That point is clear. But we are still saying if you look at production with 0. My point is we are not doing much. All of this, as I said, even if you go to the other page, page 3, you have 5, 8, 7, but the prices are still up, Mr. Chairman, are still up. I'm not forcing them to change it from 0 at all. I'm saying they need to tell us how best we can handle the situation. Whether is the standard they are saying, this is the internal. I'm not talking about the external importation that they locally produce, which is 0%. We have agreed, but they need to tell you how we can handle these local content issues and the effect of pricing. In pricing, because even if the one we are talking about, the 5% in the other column, the effect is we are not seeing the effect. The minister knows. We are not seeing the effect. What is that? Just a commitment. Just commitment.
How can they commit?
No, just for enforcement.
Can I make a point?
Yeah, make a point.
Okay. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, can I make a point? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, yeah, we are talking about local content policy, as he is saying, but the moment we encourage our local people to produce, now they are thinking of establishing a flour mill at Sesame at that particular point. So that is one thing I think Minister of Trade and others should push. Once we get this, like a demand and supply thing, once the supply increases, naturally the price will come down. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, sir. What we want the minister to do for us and the team from finance to tell us what is the threshold. Is the threshold saying not exceeding 10%, or is it saying not below 10%? If we know that, then we will know exactly where we stand. Because if it is not above 10%, then it means it can be 2, it can be 5, it can be 8. If it is saying not below 10%, then we keep it to 10. So let's know what the rule is. Mr. Minister.
Yeah. It's up to 15%.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Minister.
Let the minister respond.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the CET rate should not be below 10%. In fact, it ranges between 10 to 15%. But we took the lower end. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the only issue out dealing with the local content is for us to open more flour mill factories, industries. So we will work, in this regard, we will work with the Ministry of Trade to ensure that we have investors that will be dealing in this sector. At the moment, I think some few people have made proposals that is under consideration, but I will work with the Minister of Trade on this.
So you import more wheat for industrial production locally?
Yes, sir.
That's the answer?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On the same point?
No, different issue there, yes.
On page 2?
Well, no, I'm jumping on page 3.
Okay, well, you're ahead of us. Wait.
Okay.
Page 2. Fine. Let's go on. Page 3 then. Chief.
On the Excise Act 1982.
We are still in page 2.
I thought we were...
No. I'm step by step. Page 2. No, sorry,
Okay,
sir.
hold on,
Page
Chief.
2. Page 2, this is very important. I know you'll be happy when I'm going to push it. Page 2. I said in my debate, I did say dwelling is in the fundamental human right, shelter. It's fundamental human right. And if we want to make sure that shelter is taken care of and we have the way to build our houses, we should look at the material cost. So we are now seeing iron rod is going up for 1 ton iron rod, which 84 length is 11,250,000 for 1 ton, over $1,000. So we have now for the rate, the tariff for iron ore is 10%. So I want us under this category, under H.S.code 7215.90, the duty to be changed from 10 to 5% for iron ore importation. Iron ore. Iron rod. Sorry, iron rods. Sorry. Iron rods. Sorry. Iron rods. Iron rods.
I thought you brought in a steel mill.
No, sorry, sir. It's a zest for me to change it from 10% to 5%.
Okay.
It's the zest. So from 10% to 5%.
Yes.
Yes. You want me to do L?
Yes.
The next.
Cement.
Cement.
Yes.
I told you about. We have given people concessions. I can remember my colleagues on the other side. They said, we should not, Mr. Minister, you are not here. They said we should not give concession to 2 groups. I don't want to name names. 2, they have 10%. The other has 20%. So now cement is just going up. From 85,000, from 75,000, we are now buying 120,000 for bags. Yes. So cement, I want us to change flat rate from 20% for any importer of local production to 10% for tariff. I so move, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Still, page 2.
I so second, Mr. Speaker. Before you second the motion, you have to wait. Give us chance to continue before you second the motion.
Okay, it's under custom. Oh, okay.
I have not asked for it. Order. I have not asked for a seconder yet. Mr. Minister, I inferred from your statement in response to the debate that you are not entirely averse to considering the proposals just made. But I want you now to address this specifically before I ask for a seconder of the motion.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, before the minister. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, before the minister. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to go on the opposite side of my leader. But the issue before us is consideration of the current prices on cement and iron rod. And we are tagging the tariff cost currently being charged as part of the overall cost that is responsible for the hike in the prices of cement and iron rods. 2 things come to mind, Mr. Speaker. The first, like my leader said, we have granted a concession agreement in this House for a local production or for a local company that guarantees this House for a massive production of 200,000 metric tons a day after 6 months of that agreement, of ratification of that agreement. That agreement has passed 6 months.
No, it has not.
It has. It has, Mr. Speaker. I have counted the dates. It has. It has passed 6 months, and we are not realizing the effect. That is one. Number two.
Are you part of the Trade and Industry Committee?
No, sir, but I have my agreement. Every member of parliament is given an agreement, and I keep mine. I have my small library.
Is the chair here? It's passed.
It's past 6 months.
Have they started producing?
No, sir. Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, it is not the production. We are talking about the capacity we ratified. The production is one. He assured this House that he will be producing 200 metric tons per day. And he also promised this House that he would provide, or he would produce in 2 kilograms of sachets, 25 kilogram and 50 kilogram. I'm sure everybody buys from the market. Nobody has seen 25 kilogram of cement. Now the question is, we have 0% tariff or 0% tariff on rice, and even the GST charge on transfer of their funds to buy the rice from Louis Defars and from the other supplier is 0, but the price of rice is going up. So the point is, if we are going to reduce the tariff on iron rod and on cement, what will be the ripple effect on the ordinary man that we are fighting for?
In other words, what guarantee is there that the price will go down?
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Chairman. No, point of order. Just wait. You talk. Mr. Chairman, before I started my amendment, I made that point very clear in my debate, and before I started, I said the minister needs to convince all of us, some of you will pay attention to the common external tariff. I said no. I said the 0% given to the wheat for the production in the protection of the local content. I said, but prices are going up. I made that point very clear. I said we need to get guarantee from the minister and NRA that these tariffs we are giving, what will be the effect on the consumer? And he's still yet to answer the question. And Tawa just mentioned that one too. Rice every year is 0%, Mr. Minister. But the cost is still going up. Something is wrong somewhere. In my debate, I did say there is a trend in the supply chain. Whether we monitor the supply chain, the storage system, let us monitor something somewhere. So I'm coming. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, we do all of this. He is right. I'm not against him. We can do all of this, but we can still see the hike in prices. So that means we have done nothing.
So, no, in other words, what you are trying to say, yes, if I understand you correctly,
yes,
the factors that affect rice, for example, okay, if those factors remain and they also affect cement and iron rods, we're going to get the same result. That is the price. There is no guarantee that the price is going to go down.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I come in, please?
Concerning
Mr.
the
Chairman.
hike in price.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can we hear from an expert in doing sole proprietorship, please?
Mr. Chairman.
Let me just give some background. I was in the team committee of trade. We went a joint committee, finance, trade, and transparency. We are there at CTC. I just want to avail this House or give them what we got from there, why the prices are hiking. Please, Mr. Chair.
Cartel, there is a
yeah,
cartel
Mr. Chairman, I think this pricing, even if we reduce the tariff, it will lead us to the same point, because they told us categorically there are external factors. Over 85% of these factors, the freight charges, that's one. And the minister alluded to that. If you are taking, say, like your goods from point A to point B, that's here with us in Sierra Leone, and when returning, the ship has to return empty. So that will evidently or has no other point than the prices will go up. And if really we want to address such issue,
if we reduce the price, the tariff, we will be doing more harm to us. And we need this revenue at this time. We are asking for our welfare to be increased. Where would we have this most needed revenue? So for me, it will be good we leave it like that and we look into the nitty-gritties of why these prices are hiking. Because all of these factors, we are told that it is not internal. Even if the prices were reduced, we only have just a meager, that the tariff, even if the tariff...
You made your point, you made your point.
So I want us to leave that to 10% as it is.
Thank you. Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, could you kindly react?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, like I said before that I'm not averse to the suggestion made on the issue of the tariffs on cement and iron rod. I still maintain the stance. And I agree to the skepticism made by Honorables Tawa and the leader of government business. The issue of rice currently along the coast, I think Sierra Leone has the cheapest. It might not sound favorable to honorable members, but I believe Sierra Leone has the cheapest. So,
order.
Even if we did not have those kind of policy measures by reducing the rate before, we should have been in more trouble than what we are saying today. But the fact of the matter is, rice is not like cement. Cement is being produced in our neighborhoods. It is not like rice that comes from afar in terms of what we have been used to over the period. They produce cement in Ivory Coast, Senegal, and even in Guinea here. So I believe with myself and the Minister of Trade, we also have to do a lot of work on this. And I will assure that in the next 3 or 4 months, I'll be able to effect and come back to this house and give you the comfort that we did this for the cement and iron rod, and today this is the cost. Yeah, if we did not take some extraordinary measures, in fact, we should have been at 150 by now. Okay. But we knew what we did to at least get the price to this level.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. You may take your seat. But I have a motion before the House. I will now put the motion to a seconder. Any seconding the motion? I have a motion on the floor. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the motion was moved by the leader of government business. That's and correct. Seconded by the Honorable Daniel Koma. Not totally, because in business you will never predict with accuracy, but we must take some risks, and this is what the minister is calling us to do. As I said during my submission, the minister is controlling his revenue portfolio and is going to manage the budget. So if he is comfortable and he has assured us that in a few months' time he hopes that he will achieve a positive end and come back to this house, I think it is but proper that we support him.
Well,
Chairman.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me try to manage the situation. I have a motion that has been seconded. Are you going to withdraw the motion based on what the minister has said?
No, the minister is supporting the motion.
Then we proceed with the motion.
Yes, that's what he said.
I think, quite frankly, what we can do, one of two things. We either drop the motion or we proceed with the motion, Mr. Minister, and then we subject the outcome to a review by you. You can easily always come back to the House on this matter.
Mr. Chairman, I need your attention, sir. Please. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You know, Chief, I once said to you that there being a native boy from a village, when the paramount chief stands and demands of me recognition, do I have a choice? Tradition demands that I pay obeisance. So go ahead, sir.
Chairman, when we talk of a budget, we have to look at the budget profile. We have to look where are we getting all the monies that we are assuming that we'll get. How much are we getting on cement? How much are we getting on iron rod? Is it by cutting down to 0 or to 5 or whatever? Is it going to be good for the budget of the present situation? And also, if we reduce the tariffs, like you said correctly and others have said, is it going to reduce or stabilize the prices? So we cannot do it on emotional issues. We have to look at it in its entirety by cutting down the price of cement. This is the beneficiaries are going to benefit. The people are going to benefit. We can cut down that. The people will laugh and they don't even care. So we have to look at NRA. How much are we going to lose in revenue collection in terms of cement if we cut it down to whatever price we put?
Yeah, Chief, I thought the argument was this.
Yes, sir.
That if we reduce the rate from what it is now to what is being proposed.
I agree with you, sir.
I'm coming, sir. And if that reduction is not reflected in the consumer prices, then of course the minister is entitled to come back to the House and restore the old rate. Or tell exactly.
No, Mr. Chairman, I will agree, but you see, I'm seeing the NRA people around. They should have all this statistical data from the budget profile. When we talk of a budget, it's not what is written there. Where are we getting our monies? Exactly what you said. How much are we going to benefit? Are the consumers going to benefit? Is the cement price going to stabilize?
Okay, let's permit the minister to come in on this.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I have answered for both steel and cement that I'm in favor of the reduction. We have done internal analysis based on the comments the honorable member of parliament, paramount chief, is making. And in fact, from one of the analyses we did, that from 2015, what used to happen was a lot of cement that came into this country was on duty-free. Construction companies hired the services of importers to import on their behalf for the construction of roads and the like. So a lot of the cement that came in was based on duty-free. But since we had placed a moratorium on construction companies, what has happened over the period, we saw duty-free disappearing in terms of cement and an increase in the revenues collected. Again, what happened was, based on the percentage, we could not capture more people with the facility for them to be importing. So we believe that, and we have looked at the figures, we don't think there is much impact on our figures that we are talking about, our projections that we are talking about. We even believe that if more people go into the tax bracket and import more, there will be increase in revenues, and that's the reason why I did not object to the proposals made. So like the Speaker said, if there are issues, I'll come back to the House and brief the House on the issue, on it.
So the motion is?
Carry. Mr. Chairman, I
have a motion.
Yes, sir. Before the motion is put, sir, can I submit this? The issue I have is this, Mr. Chairman. The agreement or the concessional agreement this House passed, part of the reasons why the taxes are the way they are, it's because we have given authority to another local production farm to increase and flood the market with additional cement. And now if we are reducing tariff, and that person that we have given the mandates to produce was a major importer of cement, if we are reducing tariff, it means we are enhancing him to continue the importation of cement, whereas it reduces the production that we have guaranteed. And under that agreement, he is enjoying a corporate tax waiver, is enjoying GST tax waiver, is enjoying income tax waiver. So he will benefit from all of those waivers, importing cement into this country, and we are losing revenues that we should have collected on importation. So for me, Mr. Speaker, I think the motion itself should have been dead from the beginning, because we are proposing a motion, or we are proposing a move to benefit the ordinary man. But in this case, if we reduce the tariff, we are asking, or we are benefiting the Lebanese, who would have more money, and our people will still continue to buy cement within the same range.
Mr. Speaker.
That is not the intention. That's not the intention. The intention of the mover, the seconder, and the minister is to reduce the rate in the expectation that it will impact on the retail price that the consumer pays for these commodities. Now, the minister has assured this House that both he and the House will monitor the situation, and if there is no effect whatsoever on the ultimate price that the consumer pays for these two commodities, he will come back to the House for a review.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. With all deference to the...
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, even though I can see that the honorable member from Lumley is confusing two distinct scenarios, but I am rising to ask that we expunge from the records his reference to, by using the word Lebanese. It should be expunged from the records. Otherwise, because you know what I'm talking about, our rules are very clear.
No, it is expunged. It's so decided.
Mr. Chairman.
It is so decided.
Mr. Chairman, not the mention of the name. I have agreed. What I'm saying is the intent for which...
You're coming back to the same issue.
But Mr. Chairman, the point is, if you listen to the Honorable Moses Edwin, the submission he made that these business people submitted to the tripartite committee had nothing to do with tariff. They say their position was the reasons for the increase in the cost of cement and iron rods. They said they are external.
We had the honorable member very clearly.
He said they are external. They are either buying on FOB or they are buying on CIF, and the Incoterms that they agreed between them.
The minister is prepared, along with the mover and the seconder, to take the risk and to see how things work out.
But we have seen people take risk before.
Honorable members, I have a motion before the House. The motion is that the rate for iron ore be reduced from 10% to 5%, and cement from 20% to 10%. And I believe you seconded that.
Yeah, so second.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it, have it, have it. Page 3. Page 3.
Mr. This could be Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I want to propose page 33B. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's not very clear that we have a set of people in Sierra Leone that are producing alcohol and which are being abused by our people in the provinces or people around. They are being abused. For instance, Punjab, some of them are extremely substandard. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I was of the view that the Ministry of Finance should have increased tax on the excise duty of the excise duty on ethanol, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, ethanol is a raw product that comes and is converted and is being produced into various alcohol. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the current, for us to regulate that one, the current...
The ethanol is coming from which
It's
source?
a raw chemical.
No, I know ethanol, but from what's the source of the ethanol? I know it used to be Magbas, but Magbas are since...
No, they are not bringing it from outside, sir.
From outside?
Yes, they are not importing it. And it is not even called... This one is this one even have more alcoholic content. It is called extra neutral alcohol. ENA. Yes, that is what they are using to produce various alcohol around.
You seem to be an expert in this.
Definitely, I have done a lot of research on that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the extra neutral alcohol, it has 98% alcoholic content.
Really?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
98?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. 98% alcoholic content. And that is what they are using to produce the alcohol. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that we increase the tariff on that one, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the current tariff. Yes, the imported. No, that. Mr. Speaker, the current one, the current state is $2 per liter. I want to propose, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that we increase it to $4 per liter. So that will now regulate, that will reduce the rate at which it comes, and everybody now will not be involved in doing all alcohol.
Honorable members, in case you don't follow what, you didn't follow what the honorable member is saying, ethanol at 98% can even drive your motor car. It's highly inflammable and it's very dangerous to human health. If you remember Sassman, that's the product from which Sassman was being made. But I know you did not mention it because I don't know how old you were then. So if it is now being imported into the country, I think, Mr. Minister, over to you. There is a point here. Imported ethanol.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I fully support that submission. One of the difficulties, like I was explaining, we have certain groups that were driven even from Liberia, and they came and opened factory in here, and making all sorts of different types of these pega packs and what. And it went to these Okada boys, it went to school children, in sachets, they can sit in the classrooms, they start to, and So we discussed this, myself, the health minister, and some other people in the health sector. And we need to reduce this kind of thing in our society. So the only way we should do is to increase. And it will be surprising to note, it'll be surprising to note that the compensation we are talking about, the other tariffs or tax rates we are reducing, this could be used to subsidize the increase in our revenue.
So what's the rate you are proposing, Deputy?
No, zero. If we are proposing that in cubic meter, it should be 0.04 or 4.0 per liter.
I don't follow what you say.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you. $0.04 per cubic meter.
0.04.
0.04 or $4 per liter.
Are you talking about cents here?
Yeah. No. Yes, cents. Okay. Let me do it somewhere. Let it be $4 per liter.
$4 per liter.
$4 per liter. No, that's 100% increment.
Mr. Minister, are you comfortable with that?
But by the time we finish the finance bill, all my
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I accept that proposal.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
But let's put it in the form of a motion. You move?
Before the motion, Mr. Speaker, before the motion, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I have stood here several times. Your eyes have not catched me, Mr. Speaker. The problem I'm having with that, I want it a bit higher. The reason being, no, leader, you've proposed. Can you allow me to present my case? Leader, you are intimidating me. But this cannot be done. No, it is undone.
Deputy, is it a motion?
Yes, it's a motion.
Any seconder to the motion?
I so second.
Any counter motion?
No, sir.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Page 4. Page 4.
Page 3, sir.
Chief, I was looking for you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Chief.
On page 3, I just want to remind the ministry and the Minister of Finance and 22.03 downward.
Yes.
Like the one locally manufactured beer of more than 80% of locally produced raw materials, including sorghum, cassava, maize, sugar, and barley, 5%. Do they have the people in there, Standard Bureau, are they functioning to see that this is correct, or they are doing it and label that so that they don't pay taxes? How do we know, Mr. Minister, how do you know that they are producing 80% of the beer from the raw materials that are mentioned here? Is there anybody monitoring or the monitors for you to know? Because Mr. Minister, this is very important. We give too much leeway to the manufacturers, and now you said 80%. How do you know that this beer is being produced by 80%, or they are just writing it and they don't pay taxes? I want the minister to declare that and tell us how they are monitoring.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
I saw he's been briefed.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the table you see out in page 3 is not a new proposal. It's just the tariff code, which does not align with what we have in our system. There was an error, or the wrong code was suggested. It's the code that we are just trying to amend. If you can look at the first schedule, deleting the tariff code 22.09 and insert the following tariff codes with corresponding descriptions and rate of excise. So 22.03 is the code for this, and then that we want to change from 22.0.
Mr. Minister, with respect, the Honorable Paramount Chief is speaking to the verification of the content. What expertise is there to verify that the percentages indicated there? The Standard Bureau.
Yes, the Standard Bureau is
it well equipped to undertake?
Yes, NRA and Standard Bureau are the people who deal with this.
Speaker,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the Standard Bureau is under the Ministry of Finance. Okay? Trade. If he put in this year, how do you verify that 80% of this is being produced from our local materials? This is my question. I know you corrected it yesterday down there, that is 22.09. That is not the issue. The issue, are you sure, as minister in command of the budget of Sierra Leone, that the national contents are being met by having 5% to be paid?
Yes.
When they are not doing the right thing? This is my question. You said Standard Bureau. Do you monitor the Standard Bureau?
No,
for
do
you
they
to
have,
do?
no, the
Mr.
question is
Chairman.
not monitoring. Do they have the capacity?
The capacity.
To determine that?
Honorable members, yes. It's the Ministry of Trade and the Ministry of Finance with NRA, and the Standard Bureau is under the Ministry of Trade, the NRA is under the Ministry of Finance, and even Port Health at the key. They have the capacity
Okay.
to.
Okay. We wish you luck, Mr. Minister. Page 4, honorable members, page 4. Page 5. I'm going to gain some momentum now. Page 6.
Page 5.
Page 5. Yes.
Page 5, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Yes, Daniel. Okay. Sorry, sir.
Page 5, clause 6, subclause 2A.
Yes.
Subclause 2A, publish details of each defaulter and his debt in the Gazette or otherwise. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I'm not comfortable with that uncertain clause. That word otherwise is not certain. Laws are made to be certain. We agree on publication through Gazette. But apart from the Gazette, the use of the word otherwise, meaning any other way of publication, which we don't know here, which is not at certain, is difficult. So we need clarification on that, sir.
And the official channel of communication by the government is the Gazette.
It's the Gazette. So I think Gazette will be okay, rather than going out of that without certainty.
So you are proposing the deletion of the words or otherwise. Are you comfortable with that, Mr. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, it is not everybody in this country that has access to Gazette. They don't even know the public. Most people, apart from public sector workers or those interested, the private sector people, businesses that are interested in seeing what the issue of Gazette is. So that is the reason why we say or otherwise. We can use the Gazette, which is our own medium of communication to the public, and then the news media and the printing news, the mails or what. So that's why we said
than just saying otherwise.
But you lawyers are the problem.
Mr. Minister, can we settle for print media? The print media.
I think print media is okay. Not on social media.
Okay, can we say other media? Other media outlets? Okay. Other media outlets instead of otherwise.
Through Gazette or other media outlets.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, let it be recognized. Well, if there is a media outlet that is not registered with the governing institution, it's not recognized. Recognized media outlets.
I would have preferred the word registered.
Okay, registered media outlets.
Because all medias are registered with the IMC. Shall we go on? Page 6.
No, page 5. Yes, page 5. Subplot 3.
Yes.
Subplot 3 here is saying the minister responsible for finance shall contract a third party to collect all the debt due to the National Revenue Authority in the previous year for a fee which shall be determined during the award of the contract. Mr. Chairman, I don't know, having given all the authority to the NRA, why do we need a third party to come in to collect revenue due the state from people operating within our jurisdiction? And if the NRA cannot collect those resources from those people, then there are laws that could be implemented to either get them out of business or they pay up. Because you cannot do business and don't expect to pay the dues that are due the National Revenue Authority, which is mandatory. So I don't know why we need a third party that will be paid again for collection of revenue that is due government, which will only bring more money lost to government, if you ask me.
Okay.
Maybe there is something that I don't know, but from my perspective, I don't think we need that. Let us empower the NRA to make that collection so that they continue the job of them. They've been collecting revenue for the country for the longest time. I don't know why we need a third party to come in.
Mr. Minister, I'm reminded, reading this particular paragraph, I'm reminded of some of the most recent bills that have passed into law in this well. Is there any penalty attached to defaulters?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Then why do we need a third party? It's a question of enforcement, surely.
No, Mr. Chairman, read the clause above. Just read the clause. One clause, where we have 106, clause 1, 2, B. Read the 1B above. Submit to the minister responsible for finance the current year details of all debts due the National Revenue Authority for the previous year before the 30th of April. I want you to follow the argument.
You want me to follow the argument?
Yes.
Oh, I think I have.
There's an argument. Let me push the argument.
With due respect to you.
Yes, sir.
What I'm asking.
Because
hold
of that
on.
provision.
What I'm asking. If the existing law makes provision for penalties for defaulters, which I presume it does, then why don't we expect or invest in the NRA the power to enforce that law?
Thank you. It's the same Mr. We advance that. Why do we need the cash register machines if we have NRA collecting all the taxes? Why do we need a cash register machines? No, it's not different. Because NRA is collecting, you don't need automated system.
No, leader, it's different. Because the tax return is done by the business
Let me come now.
No, the tax return is done by the business people.
It's not different. We are using our basis that NRA is the principal collector. NRA is the principal collector.
Well, to be frank,
I am coming, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me.
They
are not saying they are taking the sole right from NRA. They are asking. Now, I asked the minister yesterday. Can you tell us the amount for debtors they owe this country? It's a colossal amount, Mr. Chairman. It's a huge amount that can pay the salaries of all civil servants for 6 months. No, I'm pushing. I'm coming. I'm making my argument, sir. The debt owed, as far as I'm concerned, can pay salary for civil servants for 6 months. They cannot give you the integrity of what is happening at NRA. But you see, at convenient rate, they want to avoid compromise. They have started collecting over past years billions of loans they have refused to collect. So they are bringing a third party to avoid compromise. They are not saying they are taking anybody from the streets. They are bringing responsible firms, as the bank do. The bank institutions, when you owe them, they bring in their solicitors to collect their debt. If you take loan at the bank, they have all the right to take you to court. But they bring in their solicitors to collect their debt, to force you to pay the loans. So what is happening? They are not saying they are taking out NRA. They are giving an ultimatum. Now, that clause above, the above clause, is a way to force NRA to collect. It's a way to force NRA to collect. If they fail to collect against the 30th of April, they will ask for them to bring their list, and they will involve the third party to collect. You know why we are poor? We are poor because today we are having conditionalities from World Bank and IMF because we cannot support our own project because we are begging them to give us to support our budget. Because we have connect revenue. You go to America, for everything you do, you pay. The Western world, you pay for everything you do. Even when you do charges, levy, we don't argue that. For us, because we have the habit of topping, and it is clear, Mr. Chairman, it's crystal clear that we compromise. There is so much compromise at NRA. I will not shame to say this. There are substantial proofs. So, yes.
Mr. Speaker,
No,
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on.
Yes, I've been holding on, and I'll go on.
I'm coming, I'm making my case.
Okay, make your case.
If they are all the laws. All the laws are available to them. So what they have done, they have given them ultimatum. So if NRA don't want third party to collect, let them collect the debt as against the 30th of April. That is what is given to them. But if they fail, as against the debt given to them, with all the laws, they have the responsibility to use the law in their full demand. So if they fail, then they are not telling us, this house, that these people, if they fail, let us give them the authority to involve third party.
Okay.
Let me rest my case. If we want to use the third party, we can still make an amendment to still bring in NRA. But for me, my argument is this. There are so much compromises. I rest my case. We'll come again.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Hold on. I will allow you people to speak. Okay. But, as I listen to the leader of government business, I really get disturbed as head of this institution. You are saying there is a law and there is NRA and there is a penalty for defaulters. All of these things exist. First of all, Clause B is a serious indictment on the NRA itself because it speaks to the enforcement or the lack of it. That is what B is speaking to. That being the case, you are now saying the remedy doesn't lie in ensuring enforcement of the law, but in contracting to a third party. I'm not persuaded.
Mr. Speaker, can I make a point?
Mr. Mr. Chairman, the head leader of government business was talking about America being what they are because of whatever. And let me tell you, let me make my case. You know why?
Does the what you call it in America?
I'm coming.
No, even in England.
Mr. Chairman, let me come.
Let
me finish. I'll talk about what you're talking about. Why?
In America, is IRS.
They built
Internal
and
Revenue
strengthened
Service.
their institutions. Nations succeed because they build and strengthen the institutions that they have. Not to bring in more players and expand the responsibility. Mr. Chairman, if we get the NRA, now we are talking about the huge debt that they have. If we collect that, it can pay tithe for 6 months. Because it is cumulative. And let us understand, it is not because of the inability of NRA. If we talk about compromises, it is not NRA. There are other people within and without that compromise the situation. Let us accept it. Let us accept it. Let me tell you something. Mr. Chairman, if we agree, there are people who try to influence activities within these institutions who are not within there, who are not, working within there. We know that. Let us make sure that these institutions remain independent, work without interference, and they will do their job as expected. That is my view. But I don't think bringing a third party to help is a solution. I don't think so.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Please. Leader.
Mr. Chairman.
Leader, wait a minute. I'll give you the floor.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Minister, with the greatest respect to you and the institutions that you lead, does not the answer lie in strengthening the NRA rather than contracting this particular responsibility to a third party? Have you tried that option?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, this is an old and perennial problem that has existed, and we're trying to have remedies to the problem. I can assure you that this is a standard practice that happens in the corporate world.
Exactly.
It's a standard practice that happens
in the corporate world.
In the corporate world.
Not in the public sector world.
And in the corporate world, by extension, in also the public sector. NRA is a kind of corporate institution, basically. It falls in the province of the state, but NRA collects and gets percentages, is not subjected to budget like we do for other MDAs. They have their own share of whatever they collect, and we have been finding difficulties in areas that accumulate that spill over. That is why, if you look at the Act, it gives sufficient time to go on for the next 3 or 4 months in any new coming year that you have the opportunity to collect. And if you don't collect, then we should be able to have a record of what you have not collected, giving you the opportunity. It's just a policy or a law that we want to implement in the case that you don't collect. Then we have a third party. A third party does not mean a single person. It should be a debt collecting firm, an audit firm, that should be able to do those collections. I mean, if I go to the bank has right to take me to court. If the bank, I have a loan in the bank, I have not paid, or you have in certain organizations you have not paid, they don't just take you to court. They usually have other people that goes to you, get you to pay that money. That is the last option. For you to even honor legal fees, it's a problem. So therefore, we feel that this should be a clause that we should be able to use to exercise and alleviate the problems of revenue collection in terms of debt collection from the NRA.
Mr. Minister, the more you elaborate on this, the more nervous I become. With the greatest respect to you, I will make one analogy and I will stop there. It speaks to enforcement of the law. Not so? Not so, Mr. Minister? Fine. The analogy I have for you is the police force. The National Police Force. It has a constitutional duty to enforce the law. And you want to tell me that if our National Police Force is found wanting in the enforcement of the law, which it is its duty to do, that the remedy lies therefore not in strengthening the force, not in reviewing the force to see how you can make it better, but to contract to a third party, a private person to do the job of the police?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I want to observe.
Mr. Chairman, sir.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, can I observe, please?
Mr. Minister, yes.
Mr. Chairman, can I observe? Mr. Minister, leave us alone.
Mr.
Can I
Chairman.
observe?
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, you're a presiding officer.
I am.
But I think you are part of the debate now, trying to skew the
No,
point.
I'm not skewing anything.
I am coming.
But let us.
Is it very hard?
It is also my responsibility under my watch to ensure that this parliament passes laws that are good.
Thank you very much.
And not laws that are bad and people might think we are stupid.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The last time I reiterated my point that I don't give lucrative avenue for defaulters. I've said that on several occasions. I don't make crime lucrative. It's as here you challenge me that you are going to make room. I say you are making room for defaulters. And yesterday I challenged them too. I guess you have read the deal. They said if you fail to file your tax on time, they use the word for good reasons. Good reasons. In so many clauses, they use good reasons. We are not saying we want to give the power, the sole power, the sacrosanct power to NRA. We are talking about all the laws. But we have read that provision in isolation. I have made reference to you that we have capacitated them. Let us read that clause 3 in tandem with the clause B above. He is not saying I'm going to take your powers readily. Indirectly, he is saying I am giving you the up to April 30. Next year, 4 months from now, use all the powers. It's left with us as members. For compromise, whether we can allow the third party, what do we do? Because they are exhausted the laws, and most of these debt collectors, they are parastatals. They are parastatals. That they can threaten or look at these NRA collectors in different forms. Imagine you are going to EDSA to collect debt. Do you think about it? That is the problem. They are not saying they are going to erode the powers from NRA. They are giving ultimatum to NRA. That's why I said you should not read clause B in isolation. You should read clause B in tandem with clause 3 of this bill. Because I don't like wishy-washy business. It is the same bill, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, telling us that if you don't file on time, because of good reasons. What do you mean by good reasons? Can you justify good reasons? No. But they gave reasons yesterday for disaster, for this, for that. And people accepted. That is wishy-washy business. And we are not telling NRA, you have all the laws, go and collect. If they go to NRA, it go to the EDSA, close like EDSA, close shops, close other entities. Who will have been shouting? So, for me, I'm coming. Yeah. For me, if we are tying it up, properly, we should tie it to sincerity of purpose. Our sincerity of purpose, because they have failed to collect. That is why we should not read clause 3 in isolation. It should be in tandem with clause B above. That is my point. I have no point to push. My business, I don't pay salary at the end of the month. My business is for government to succeed in carrying out some of these activities that they have put forward. For government to pay school fees for children, our future. This is the condition. This is the reason why World Bank and IMF, they are pushing on to condition to push down our throat for us to accept. Because we are failing to collect our debt, our taxes. And we are here talking about
good reasons. We cannot justify anybody in this world. But tell me what is the meaning of good reason? How can you justify good reasons? They are always there. It's always there. It is a manner of deviating. It is a loophole. It's an escape route for fraudsters. It is an escape route. So I rest my case. I'm not foreseeing.
Mr. Leader, you said you are observing and you have gone beyond your observation. Please, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. Honorable Dr. Kaloko. I'm still quoted by the Speaker. I'm chairman. I'm the chairman. I'm the leader. He has not stopped me. You can wait. Let him stop me. You cannot intrude when I'm speaking. Let me conclude, sir. I said I am not pushing it. I'm not pushing it. And I'm just trying to make a sense out of what you have discussed. I pushed that one yesterday, Mr. Chairman. Over 5 clauses. No, for good reasons. For good reasons. I asked them, can you justify good reasons? It's discretionary. So I rest my case. I'm not talk about it. Yes. It's a responsibility to collect revenue to make sure that government commitments are met. If he cannot push for his case on this clause, this is a genuine clause. This is a sincere clause. It should not be read in isolation. It should be read in tandem with clause 3. Be in tandem with clause 3. I rest my case. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. He has made
his point.
The minister reminded us that how in other jurisdictions this kind of formula works well in the corporate world. But I have never seen it in the context of the public sector, where the government itself is owed. I've never seen it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I am in support of contacting a third party to collect debts for NRA. I'm talking to the chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman. What I don't want to see, Mr. Chairman, what I don't want to see is wherein the debt collector, the third party, will be collecting debt that are very current. If the minister is saying for April in the current year, that is very much current. That means they are working together with NRA in revenue collections. And also the minister himself doing it alone. That is where I do have the problem. But for us to, we have debts that are very old. An example to that is the Guma Valley, Mr. Chairman, of which I am the chairman. Guma Valley owe NRA, I think, above 11 billion loans. And that debt has been there for over 4, 5, 6 years. So what I am proposing is for us to give them age, by giving them age, that if a debt that is above this year's old, for example, 4, 5, 6 years, that the NRA failed to collect, should be given to the minister to collect, to contact a third party. But wherein we say, if the NRA failed within a current year to collect taxes, that should be again transferred to the third party for collection, Mr. Speaker. I question that one. That means that third party together with the NRA will be doing what we call revenue collection, of which NRA has been given the authority.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
At the back side, you are here, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I made submissions strongly on that area, whereby that the third party is necessary. I know, for instance, Lawyer Toure is my neighbor, and if he has to come to me to collect revenue, there's more likely that there will be a compromise. But if a third party who works for NRA, who is charged with the responsibility,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
it's like that
Mr.
he
Chairman.
is charged with the responsibility to collect that
Chairman, we cannot
revenue.
discredit
And
the
I'm sure
integrity
that he
of
will do
NRA.
the needful of
Mr.
it.
Chairman,
and he will do it
just a short
correctly.
answer. Just a short answer.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman, so I
just a
strongly
short
believe
one.
that a third party will be necessary in this case because taking into responsibility
Okay,
that they
your
have,
colleague is
the
on floor.
Ministry
Allow
of-
him to speak.
The Ministry of Finance is doing their best, and I believe that we should give them the third party, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Just a short one. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the most robust way of collecting tax is in the current act. So I begin to wonder why we are changing it to come with it. Let me read subsection 3 and subsection 4 of section 106. It says, subsection 3 says, tax that has not been paid when it is due and payable may be sued for and recovered in a court of competent jurisdiction by the commissioner. And let me go to subsection 4. Subsection 4 says, in any suit under this section, production of a certificate signed by the commissioner giving the name and address of the defendant and the amount of tax, interest, and penalty due shall be sufficient evidence for the amount of tax, interest, and penalty owned by the defendant. So how are we evading the court for a third party? Is the third party more powerful than the court? That's my question.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I am submitting that the essence of third party to be contracted in this process is not tenable, and therefore I am submitting. I am moving a motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Can you please?
Mr. Speaker, colleagues, it is a fact that in the first world there are private tax collectors, in the third, debt collectors. Sometimes, even when you owe $45, if it has lapsed for 3 months, they remind you and then they charge you every month. By the time you think about it, it's $160 or euros. What I don't know, I want the minister to help me out, is there any country in Africa where they have a private entity helping their National Revenue Authority to collect tax? That I don't know. But I know it's normal in the corporate world to ask private entities to collect tax. In fact, some companies specialize and they harass you like hell and you will pay. Yeah, so, Mr. Minister, if there is a best practice, if there are 1 or 2 countries that are doing it in Africa, maybe you need to share it with colleagues. Also, number 2, some colleagues have a concern, which is legitimate, Mr. Minister, that the authority should not only, if it's going to happen, should not only lie with the minister. Probably it's the minister and the commissioner or some committee, so that there is some safeguard. Number 3, I think it was Honorable Nyuma or somebody who made a point that in some cases it's not the immediate tax you owe, it's the old ones. So there is some age, it becomes debt. So I think these are legitimate concerns I hear colleagues raising that are worth looking at. And also, if this was going to be done, some KPIs, because some companies will sit, collect half, and begin to negotiate their own arrangements. So is there a country that is doing this already for the government somewhere? I don't know, but I know it's normal for private entities. Honorable Speaker, what is there, yes, but sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it costs more on litigation. So this is why some entities will not go for litigation immediately. Otherwise, they tie you up in court, you're spending money on lawyers. So what they do, they pass the bad debts to a specialized company, And I tell you, these guys know how to harass you. Those of us who have been in a situation where you forget to pay a small bill like $45, you don't forget SO2. You see these guys harassing you with mail and telephone calls. By the time you know, it's already 200 from 45. So, you know, so there is a logic why sometimes they go to a private entity specialized in this.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, all of us are up.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, okay.
Mr. Chairman, what prevails, or what have been prevailing here, I know the ministry will agree with me, is that most of these debtors are parastatals, MDAs of the government. So they have their own way of just mere journal entry. For example, I'm chairman oversight committee on technical higher education. I know universities here that owe NRA for the past 3-4 years and withhold the taxes, PAYEs that they have been collecting but not paying. The ministry has their own way of just slashing that one from their subvention or anything. Else, let us assume Ministry of Defense owes NRA. Who are you? Which third party are you going to send to Ministry of Defense? Or even the police. But the ministry has their own way of helping NRA by just deducting from source. It's just mere journal entry. It might not be part of their 3%. At the same time, the people are not going to get that money. So if NRA fails...
But they can do that without this provision.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They will do that. They have the authority. It's just for NRA to pass information to them.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
I'll take 2 more and then we'll refer everything out to the minister. Let him help.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister.
After Gambia, Kono.
We are still going back and forth. The minister, in his wisdom, see we have a practice of this nature in Nigeria. Is that so? And South Africa for best practices. But what we have here is some of us are not challenging the entirety of the clause. What we want to challenge is why should it be the minister responsible for finance being given this authority? Why not the board of NRA? Because NRA has its own unique board. It could be the minister in consultation or the board in consultation with the minister. Okay, together. Because well, consultation now means writing of a letter. So we say in together the board together with the minister. Because what we don't want to do again is a situation in which, but again, that also warrants us. This is why we're saying, Mr. Chairman, this is why we are saying this morning, some of these acts, when you do this now, you have to amend what my brother, the Honorable from Uloko. That's the last one. So, for this one, I'll go with Honorable Aymara, and we want to support this one. But let it be, again, we need to define what debtor is in this context. That a debt above 1 year, a debt, yes, at least 1 year. If you have not paid for 1 year, the board of NI, no 1 year. 1 year. 1 year. We want money. The minister was telling you he wants to address other issues, relevant issues. 1 year, at least 1 year. As opposed to what the leader was saying, 4 months. Let's support it and we say the board, we give the power to the board rather than the minister. I keep saying it is good when you are minister today.
But tell me, is the 1 year you are proposing not embedded in paragraph B?
Well, no, let it be clear in the definition of debt in this act, in this amendment. Let's know what debt is. We support you, we keep it. Let's just remove the minister. And no, the board in consultation with the minister.
Okay, I'll take the last one, the member from Kono.
Let the power be with the board.
The member from Kono will be the last speaker on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I've actually come to a position wherein I've actually realize that there are debt collectors in Sierra Leone. I don't actually know for the tax side, but the banks do the same thing. So, because they don't actually want to continue with that bad debt in their books, they make sure they assign those loans that have not been paid to debt collectors. I believe, and what actually is the situation in the act that is not working presently, maybe that's why they've decided to come up with that idea, just like the same thing the banks are doing. So I believe we actually have debt collectors, and we just look at the duration, the time. That's the most important thing. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, it would have been good for you to listen to me. I've worked in the bank before, and I've interfaced with third-party bank loan collection, recovery.
And you want to claim that you have the solution to this problem?
I am not saying I want to claim that I have a solution, but I only want to say that the experience I have in the bank,
share it with us.
When we contract a third party to collect, it is as bad as when we are collecting. I am telling you, they would urge the bank to go to court. Whilst we are going to court, they are pursuing the same customer, and that customer would continue to dribble them. They would dribble them like they are dribbling us. So in the end, they will collect very little, and the bank would have to pay both the third party and pay the bank and pay the lawyers for going to court. So for me, except we are going to contract third parties outside Sierra Leone, but for the ones in Sierra Leone, I know they are as bad as maybe the NRA. So what I know is, this is facts. The ones in Sierra Leone, I know they may be as bad as the experience we deem to have with the NRA. So for me, what I think is appropriate is the suggestion submitted by the Honorable Lansana from Kenema, that most of the agencies that own NRA, they are either government agencies or contractors working for government agencies that the government agencies have paid and refuse to deduct GST. I can give you a classical example of Sojifel. The Ministry of Education paid Sojifel. They refused to deduct the appropriate GST, and they left that burden with NRA to collect. Meanwhile, that matter had to go on to the point of the CUI. So we are saying NRA should collect, but the ministries are the ones causing the problem. So why can't we resort to journal entries whilst we are giving them budget allocation? Every disbursement, we reduce the arrears so that they would know that deduction of these statutory provisions, because it is statutory, it is in the Finance Act, that you should not pay without withholding. We've passed several Finance Acts here. So for me, I think going with that, deduct from their payment from source, it would help for them to enhance and enforce the law.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chairman, no, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the honorable member from Lumley has been very eloquent, but he has made some statement that we should also not go by. There is no way we will expressly eliminate local debt collectors. There is no way. It is against our local content policy. It must be competitive. So if the outsiders are more effective, then they will be recruited.
No, but you are addressing the environment.
No, I have a different experience of where banks have been salvaged by local debt collectors. I have a different experience. The Union Trust Bank is an example. I have an experience. So one size will not fit all. Let us go with what has been suggested, that the minister in consultation, I withdraw the word consultation. In conjunction with the board of the National Revenue Authority, recruit or employ whoever are going to be the debt collectors. So the NRA will also have a role to play in the entire exercise.
Why do you find the word consultation anathema?
Because the Constitution is yet to define the word consultation.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Speaker, but on a more serious note, what the ministry is pushing for is not a novelty in the contemporary collection of taxes.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm not done it.
Mr. Chairman.
Chief, I'm still on my legs.
Okay, let me share the...
Because, you see, it's past 6. We are reaching our saturation point. Otherwise, if it goes this way, we'll have to come back tomorrow. So some of these things, when we get the headway,
No, we're not going to come back tomorrow. If it means we sit here till midnight, so be it.
Who says, Mr.? We will leave you in the chamber.
Okay, no problem. If you are
Chairman.
tired, you can go.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I used to work with the Minister of Finance with me here in the University Court, in the University of Sierra Leone, as court chairman. What happened? The university was not paying NACIT, was not paying the payee salaries, the payee taxes they have to pay to NRA, in the billions of leones. Together with him, we worked together and said, you are taking monies from the government and you are not paying the dues of the workers to NACIT. When they retire, what is going to happen? Together with him, we worked together. We made a deal that when the subventions and monies come in from the students, they have to pay all that debt. And we cleared the debt, he knows it. We cleared both the payee and the NACIT at the University of Sierra Leone. We sat down. I was going to his office at the Ministry of Finance.
So what's the way forward for
the
this
way
one?
forward here, sir? For me, it's embarrassing for us to have NRA that government of Alhaji Tijan Kabak put together here in 2000 of blessed memory. We supported that. We gave them the powers to collect, to confiscate, to go to court and do everything. But the important thing I've learned from the debate and from what I've experienced before, most of these defaulters, from what the chairman of education said, is by the government itself. That the government entities, the government MDAs are the ones owing money. So even if you take in tax debt collectors and so forth, you are just going to make them make money. The issue is, Mr. Chairman, if I want to look at this, if you read section 6, clause 6, then you come down on subsection 2 or subclause 2, for the purpose of enforcing payment of any liability under this act, the Commissioner General shall publish details of each defaulter and his debt in the Gazette or otherwise, and submit to the minister responsible for finance the current year details of all debt due to National Revenue Authority for the previous year before the 30th day of April. Are we saying that NRA can no longer perform their duties? That is what we are saying. So for me, I'm going to listen to what the leader is saying and all of this parliament is saying, then I'll keep quiet. Because when you talk of tax collection, the IRS in America, Internal Revenue Service, is more feared than any other institution.
Exactly.
Spiro T. Agnew didn't pay his taxes. He had to resign as vice president. Then too, Nixon also failed to pay his taxes and Watergate. He has to resign.
Even Trump is facing a similar problem.
Right now. So why can't I want us to tell NRA, they brought in a dynamic young person, a lawyer, to head the NRA. So if they cannot do it, then that means they are found wanting, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chairman, before that.
No, Mr. Minister.
No, there's something I want to raise.
No. You know the rules, SO. You've had your bite.
No, in terms of the payment.
You've had your bite of the sheriff. Mr. Minister, you've listened to a variety of opinions. What is the way forward?
The way forward is that I appeal to the House to accept the law. You see, the
existing law?
No, the provisions that I will proposed in the bill. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, it's easier said than done. I have been also in this business for working as a civil servant I retired at about 35 years working in the civil service. So that means I really entered the civil service at a tender age just from university, from 84. So we've gone through series of this kind of issues, series of this kind of games. I'm not trying to accumulate authority over the National Revenue Authority. And to interest you, I think I had been Deputy Financial Secretary in charge of Revenue and Tax Policy, what Idrissa is doing today, for some years. And I was also Senior Deputy Financial Secretary in the same ministry, up to the rank of Principal Deputy Financial Secretary. So I'm not bringing up an issue I know is a perennial problem that I'm finding ways as minister to address. I am not proposing this provision because I want to obstruct the role of the NRA. Like Dr. Yom Keller was asking, my guys' invest started flowing. If you Google, you see, South Africa is doing it, Nigeria is doing it, Kenya is doing it, a lot of other countries, they are doing it. So it's not only peculiar to Sierra Leone. The example you raised, Mr. Chairman, the security sector does not fall into this kind of situation. That is why you find problems in our security sector. Even to control simple traffic, we grumble all over the place. But if you bring military in, that is not their job. In less than no time, you see how traffic moves.
I never mentioned the army. I said the police.
No, the police. That means the police ineffectiveness also is complemented by all sorts in governance. We use, you invoke the MACP and bring the military in to at least help that situation. But this provision really does not relate to. I'm just using because you set an example in relation to that. The idea that we have proposed is really just meant to re-energize the NRA to do what is expected of them. It is not the minister. Giving the list to me does not mean I know taxpayers, I know what should happen. It's still just a mandate to exercise what the National Revenue Authority is expressly supposed to be doing. So the idea that some honorable members suggested that the board, these issues will go back to them, but with a kind of supervisory role from the Ministry of Finance. When we say minister, really in some of these provisions, it's not the minister per se. No, it's not. It's not. That's not. Contracts generally are not signed by ministers. Did they tell you contract is in there? No. It's not signing contract. Is there a contract in that provision?
Mr. Minister, that's an overtone.
No. There is no contract in that provision as far as I can read it.
Mr. Minister, don't worry. Please go on. Forget about the undertones.
To contract a third party does not mean signing contract. Yeah, to contract a third party. Yes, it's to employ. So, but it does not mean signing contracts.
There is a contract of service and a contract for services.
Exactly. So the minister is to contract a third party does not mean you are signing contract with a third party. There are processes and procedures you need to follow before you arrive at that. So, but we cannot spell out a kind of regulatory work that should be done in achieving of this particular this particular proposal.
Okay.
So, like I said, it is not something really that you think you want to take off from the NRA. It's just to add more supervisory kind of caution to NRA for them to collect their taxes. There was an honorable member that said, even the time frame you are talking about, it is not the new within the framework of the 4 months that has been mentioned in here in a new year. It's the revenues that you have not collected in a previous year. In the first 4 months, if you don't collect them, you still have the opportunity of collecting after the 1 year. In the next 4 months, if you don't collect, then you have to provide a list.
The minister says, let us take the risk of maintaining the proposal. On that understanding, Mr. Minister, this time next year, would you undertake to report to the House the experience you would have gained in the implementation of this provision?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Minister, sorry, 1 minute. Mr. Minister, we already, few months ago, the NRA bill was here. Few months ago. And as a parliament, we decided to take it back to you. Now, why don't we wait? We are expecting that in this session, we'll have the new NRA bill. Why don't we wait so we amend the NRA bill and insert this clause in the NRA bill, rather than doing a new provision in the Financial Act, in the Finance Act? Why don't we just wait for the NRA bill that is coming, so it becomes a law? It becomes a law.
But this too will become a law.
So why don't you wait for the substantive law? No.
Mr. Chairman,
So, Mr. Minister,
that proposal generally does not work, because the bill out there is about the governance of the authority. It is not an imposition or dealing with something with taxes directly. So that is why you have even Customs Act that gives you those tariffs. Then you have the Income Tax Act that gives you those kind of regulations. So it is only here that I feel is most appropriate that we could use that.
Mr. Minister, sorry, sir. Mr. Minister, you've been in this ministry for the last 6 months, the last 4 months or 6 months. Is it your experience, what you have experienced, have you experienced that NRA has not lived up to the task in the last 6 months or before now? Because for us to bring this one, it means taking into cognizance the huge monies paid from taxpayers' money to NRA staff.
Deputy Leader, let us accept the fact that the minister was confronted with a very difficult problem. Yeah, he was thinking out of the box, and this is the best possible solution he could find. In the circumstances, let us agree that we maintain this, but this time next year, he should report to Parliament what his experience has been in implementing this particular provision.
No. Mr. Chairman, as we agree, can we insert a clause that this House be furnished with the list that the minister will be given, so that this House can also do a counter measurement of the success of the third party?
That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Chairman.
No, but
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
I want to move a motion that we add the board of NRA and the minister. Yes, and the Minister of Finance. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, something is missing in this clause. We are only talking about what the farm will be collecting. Imagine the farm is to collect 2 billion. What will they be paid? Are we not going to have a percentage, say 3% of whatever they collect? No, again, I agree they will be negotiating. But if I am negotiating with my friend and I want to make my friend a millionaire overnight, I'll give him 60%.
No. That's a very narrow interpretation you are giving to
I am not.
No, hold on. The minister says they are contracting a third party. It could mean a contract of service or a contract for services. Let's leave that to him.
So let's add the board.
But the board is under his supervision.
So let's
Mr. Chairman.
Let's be specific, please, Mr.
Chairman.
Yes, let's just add the board, please.
Let me listen to the chairperson.
Mr. Chairman.
Who spent a long time on this one.
That is it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we have oversight responsibilities as Parliament. There is a committee, for example, responsible for finance. We have to give the ministry and the minister some leverage to operate, so that eventually we'll come and look at what they are doing. We may not want to do everything for them. That is not our role.
Thank you. So the consensus is we keep it. And the minister will report to us 1 year from now about the experience he's gained in implementing it. Page 6. This time, the train is going to double its velocity. The train is moving. Page 7. Page 8.
7, the board. No, the appellate
You were the
board.
one complaining just
Appellate
about
board.
time.
No, one, we have the board here. They are saying 1 chartered accountant, 1 revenue administrator with 10 years experience, 2 legal practitioners. That make 4. What about the 6? And what are the qualifications of those of the 6?
Which
Because
clause
they
are you
said-
talking
No,
about?
we are on page 7 now.
Yes.
Page 6. Page 6.
We are on page
No,
7.
wait, page 6. We called for page 6. Wait for us.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
what-
I'm
Okay, wait. They have something on page 6.
Page 6.
Yes.
I raised a matter during the debate that this provision is going to affect the Banking Act 44(1). If you're saying now the Commissioner General should write the bank and the Banking Act is saying something else, then something is not right here. It says, no person who has acquired knowledge in his capacity as director, manager, officer, employee, or agent of a bank shall disclose to any other person the identity, asset, liability, transaction, or information in respect of a customer's, except a written authority of the customer or the court. Blah, 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 and go on. And here you're saying the Commissioner General. No, I will not complete. You have the right to look out for it. No.
Mr. Speaker, as we start, we are not.
ACC is also a government agency, and they also go through the court to have that, not just by the ACC itself. So we are saying, if you say the Commissioner General just by himself, you're also invading the privacy of people by the Banking Act.
Mr. Speaker.
Gallo, left.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we are not dealing with the Banking Act here. If our colleague is referring us to the Banking Act and is reading a portion of it, for our edification, he needs to read the entirety of that sentence so we understand exactly where he's coming from. But he cannot read a portion and keep us in suspense, and we have to amend this based on his recommendation. And we are not prepared for the Banking Act, so some of us did not bring it. So if you are referencing the Banking Act, please read the entire. Thank you.
The other one is saying, when lawfully required to... No, that's what I'm reading now. I'm completing it because I have gone...
Where on page 6?
Yes, page 6. B.
Uh-huh.
B. From the A and the B. It says, a person shall, upon written request by the Commissioner General, provide information on the value of the amount owed by the defaulter taxpayer within 24 hours of making the request. A bank and other financial institutions shall, upon a written request by the Commissioner General, provide information on the value of deposits, including the bank statement, investment, and other holdings of a defaulter, of a defaulting taxpayer within 24 hours. This contradicts 44.1. That's all I'm saying. Let me also, I'll continue reading. 44.1. No person who has acquired knowledge in his capacity as a director, manager, officer, employee, or agent of a bank shall disclose to any other person the identity, asset, liability, transaction, or information in respect of a customer, except, these are the exceptions. You have the act.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
No, you are confusing the House.
I am not.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Hold on.
I want to help him fast. I want to go fast for time.
Go back to page 5.
Yes. The last page.
Please
the
go
last,
back to
the
page
last
5.
sentence.
Don't confuse the House.
Read clause 5.
Read the
in
last
page 5.
sentence. Notwithstanding
any other law.
Contrary. Please. You should read that.
I have read it.
Number 9. Contrary. That is
No.
not the problem.
That answers the point.
No, it does not. Except if you want to bulldoze it. For which I will accept.
Well, Mr. Chairman, page 6.
It says, notwithstanding any law to the contrary. And then, any provision. If you call that bulldozing, I'm not the one bulldozing, it's the law.
Yeah, page 6, another point. A different point.
Yes.
Page 6. Mr. Chairman, based on paragraphs A and B of clause 7, clause 7, 5, A and B.
Yes.
On the same page,
Yes.
page 6.
Uh-huh.
A is talking about a person.
Yes.
B is talking of an institution.
Yes.
And then clause 6 now addresses the penalties by both, either or both. And the opening of that clause 6 now says a person
or bank.
It should be a person or institution.
Yes, okay.
A person or institution. That addresses both A and B.
Mr. Minister, I think that is in place.
A is talking about individual.
Mr.
B
Minister,
is talking of institution.
Are you with us? Do you agree with that amendment?
No, sir.
You don't agree?
I don't agree.
Okay.
Criminal law is different from tax laws generally. A person in tax refers also to institution. A person in tax also refers to institution in taxation law. Let me land. That's the reason why we deem it fit to have the provision written in the manner in which we are discussing now. It's a normal practice the way you draft tax laws. Then coming back to the issue, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, about the Commissioner General writing to a bank, it's because the NRA does not only collect taxes, they also do tax auditing. And if you are auditing a defaulter, you need to know the details of the financial transactions that that person or company has done over the period. So that's the reason why we are inserting that he gets the records for tax auditing purposes.
No, Mr. Minister, I don't know whether you got the import of what the honorable member is suggesting. Let me please draw your attention to two things.
Yeah.
No, pay attention to the wording.
Yes.
In A, you have a person. In B, you're referring to institution, a bank, and other financial institution. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to the penalty in paragraph 6, you've penalized the person, but you failed to penalize the institution. That's what he's saying.
He has clarified. He has said in tax law. But that's what I said.
The minister is correct. In tax law, persons are both corporate and incorporate. But what Honorable Daniel is saying, there might be others who are neither corporate nor incorporate. They are institutions, because government also, they could be defaulters. And government is not corporate. So they could be referred to as institutions. That is what he's saying.
No, I don't buy that.
Leader, this is not geology. There are corporate and incorporate persons. The Deputy Speaker knows. What you are saying, Mr. Minister, is correct. When you say person in law, it could be corporate and incorporate. But because you can see what the drafters have done, they have added institution. There are institutions that are neither corporate nor incorporate. And government ministries, for instance. Because when you say sue or be sued, they are different.
And also, there is an axiom of, the lawyer is here, there is an axiom of interpretation, ex exclusio unios, express mention of one thing implies the exclusion of the other. It is a penalty. And it is the person who is penalized, not the institution.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to take the privilege of defining what a person means from a compendium of tax laws in Sierra Leone, which from the Income Tax Act, that they defined a person includes a partnership, a company, a government, a political subdivision of a government, and a public international organization.
Which law is that?
It's a compendium of tax laws in Sierra Leone. The Income Tax Act.
Is it an act or a treaty?
It's Income Tax Act 2000. No, it's not saying it's Income Tax Act. You lawyers did this. 2000, from 2000.
Do you mind reading it again? The definition of a person?
Yeah, definition of a person includes a partnership, a company, a government, a political subdivision of a government, a public international organization.
Okay, it is not comprehensive. It's not even comprehensive. He said includes. Okay. Let's move on then. Page 7.
Page 5, page 6. Page 6, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Page 6.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On page 6, I noticed that on the Parent Act, from subsection 5, from subsection 1 to subsection 5 of section 110, they are referring to the commissioner. And from the Income Tax Act 2000, the commissioner is defined in the interpretation section as the Commissioner General, except for section 153, where it will be the assistant or the deputy. So if from subsection 1 to section 5, they are stating that the commissioner, and the Act has already defined the commissioner, which is the Commissioner General. So I am suggesting that for this amendment, we still stick to the commissioner, because the commissioner has already been defined in the interpretation section.
Mr. Minister, section 6, a person or institution, does that make any harm?
Which one? What are you talking about?
It's a proposal. He has tried very hard to define a person by the 2000.
Which is not exhaustive.
Yes. So for the purposes of this bill, can we say a person or institution? Does that make any harm, sir? Thank you.
Let's do it. I go ahead. When we go to court, they will redefine it.
Mr. Speaker, the nomenclature still.
Which one?
For the Commissioner General. I said on the Parent Act, from subsection 1 to subsection 4, they refer to the Commissioner General as the Commissioner, because the Commissioner has been defined on the interpretation section as the Commissioner General. But this that we are amending now, instead of us referring to him as the Commissioner, we are referring to him as the Commissioner General. So for consistency in the Act, I don't think we should be referring to the Commissioner, and when we just jump to another subsection, we say the Commissioner General, when it has already been defined in the interpretation section as the Commissioner General.
Yes, Mr. Minister, what do you say?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, this provision is as a result of amendments that have happened long before in taking the Commissioner General as the head of entity instead of the commissioner. And now we refer to the authority as a revenue authority. It's not separated from the income tax and the customs. It's a holistic, that's why we are requesting that the Commissioner General, we make the amendments from Commissioner to Commissioner General. Because you have Commissioner of Income Tax, you have Commissioner of Customs. So which commissioner would you refer to if you want to have authority or supervisory authority over the two entities?
Mr. Speaker, let me read the definition of the commissioner on the interpretation section.
We have long amended that
provision. No, I'm making a point, sir, leader, because the minister is conflicting between Commissioner General and Commissioner. But the Act here defines commissioner.
Which Act?
The Parent Act, the Income Tax Act 2000. It says commissioner means the Commissioner General, and except for the purpose of section 153 includes the deputy commissioner or an assistant commissioner. So what we are saying, the word commissioner is referring to not the commissioner in charge of tax or other department. It's referring to the Commissioner General. The word commissioner is referring to the Commissioner General. So if we are to keep the word commissioner, let us be consistent. But you can't be referring to the commissioner general in commissioner, and when you come to certain subsection, you say commissioner general, as if you are referring to two different nomenclature.
Let's move on, please. Page 7.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Page 7, 10 subs 2 ABC. It talks about the composition. We have 1 chartered accountant, 1 revenue administrator with at least 10 years experience, 2 legal practitioners with at least 10 years experience, appointed by the president, subject to the approval of parliament. There remains 6. So at least I want to know what about the qualification of the remaining 6? What are their qualifications and who appoints them? Because they are not listed, it is not listed here. Who appoints and their qualifications?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Minister, why have we decided to use the finance bill to constitute board members? It's an appellate commission. So why are we amending it? Why don't we just generally bring the income tax and amend? Why are we using the Finance Act to amend? Why do we use this Finance Act to amend? But no, there's an act. Why do we use the Finance Act to amend?
Yeah, Mr. Leader, the board has connection is the appellate board. No, it's the appellate board. Why? Why are you saying that? You know, it has bearing on this, so it should.
Mr. Minister, can you answer that point, please? They've covered 4 people out of 10. What's the qualification of the other 6?
It could be any other persons appointed by His Excellency the President. No, it's the...
of not more than 10 non-public officers and shall be made up. Add the word be.
Yes.
Shall be made up of the following members: chartered accountant 1, revenue administrator 2, 2 legal practitioners appointed by the president subject to the approval of parliament. What about the others?
Yes, the 10 is always appointed by their board members. They are all appointed by the president. What we have done here is amongst the 10, we want to have professionals, chartered accountants, revenue administrator with 10 years, and then 2 legal officers with at least 10 years of experience.
Mr. Minister, the board shall consist of not more than 10 non-public officers.
Yeah.
Made up, or if you like, amongst whom shall be the following.
Okay.
Amongst whom shall be the following. Then you can list. Then we know you can remain silent about the others.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Noted.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The proposal we have here talks about renaming the board. If you go to the pink book that we have, the proposal there, they are proposing to rename the Board of Appellate Commission to that of Revenue Board of Appellate. I want to know the first board that was there in the Income Tax Act 2000, what was its composition? Because we have to look at it from that point, then we can justify the new composition that has been proposed here by this bill by the minister.
Let me respond. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the old board was named Income Tax, or is named Income Tax Board of Appellate Commissioners. So now, because it's a revenue, the national revenue takes precedent over customs and income tax. That's why we are suggesting that we change the name to Revenue Board of Appellate Commissioners. And secondly, we feel the board should have powers to institute some kind of punitive or decisions, because you are appealing against decisions taken by NRA in relation to the Income Tax Act. They take a decision, you are not satisfied, you come to the board. So we are even trying to have, when you see lawyers of 10 years experience, at least we know lawyers of 10 years experience are qualified to be judges. So we're trying to even get the level so high so that if they take a decision, it's tenable in any court of law. So that's why we have decided to give this nomenclature. So, but the rest 6 could be any persons appointed by also His Excellency without the above 4 professions.
Now,
My concern is...
Can I understand something, Mr. Minister?
Yes, sir.
The structure of the NRA as it exists is not disturbed. What you create in here is a new body. Is that understanding correct?
No, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can we... No, I just want to make it easy. Can we go to the amendment provision, please? Go to the back page.
Yeah, where?
Just come right at the back. Here you have finance bill, the amendment. Go to the page 1, 2, 3. Go to line 10, page 55.
Of the finance?
Yes.
Which one? What are you talking about? The pink?
Talking about the pink.
Yes.
You have it?
I have it. What
Go
page?
to page 55.
55?
Yes. Column 10. Go to column 10. Here we have section, in number is 10. They are saying rename Income Tax Board of Appellate Commission. That is the provision in the current legislation.
Wait, where?
Page 55.
Rename Income Tax Board of Appellate Commission.
Yes, yes. Just read that line.
Yeah.
Right across. The proposal they have given is clear. They are giving justification. The justification, which I will draw your attention to, the correction will broaden scope, the operations of the commission to cover objections. I think this is good for everybody. Objections from all revenue streams, as opposed to income tax only. That is a justification. And the amendment is taken from the Income Tax Act 2000 as amended. Yes, well, but my colleague, they are all struggling to ask for justification. Chairman also asked. So I said, let us go to this provision so that we can understand why they are making these amendments.
No, but somebody has raised a very pertinent question.
We talk about the composition,
which the minister has not answered yet. Namely, that if there is a pending review of the NRA Act, why are we amending, making this amendment by reference to it? Did they?
Told us that the NIA Act is purely administrative, and they don't want to interfere with administrative areas. This is a tax area where appeals move. That is why they're touching it, and it comes from the Income Tax Act, not the National Revenue Authority Act.
Okay.
Answer that.
Okay, fine.
But still, Mr. Chairman, my concern is the board, the formation of the board. We are replacing the name of the board. It means the board was existing. If the board was existing, can we know the composition of the board that you are renaming? Let's know from there, we see what change the new name or the new structure is coming in with.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there was no specific composition, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Honorable members, there was no specific composition. So it was just you name appellate board 10 members of the board. We are now trying to qualify at least the caliber of people who should be on the board. That's just what it is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the caliber of people. Mr. Chairman, it's not about widow and lawyers, but you are being specific. You said one chartered accountant. What about, say, a chartered accountant, at least, should be in the board? Because it is possible for we to have more than one chartered accountant. But when you say for us to have more than one chartered accountant, but when you, hold on please, but when you state here, one chartered accountant, that means you are being definite. It should not be above one person.
Okay, so you want it as
At least
one.
At least a chartered accountant, or at least chartered accountant, lawyers, because the board members might be lawyers, chartered accountants.
At least one.
Sorry, Mr. Honorable. What this bill is simply trying to say is insisting that there must be chartered accountants. One. There must be a chartered accountant. One. There must be at least one. But no, it pleases His Excellency now to appoint as much as 8 other chartered accountants. That is not what this
Mr. Chairman, let's add the word at least and move forward.
No, Mr. Minister. No. Honorable Deputy Leader, please go over it.
Mr. Chairman,
A at least one.
let at least one.
B at least one.
Yes, and forge ahead.
Then Mr. Sorry. No. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you read the beginning of 2, it says the board shall consist of not more than 10 non-public officers and shall made of the following.
We've amended that.
The board shall consist of not more than 10 non-public officers.
Amongst whom shall be the following members.
Yes, amongst whom. So if now they are now saying from the 10 members that will be nominated to the board, we should at least have one of these people with these requirements on the board. But if the president pleases, so wishes, he can appoint as much as all the other 7 members as chartered accountants. We are on the same leg, but you are not understanding it. No, we don't limit this bill.
So
this document is limiting the president as it is. That is the argument.
What the difference
as it is, it is limiting the president as it is.
No.
But we are on the same leg. Don't think you are not understanding. No, we are not saying at least. We are not saying at least.
What's your proposal? What's your proposal?
It should be a chartered accountant.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I accede to the word at least one added to the provisions.
Okay, at least. At least.
Chairman.
You add the word at least, just that.
To be a legal person, chartered accountant to be administrator to be. So the others, the president, political bringing other. So there's nothing wrong with this. It should be like this.
Let's keep it as it is. With the amendment amongst whom?
Yeah.
And keep it at that.
Then, Mr.
So you don't tie or restrict the discretion of Mr. President.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, the C aspect.
Page 8.
No, on the same, the C.
Page 7,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, C.
I still have correction.
Mr. Chairman, we are fighting for accountants, revenue administrators, and lawyers, but not women. We must get women in the board.
You
Guaranteed.
leave that to the discretion of the President.
We will define it here. At least 3 of whom shall be women. At least 3 of whom shall be women.
No. Mr. Chairman. No. Please. No, let go. Then go give them. By virtue of them, go give them.
Mr. Minister.
No.
Mr. Minister.
Go give them.
No. We have to guarantee it here.
They go give them.
No, they guarantee here.
No.
Mr. Minister, if we have women lawyers, women accountants, women doctors, so at least 3 of the 10 should be women.
They can give them.
You can perform the magic.
We don't need affirmative action on this. We don't need chairman.
But I think we have regulations now that says in whatever public appointment that speaks about 30%.
No. It has not been passed yet.
Oh, it's not gone yet. But you hope to push it? Yes. So, but why do you want me to insert that now?
So,
out of 10, if we say 3, what is wrong? Mr. Chairman, out of 10 members, if we ask for 3, what is wrong? Oh, okay.
Mr. Minister, 3 women.
No,
Mr.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
wait.
Mr. Minister.
Point of order. Mr. Chairman, point of order. Wait, Mr. Minister. You see, there is this gender policy. In as much I agree with my leader on the other side on so many fronts, this one has to do some professionalism and talking about tax collection and monitoring a particular board. This has to do with a tax specialized area entity. We don't want. It's a wisdom of the president to talk about gender policy. Let us give him that space to take whether we 3 women or not. Let not tie the hands of the president, please. No.
Mr. Chairman, what I am proposing, Mr. Leader,
yes.
What I am proposing is not new to this house. We've had other legislations before in this house where we have voted on women or gender issues. We have had it before. It is not a novelty. You know, I don't need. No. 3 out of 10.
These are specialized, Mr. Chairman. You see, we have attached qualification to this. We have no wait. Gunomo. Mr. Chairman, you know what I'm afraid? We have attached qualification to these things. They are qualification. Mr. Chairman, I claim
I want a motion.
No, it's not a motion.
I want
just
a motion.
little bit of edification, please. Let us look at the composition.
But the composition is
no. There's attachment. There's qualification, attachment, and experience.
Are we not
We are not saying if they are qualified. Why are you afraid that the president will not appoint them? Why do you want to tie the hands of the president? If they are qualified, we know the president will appoint them. Trust me on that. But he has said 1 chartered accountant, 10 years experience. This is very sensitive. Let us leave in the hands of the president to decide. He has the power. He has the spirit of giving women positions. No, not tie her SO2.
Chairman,
right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I am confused and disturbed. We have so many qualified chartered accountants that are women. We have so many lawyers who who are over 10 years that are women. So this should not be an issue. We are helping the president in actualizing his dream. We are helping the president. Yes, thank you, Mr. Minister. God bless you.
The consensus is in favor of 30%. 3 women.
Mr. Chairman.
3 women.
3. Which kind of?
Mr. Chairman, you know, I'm not against a 3. I'm looking for the adjective they have attached to the appointment. 10 years, 1 chartered accountant. Let us read them. It's because of that. Mr. Chairman.
3 women with appropriate qualifications.
2, please. 2.
3 women with appropriate qualifications.
Mr. Chairman, you
women with appropriate qualifications.
Well, we don't need that. Don't just say 2. We don't need it with corporate qualification.
So 2 is
okay.
20%.
General business will come. As soon as they go time, we will see what we will do when the general business comes. Let us be magnanimous to work with the president. There is a general policy. We said.
But the president has already declared in favor of 30%.
No.
So 3 out of 10.
Let us go for 20, for 2 because of the description given.
Mr. Chairman, I am pleading with the leader on this 2. For him to accept 3.
No,
I am
2.
pleading with you.
I said 2.
Let's
not
to a vote.
No, you don't need to vote. You can accept it, but it's for the posterity. You don't need vote.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still on my leg, Mr. Chairman.
What do you want to say?
I'm still on my leg. Mr. Chairman, still on my leg.
On what page?
On the same issue. We continue from C to D.
Yes.
But it is C to D, but it is stated B.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, say the B.
What?
It should be D. It should be D.
D, yes.
Okay. Then that's sub 6. Say by repealing and replacing sub 6 with the following new subsection. My concern with the new subsection that the president shall appoint one of the legal practitioners under paragraph C of subsection 2 as the chairman of the board.
Yeah.
It's a new one, eh?
3 women with appropriate qualifications.
That's it. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
First, the president appoints 2 lawyers. First, 2 legal practitioners with at least 10 years experience. The president appoints them and we approved. Then after that, you have the president again appointing one of them as a chairman. My take here, why should it appear like this? Instead of the 2 lawyers here first, we remove the 2 and say the legal practitioner with at least 10 years experience, and then we say the president shall appoint.
But there is one of the legal practitioners.
But
that's clear. Page 8.
Yes, 7 quick ones, sir. 7 quick ones.
Page 7, sir.
It's just a typo.
Page 7. We have a figure here. Sorry. Let me
It's the same thing I want to talk about.
Oh.
600, yeah.
No, Honorable, let me add on this.
No,
I reject that what the Honorable I was saying, sir.
No, let them. They don't vote, I don't joke. They don't joke.
Yes, I'm waiting for you.
It's about the figure, the amount.
Yes.
We have non-tax threshold of 6 million. We have it. It should be 600,000, not 6 million. It's just a typo. It's a typo. It should be 600,000 instead of 6 million.
600,000.
Yes. Yeah, we did that one yesterday at the pre-leg.
Are you sure? What about the other one? Oh, 600,000. Okay. Page 8. Page 9.
Sir.
Yes.
Page 8, we are talking about whistleblower.
Where?
Clause 12.4. So I asked the Minister for Protection of the Whistleblower. So I want to submit that the protection of whistleblower, side notes, whistleblower and other providers of third-party information shall be subject to protection and confidentiality in relation to their identity, including address, contact details, and other information which may reveal their identity. That is the protection of whistleblower.
But read that 4.
Yes, if it be 4, I want to have 4. This one should be A and 4B. 4A, that one 4AB. Page 8. Well, page 8, 12, subclause 4. So I want 4 to be A now with the whistleblower. I have to have 4B for the protection of the whistleblower. It's important, sir.
No, Mr. Chairman, instead of A or B,
no, you can change
have
that.
subclause 4.
No, we can change that.
Subclause 5, and then the protection now becomes subclause 6.
No problem. They can do it anyway.
Instead of A or B.
Okay, 6. I have
Subclause
6 in fact here. You can do the numbering. Anyway, is the text as important? The text. Whistleblowers and other providers of third-party information shall be subject to protection.
Mr. Minister.
Now I want to read first so you can write it.
No, wait a minute.
Okay.
I'm a little concerned. Why are you making this provision that the 25% should first be paid to the NRA, and then the NRA would pay to the whistleblower? Why that indirect way? Why shouldn't 4 be drafted in such a way that the 25% goes directly to the whistleblower or the provider of the information, the third party person? Huh?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, it's the NRA that pays it after you've had the information. So it goes into the accounts of the NRA, then at the same time the NRA will have to pay the person. So that's the way why it's written that way.
Okay. We're all getting tired now.
Yeah.
Page 9. Page 10. Page 11.
But Mr. Chairman, I made a proposal. You have not allotted.
Which one?
This one that has a whistleblower protection.
You are saying what?
He told me to wait. Just have below clause 4, which my colleague on the other side, Honorable Daniel Kroma, said we should now, of course, the numbering come later. But I said, let me introduce the text. That protection of whistleblowers and other providers of third-party information shall be subject to protection and confidentiality in relation to their identity, including address, contact details.
Shall be what?
Sorry?
What's the what?
Whistleblowers
Yes.
and other providers of third-party information shall be subject to protection.
Why subject? Shall be entitled.
No problem, we can do it. Shall be entitled to protection and confidentiality in relation to their identity, including address, contact details, and other information which may reveal their identity.
Mr. Minister, what do you say to that? Can I have that, please? Are you happy with that, Mr. Minister?
Yeah, they should be protected. Even in the ACC Act, there is protection clause.
Okay, fine. Can I have the formulation?
Mr. Chairman, point of observation, sir. Very quick one, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, very quick one, sir.
Yes.
Yes, with the leave of the House, the Minister has been standing for the past 4 hours without sitting. I'm appealing to the House that we allow him to be sitting while to make our contribution, only stand to respond.
Yeah, but you change this to subject to a particular word.
Entitled.
The minister don't tell him say I want him up.
I'm told the minister is practicing. He has ambition to be a member of this house in due course. So he's beginning to practice. Page 9.
Mr. Chairman.
Page 8, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
I thought to finish page 8.
Oh, yes, but Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, there is something very serious there. When you go back to page 4, hold on. It's very interesting. When you go to page 4, you have micropayer and so forth.
You have what?
You have there like C, you have micropayer means a taxpayer with an annual turnover of less than 10 million euros. There are fines. When you go now to 8, there are fines, but only for medium and large taxpayers and small. So they are not included. So are they not going to be penalized? They are within the threshold. So,
Mr. Minister.
You see that? So stop. When you sit down there, you want to go and listen to sense.
Can you give the question back?
Let me just. Yes, let me just help the chief clarify that. When you go to page 4, under the categorization of the various taxpayers, you have large, you have medium, you have small, and you have micro. Now, when you go to page 8, in identifying penalties for the various taxpayer categories, you only stated large, medium, small. You didn't identify any penalty for micro, defaulting micro taxpayers.
There is a small one.
Because they are below the threshold.
They are below.
That's the reason. They are
Page
below the
9.
threshold. They are not in the tax bracket.
Page 9.
Page 9, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, something was imposed in the previous Finance Act. But we want to do the amendment in line with the provision of the Constitution, and we have agreed with them yesterday during the privilege that this provision should have a limitation, which should be in tandem with 110 subsection 3 in the Constitution. And I read that you follow where we should stop.
I thought this is an elaboration of what is contained in the Constitution.
No, they added, there's an addendum. After month,
yes.
They added, they said, and that any amendment to the bill made after the date of any order shall not affect the previous operations of the bill. How can you operate with the bill? Or anything duly done or suffered thereunder. So we just want to stop at month, 4 months, not exceeding 4 months. You cannot operate with a bill. Bill is a proposal. And the Constitution made it very clear if you read that provision in 3. How do you work within that limit? So it was imposed in somewhere in our legislation. Yesterday we found out that this one should not be, because you cannot operate with a bill. So we push the amendment. I think we are in agreement with all of them. So I can do the amendment.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chairman.
This is becoming more legal.
Yes. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I agree with leader of government business that we may stop after the word months.
Yes.
We may stop there. But the purpose of the bill still stands. But what we must know is that this relevant provision, tied with section 110, 2, and 3, does not allow you to use the raw bill. The raw bill. Because the raw bill is yet a proposal. The intention, I believe the drafters, the intention of the drafters is in the event there's an excellent opportunity for government to generate revenue, okay, before the Finance Act is enacted that captures that opportunity that is not in the previous bill. So that is the provision here. But it says you should do it by statutory instruments.
Yes.
By statutory instruments.
Yes.
Subsection 2 of section 110 gives the leeway to Parliament. Say Parliament may prescribe rules, may provide provision as to how the Minister of Finance can use bills to get money. And then, in the Public Financial Management Act now, Parliament has now provided that Parliament has now made that provision that you can do so, but through statutory instruments. Within the 4 months, the drafters were afraid of the bureaucracy involved for the Finance Act to be completed. It will take a long time. So instead of waiting until the 4 months, of which Parliament may delay, you can come through statutory instruments that has a time bracket of just 21 days. Within that 21 days now, it will become law before that finance bill becomes law. You operate that through statutory instruments that has a time bracket. So the purpose of the bill still stands. But you cannot use raw bill. You must come with statutory instruments for it to be effective. That is the point. This is not an excuse for you to use a bill that is yet to be approved by Parliament.
I agree with the interpretation. So we leave it the way it is.
Mr. Chairman.
No, but it's been recommended that the full stop should come immediately after the 4 months. But what about things done?
Be limiting as explained by the Honorable Member of Parliament.
What about things
if
done
we leave it
under
at 4
the
months,
bill?
it will be limiting the operations of.
How about the validity of things done under the bill?
The validity of things done under the bill
before it became law.
Before it became law will be valid provided it is being preceded by statutory instruments. Whatever you want to harvest, I call it harvest. You've seen it, you have identified a harvest, but you don't have the legal provision to enable you to harvest. And Parliament has bureaucracy to pass laws. It takes a long time. Okay? So you can use statutory instrument to fast track it. Or regulation to fast track it. Yeah, statutory instrument now has time brackets. So the validity depends on the statutory instrument being approved by Parliament. Within 21 days. We know the rules governing statutory instruments. So no sooner as the statutory instrument has passed, by 21 days, no objection, then the validity stands. But you cannot come with raw bill, the ordinary bill, based on section 1103. Based on section 1103, you cannot just come that way. The relevant provision says Parliament may provide means through which you can use bills not yet approved. And the means now has been specified. Say come with statutory instruments.
Well, how do you relate this to section 177?
77?
Because under 170 subsection 7, a statutory instrument does not mature until after 21 days.
Exactly. Well, that is what this one is saying. The rationale. Let me tell you the rationale. Let's say, for instance, in this current year, 2021, there is no petroleum discovery. No discovery of petroleum products in Sierra Leone. And then the Finance Act for 2021 has been done in 2020, maybe November 2020, to be operational throughout 2021. And then in June of 2021, petroleum product is discovered. And then companies come to do that operation. But it was not anticipated in 2020 by the Finance Act. So it's under such circumstances that the law makes provision for the Minister of Finance not to lose revenue. So in as much as the bill has not yet been approved, and Parliament has bureaucracy, in fact, during last Parliament, we used to approve the Finance Act in April. In April of the following year. Like this one in 2022.
Okay,
we used to approve them in April.
Okay, if you stop at the word months, are you suggesting then that the saving provision that is contained in the tail end should be incorporated in the statutory instrument itself? Is that what you're suggesting?
The safeguard is still the same. The safeguard is still the same.
Okay.
It's still the same because no sooner the bill has been enacted, the provision of the statutory instrument is no of no moment.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
Statutory instruments are effective only when there is no bill, approved bill.
Yes, but
So it can remain or be taken off for me. I have no problem.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I accept that immediately it's enacted, then that portion will not hold. But the difficulty out there is, let's imagine some other minerals or some other tax area crops up. It will not give us that flexibility to develop another instrument that we should bring to the House, because we have terminated the Finance Act or the Finance Bill at a specific point. So
That one that has come up.
yes.
You have it in the new finance bill. You have it in the new finance bill, but it cannot be operational until it is passed by this House. So the law is now saying, before we pass it, and we may take too much long time, of 4 months, in the interim, based on the new provisions, you can use statutory instruments, extract those areas in the new finance bill that is yet to be approved, to be operational within 21 days. No sooner the finance bill is complete now, then the statutory instrument is of no moment, because the statutory instrument is just a subset of the finance bill. No sooner we pass the parents, the statutory instrument is of no moment.
Well, that's the reason why I'm saying it's the same explanation I was giving. I mean, that's the reason why I feel we should maintain it at this stage. Because if we terminate it at that point, then there will be some difficulties.
Then I page 10 do it for. Go on to the yeah, for the use later and then we'll count it. You can have flexibility for letting use.
As a compromise point here, I'm saying for the flexibility on foreseeable feature, things that you cannot anticipate. So you want to leave that provision. But mind you that the definition of statutory instrument is very clear.
Yeah, but when the finance bill becomes law, it supersedes the statutory instrument.
Yes. So you want to maintain it for unseen provisions. That's what he has said. So I think I agree with him. So we stay with it. Daniel has said that he has no problem with it. Yeah, we stay with it.
Page 10.
Page 10.
I'm not going to allow anybody to ask me to put the brakes on anymore.
Okay, after this now.
Page 10.
Page
This
10.
is the last time I'm stamping on the brakes.
Okay. Okay, consistent with the thresholds that we have changed on page 4, I want to request that subsection 2 of the section 15 of the Goods and Services Act, Tax Act 2002 is repealed and amended by inserting 100 million instead of the 350 million. So we can put that one just between the Goods and Services Tax Act and the 16. So this one becomes 16 now, and with the numbering will change as we go along. Because we've already amended it in the Income Tax Act, but it also has to affect the Goods and Services Act. So for consistency, yeah, we can amend it also in the Goods and Services Act.
Do you have a form of words for that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, a new 16 then. The 16 becomes 17. Yeah, okay.
Can you make that available?
Yes. Subsection 2 of Section 15 of the Goods and Services Tax Act 2009 is amended by repealing 350 million loans and substituting 100 million loans.
Mr. Minister, are you happy with that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It was an omission that is bringing up for it to be included.
Okay, you want? Can you move?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I move that subsection 2 of Section 15 of the Goods and Services Tax Act 2009 is amended by repealing 350 million and substituting 100 million.
Any seconder? Any seconder?
I so second.
You cannot second.
I so
sitting
second.
down.
He
Thank
sits
you.
in wise. So.
All in favor say aye. Those against say nay.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
The ayes have it.
Another point on page 10, 15.3. Mr. Speaker, 15.3. If you can recall, in 2019, for 2020 finance bill, we had extensive arguments here as to the role and purpose of finance acts. Finance acts are limited to income. And I took note of your earlier opening statement today. Your first statement said this finance act is about income, not expenditure. It's about income. You have twin acts. You have finance act, you have appropriation act. So finance act gives you appropriation expense. Okay, but cunningly, this relevant section, subsection 3, subclause 3 of clause 15, is defining finance act to mean something else. If that happens, it will be abused. Finance act, definition of finance act, is limited to revenue generation. Anything telling you about how you expend cannot fall under the purview. And the last time you ruled that it can be omnibus. But at the end of the day, it was rejected. Mr. Chairman, I submit that this definition cannot include management of public expenditure and other financial related matters. It cannot include that one. Otherwise, it will be open-ended and it may be abused. And laws are made to stand the test of time. That is my submission, sir. The definition here should stop at imposition and alteration of taxation. Full stop. But the rest makes it open and it gives room for abuse.
It's too restrictive, though.
And besides, if we look at the object of the bill, maintaining this one even kills the object. It kills the object. With your leave, sir. The object of this bill is mainly to provide for the imposition and alteration of taxation in support of the government's fiscal policies for the year 2022. The object, the back page.
But if you look at the long title,
of course, fiscal policies.
and if you also
Fiscal policies
look
to
at-
get money, not to expend.
Let us look at the long title. And other related financial matters. Incidental.
Yeah, there's no problem about that. Other financial matters, for instance, we are doing finance act here. Okay? There are financial matters like extractive industries, revenue act. There are other financial matters that gives power to the minister to amend those acts to enable him get more money. There's the excise tax. There's Goods and Services Tax Act. There are other financial matters in those relevant laws that empowers him to amend to enable him get more money.
But
Other related financial matters to enable you get money, not how to spend.
Honorable member.
Yes, sir.
What would be your reaction to what you've done on page 7?
Page 7.
Obviously, we've gone beyond what you are suggesting.
Which one?
On page 7,
What did we do in page 7? Where?
Well, I
Specific.
refer you back to page 7.
This is under income tax. The income. As you earlier said this morning, it deals with income. Income tax deals with financial matters that empowers Minister of Finance to get income to service government activities. It deals with income. Mr. Chairman, this one opens room for abuse. It opens room for abuse, this definition. It opens room for abuse.
Mr. Chairman.
It cannot include expenditure.
Mr. Chairman.
Abuse how?
It cannot include expenditure.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have done extensive research. Today when I started, I read the definition of Finance Act. Now I want to take an example for the sub-region. I will take Nigeria and I will read the provision for the Finance Act 2020 Nigeria.
You've done research?
Yeah, what I have. That's why we have the mobile phones now. Let me read. No, let me read. Finance Act 2020 Nigeria. The Finance Act, they have to support us because we want to do the right thing. They are here as technical people. We need to consult them.
Yes.
It's not a crime. No, it's not Sajusu. It's all of them.
Go ahead.
The Finance Act. No, let me say, I started today with definition from my own phone. So you can check the definition for Finance Bill.
Hey, this honorable member.
No, but we are still, we have not been educated enough. We are still talking about income on Finance Bill. It's not like that. It's about income and expenditure.
You have the floor.
Go and check. Do your research very well. Go to the phone, do your research. Let me read the Nigeria one. More extensive. The Finance Act 2020 amended some key provisions of the Capital Gains Tax Act, Companies Income Tax, Industrial Development Income Tax Act, Persons Income Tax Act, Tertiary Education Trust Fund Act. Listen, fine. Tertiary Education Trust Fund Act, Custom and Excise Tariff Consolidation Act, Value Added Tax, Federal Inland Revenue Service. That is for Nigeria. But there is tertiary there.
What is different?
Wait. Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Tertiary Education Trust Fund. That's expenditure. Now listen to.
What is different?
Wait, is there any need for a trust fund?
Kenya. No. He's talking about the expenditure for the Tertiary Education Trust Fund.
Is there a need for that in Nigeria?
Look at this. No.
Is there a need for the tertiary education?
Mr. Chairman, I submit.
No, let me call
that the relevant provision.
Hold on.
It is not different.
Act in Kenya. The act
It
amended
is not
various. You have to patience because you have refused your global definition for finance bill. You have refused to do your assignment.
The global definition for finance bill is expenditure and revenue. It's boldly written. Boldly written. That is standard. So let me now talk about the Kenya. Yeah? No, we're not going to do the balance. The Act amends various provisions of tax and fiscal laws, including income tax, value-added tax, excise duty act, tax procedure act, and miscellaneous fees and levies act. Further, the act stipulates changes to other acts. Listen now. Changes to other acts, such as the Capital Market Act, Insurance Act, Kenya Revenue Authority Act, Retirement Benefit Act, and Central Depositories Act. In addition, the publication has addressed taxation provisions that were not in the Finance Bill 2021. The Act has introduced new legislations, provisions on registered trusts, minimum tax, additional investment allowances on capital investment. Notably, the proposal in the Finance Bill 2021 extend time to record keeping from 5 years to 7 years and abolish a good deal.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold. Frankly, tell us why you want to restrict the definition.
So now you find definition of finance bill. Give us the definition of finance bill. I challenge you on that.
I will give you.
Give me.
Why?
As provided here.
Where?
As provided here.
No, you can't. No, in the camp of fiscal policy.
In the first place, Mr. Chairman, Sierra Leone is a sovereign state. And each bill has its own purpose. And that is why the opening statement here says, for the purpose of this section, okay, a finance bill, for the purpose of this one, a finance bill shall be a bill whose principal purpose relates to imposition or alteration of taxation. Full stop. That is the definition. For the purpose of this one. Other related matters in respect of revenue generation, imposition, and alteration, not expenditure. Other related matters is in place. Any matter that helps Minister of Finance to get money is in place.
It should surely deal with secondary matters too.
Secondary matters, as long as they help Minister of Finance. That is why one of his defense this afternoon says, we allege that he has made too many amendments. But he said, no, I agree that I have made too many amendments, but they are all within my purview. He said so. And I agree with him. They are all within my purview.
And they are all ancillary to the execution.
They are related. They are all related.
So
that was his defense. Say I amended excise, custom, goods and services, this and that, NRA. They are all within my purview. Yes, he's correct. Those ones fall under related matters to the Finance Act. To this Finance Act. Okay? So what we are saying...
So what are you quarreling with? Is
my
it the use of the word expenditures?
Yes.
Then can we change it to finances?
Well, let's do the drafting. Let's do the drafting.
Mr. Chairman, let's do the drafting. Mr. Chairman, there is no way we are going to accept. We can resist it because finance be the world definition. International World Bank IMF definitions about income and expenditure is standard. It's standard.
You are talking of IMF. We are talking of our local definition for the purpose.
Everywhere in the world.
Okay, wait a minute.
Mr. Chairman,
is
there other financial matters? Other financial matter is there. They are very crafty enough.
Well, in the interest of progress.
Let me just give the what fiscal policy comprises of. Right? The four main components of fiscal policy are, I know he will recall, expenditure, budget reforming, revenue mobilization, particularly tax, then determining fiscal transfers from higher to lower levels.
They've long ago forgotten your lecture.
Mr. Chairman,
Will it help? Oh, hold on. I want us to make progress. Will it help if we
Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm a teacher.
COVID, this is a COVID term.
I'm a lecturer.
First of all, that is not your seat.
Well, it's COVID. We're still under COVID regulation, Mr. Chairman.
That is not your seat. And you keep interrupting me.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, Mr.
Will it help you if we change the word expenditures to finances?
So how will it read?
Public finances and other financial related matters.
I'm okay. Yes, I'm okay.
Mr. Minister.
I'm okay.
If you remove expenditures, you put finance.
Management of public finances and other related matters.
Mr. Chairman, the thing I ask you also for you to define for us, if you accept that one, what are fiscal policies?
Management of public finances.
Fiscal policies. No, Mr. Chairman, you don't just change it because of time. We can suspend the debate to come tomorrow. But let us do the right thing. But if you are changing that, you can also change fiscal policies for the year 2022. It's simple as that. Because it entails revenue and expenditure. It is the standard.
Okay, let's ask the minister. Mr. Minister.
Yes.
Before we get delayed inordinately by that word expenditures, I am proposing from the chair the word finances. I don't know what you think.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I believe it's just a matter of semantics. But public finances, it has an ingredient of public expenditure.
Exactly.
So we can use public finance.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. 14. 15.
13, Mr. Speaker. I have a problem with this exception on the procurement. I think it should be expunged from this because we already have enough provisions in our NPPA Act for buying all kinds of products, including military products. But I think this special provision is not necessary. So I'm moving that it is expunged. I don't know if I have a second.
I so second. I so second. I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Huh?
I so second.
He's asking. We are on page 13 now.
I have amendment for 12, page 12.
What's your amendment?
Page 12. We gave exemptions for machineries, equipment, and yesterday we are talking about telecommunications, handsets, in terms of information transfer and having people to also have some floor price for telecommunications. So we are saying data communication is becoming more important than the voice calls. Probably more data calls now, the WhatsApp calls, etc., etc. So we are saying, one, we want to have a floor price for data calls. I mean, that will bring some amount of revenue. And if it's under the GST exemption for data, because they are charging us already. You are paying for data already. Everybody's paying for data calls. It's not free. So, and digital transactions.
So why do you want to insert this?
Because they are charged at different rates.
No, where?
It's the provision is there under the GST, under this clause 13. After 13, you will have it 14. We'll look at the provision, but not that GST. That provision 12. After you talk about plant machinery descriptions, the caption is
on
GST.
On what page?
Page 12. page 12. After 13, you will say C.
Yes.
After C, you will now put. First, we said handset. Yes. We are not talking about handset. We said we propose. I don't know if the House will accept.
A new D. What are you proposing?
Now, the handset that we aid the rural sector, the rural areas, for example, that are below certain price level.
What is your formulation?
The formulation coming with Mr. Chairman. You have to be patient. You have to be patient. Please. We are talking about
Now, with the amended Telecommunication Act for this floor price,
So
not
no,
for
no,
the
no.
under exemption. No, maybe, but not for the under exemption. This is not exemption.
So
With the amended Telecommunication Act for including floor price.
So can we leave it now?
No, we can still put it there, but you can
No, if
make
you
that
amend that.
comment,
No, fine. If you got any communication act.
Okay.
Let it.
Okay.
Okay, let it. So we'll put the floor price.
Yes.
When I'm sure, see, I don't talk to them.
No, not talk to the it, but
Mm.
one amendment.
Okay, no, for left now.
Then Mike, I don't go.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Based on consultation, they said they want to do the Telecommunication Act amendment. Yes. They want to do the amendment. So, for us, if they have that intention they have, if that is the intention they have, I think we can leave one for the answer.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
For the
13.
handset. No, we are not done. I'm not done. That's for the handset, the exemption. So if, Mr. Chairman, this is so technical. We did for the floor price and we generated revenue. I'm telling you. No, nobody suffered. Floor price, nobody suffered. They are charged at different rate. Nobody suffered. Tell me who has suffered from that. No, nobody. What did he suffer? He did not. No, he did not. You know, it's a game. They just do charges. So when we do the floor price, you have for the data calls, the GST, because this one are GST. What you are saying?
Give us a formulation.
A formulation is I'm giving you. GST for data and internet data transactions shall be charged at a minimum of fair market price of 30 loans per megabyte. 30 loans per megabyte.
Mr. Chairman.
They are now charging even more than that.
Mr. Chairman.
And I've given you a price. That is you cannot understand because it's more technical. They know what I'm saying. They know it's a very technical point I'm raising.
Mr. Chairman.
Because they are not they are even going to charge us 150 loans per megabyte. They say no, they are making promotions, they are even charging more. You check the promos that are saying on our phones. They'll give you 3 megabytes if you make this call as social period. We are charged over 150 loans. So we are saying, let us have a floor price. Whether you are making promo or not, it's your own business. As we did for the voice call. So it'll be 30 loans per megabyte. That is the suggestion I'm making.
Mr. Chairman. Through the chair.
You know what I mean?
Mr. Chairman, we have a problem here. Sometimes when we make some of these laws, let's be mindful that we are moving in the digital world. And most of our students depend on this data to do their research. Even members of parliament, even in the villages, our people now rely on data to connect with the world. And they listen to audios and other things using data. In this same world, under this same parliament, under your leadership again, we had another tax on calls, and the poor people who are using free calls, we are deprived. And even the offers that we are given by QCell, we are eroded from the people. Why are we always putting burden on our people? This is complete burden on poor students. Poor Sierra Leoneans, Mr. Leader. You've always said, I have always supported you when it is in the needs of the people. I am coming. Let me land. I have always supported you when you are on pro-poor policies. I have no doubt on this. But this one is putting burden on the poor people of Kenema. I will not support this. No, I will not support this. This will bring problem on your people. Your very people of.
Mr. Chairman, I want to disagree with our leader of government business.
Order.
Leader,
Order.
Leader, we are here to represent our people, and because we are here to represent them, we have the onus to make sure that we defend them when they are not here. You telling us that NRA should have a floor price for data. Leader, definitely this will kill even businesses, data businesses. I'm coming, allow me, please. Yeah? Data basically is not only used on the phone or our phones. We use data even the hospitals. We use data, Mr. Leader. I mean, does not mean because you can afford, to buy data, it means, a charge should be levied. No, we have poor people who cannot even have 1,000 units a day, but they can still be able to use data because of the tariff that we're having currently. And I'm also a leader. We have Salcab, yeah? Now Salcab or Zudlab. Zudlab is now trying to see how best they can reduce the tariff on data. So that our people, will be able to use data. But you as a leader here again telling us that we should, from Kenema, a very remote area, telling, I don't think it is prudent, Mr. Chairman. That's not prudent.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The whole technique about floor price is a price control system. It's a price control system.
Point of order. Can we leave this for the telecoms bill?
Mr. Chairman.
You did a voice call on the finance bill. We did a voice call on the finance bill. You know what is happening? I made reference. I made reference to the text message that we have received from MNOs. They will text you. You call. You pay 150 per megabyte. We want to control that one. It's very significant. It's a price control system for fraud. We're talking about fraud price. The fraud price is well stated that a group of company or government will impose a particular price limit to control a particular data communication system or voice calls. That's just fraud price. Go for a definition. So what you are saying, because there are variations, he has talked about Ucell, he has talked about Africell, he has talked about Orange, because we don't want people for them to charge people indiscriminately. So I want to have a control system. So it's so that you cannot disadvantage people. Let me tell you, it's not everywhere you can get Ucell. They have a better data price than all of the other companies. It's not everywhere you have Ucell. There are places only access Africell. And if you access Africell, if the price is 150 euros per data, Ucell is charging 50 euros per data. Now what you are saying, because the floor price want to control price system, because most people are using data costs, because I'm more pro-poor, that's why I'm saying, let's have a floor price. So when you get to Kobola, when you're in Kailau, if I'm using Ucell, if I'm using Orange, I use the same price as Ucell in Freetown. That is the argument. That is not the argument. So all of what they are saying, floor price are this, I'm more pro-poor. Because I want to control the market. I don't want to exploit our people.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Minister. Mr. Chairman, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Can I be heard on this, sir?
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Chairman, you'll be hearing two voices. I will only listen to the minister now. Any other MP there, I will be talking from this side. Because I have to keep my
What is being proposed by the leader of government business is entirely new. Is entirely new. You did not contemplate that particular. I think so.
Mr. Chairman, sir, can I be heard on this?
No, the minister says let's drop it and wait for the time.
Better.
Page 13. Page 14.
No, but
page 15.
Mr. Chairman, you cannot move on like that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We hear from the minister.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to draw attention.
You were not paying attention.
You want us to leave it?
Mr. Chairman, there was an issue raised on procurement by the Honorable from Kichom. I don't think we have addressed that as we move forward.
Who passed it?
Expunged. Okay.
17.
You are sleeping.
Page 18.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. We said
Mr. Chairman.
Disaster management. We said they are key in this process.
Page 16, Mr. Chairman.
14, Mr. Chairman.
No, we are
16.
on 17 now.
No, wait. After 14, we'll go to 15 and 17. Mr. Chairman, 14.
Mr. Chairman, observation.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Page 14.
Hold on. Let's listen to the minister.
Page 13, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I am hearing that 13, the Public Procurement Act 2016, should be expunged. I don't agree to that.
No. We'll pass that. Don't worry.
What was
It
the
was
resolution
withdrawn.
there?
It was withdrawn. No.
No, Mr. Chairman. I think we didn't conclude that.
It was not withdrawn. We moved the motion.
The honourable member from Kichom moved that it must be expunged, and somebody seconded the motion.
Oh, I see.
And there was no counter motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, on this issue, I believe sufficient and plausible reasons have been given by the minister why we should maintain and retain this particular clause. So there is no way it should be expunged.
You cannot say there is no way it could be expunged. The honourable member moved a motion and it was seconded.
Who seconded it?
The honourable from Cambia.
You seconded the motion without a question from the speaker.
It's a Cambia motion.
No. Of course. You just stood up and said that you seconded the motion.
Ask for a seconder.
I
It was the
didn't hear
chairman who
you.
asked
I
for a
didn't hear you
seconder.
ask that question.
We want this clause here.
No.
Mr. Chairman Finance, with all due respect, you don't go it that way. It doesn't happen that way, no sir.
Which way?
No sir, it doesn't happen that way. We
When
want
you
that
tell
here.
somebody,
No.
excuse me.
This is a house of laws. We do it democratically.
You tell somebody move.
No sir, you don't take. No sir,
And
we
you
know that.
can move a counter motion against yours.
Take
Can
your
move it
seats.
then.
Very well.
Move it.
Take your seats. We have a motion. Was it seconded?
I second the motion.
Any counter motion?
Mr. Chairman, before counter motion, there are certain things we need to come to compromise. I can understand what you are saying. But if you really look at the spirit and the text of this provision, if you really carefully read it, Mr. Chairman, I plead with my colleagues on the other side. You really don't need to go through all the procurement, talking about security matters, talking about ammunitions. I think you really need to have some leverage in this area. You don't disclose procurement. You have to disclose. You have to go to all of the
Honourable
procurement
members, what I would like to inform you.
The provision is
This
no.
provision, I have read it again and again.
Let us sustain it, please.
It is consistent with international
National standard. You don't go disclose it in Dubai.
best practice.
Please.
All over the world.
Mr. Chairman, can we read the provision?
Yes. Read it, please, for the
Mr. Minister.
edification of the rest.
The provision is cloudy. Let us read it. So, where the minister responsible for defense or national security, with the approval of the Defense Council, determines that a procurement related to national defense or national security requires the application of special measures, which we are not privy to. The rules and procedures set out in this act shall not apply, but special measures. What are those special measures? So what I want to suggest, it is true that defense procurement should not be like the ordinary procurement.
That is correct.
But we need this to be expunged. Let them bring the Public Procurement Act and amend it with the measures so that we will keep it the way they want it to be protected. But not, because as it is now, we don't have the measures, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. we are not against the procedures, but since the measures are not clear, it is better for the Public Procurement Act to come, then the Minister of Finance could go back, prepare those measures so that we know what the measures are. If the measures are not spelled out clearly here, Mr. Chairman, we will not know whether they will have even gone out of anything. We must have measures spelled out. Thank you, sir.
Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just a referral. We said with approval of the Defense Council. Who's the head of the chairman of the Defense Council? It's the president. It's the president. This is security matter. Now this we can move, we can vote on this one.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on SO32.
No problem.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on SO32. Mr. Speaker, I rise on SO32.
SO3210. The presidency should be protected also.
Mr. Leader, I rise on SO32. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the leader is in. No, you
upheld.
Thank you very much, sir.
3210. Let's don't bring the president's.
Mr. Chairman, we should also protect our president. I gave you the case. I gave you the case today. You can go to the Auditor General's report, 2015. You can go to that report. You will see that that one area, over 64 million was disbursed. I am sure the president would want some safeguards. What Honorable Chairman Omajo has suggested makes a lot of sense. If we need special measures, Mr. Minister can come back with the NPPA Act. We'll look at those measures and approve for you. This is too opaque. This is too opaque. And we know already, yes, ammunition is bought anyway, and there are special provisions. Let's not do this here. This is not correct. Let us protect our presidency as well. Let us protect the presidency. That's our interest.
Well, I have a motion, and somebody was moving a counter motion.
Move on. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, this provision is very clear. We can vote. It don't matter. We are ready to vote on this one. Before I propose my vote, they are not saying they are deliberately abrogating the provisions of the rules and regulations. So this act will prescribe. You are not going to buy arms and ammunition for national security, and you want to bring out the rules how you are going to purchase a bazooka, how you are going to purchase LMG, AK-47. It has never happened. It has never happened anywhere.
Mr. Chairman.
To disclose where you are going to buy the procedures, it has never happened. That's what
Mr. Chairman.
No, that is what, because
as it is now,
it is clear. I'm on my legs, please.
As it is now,
I am on my legs, please.
Please,
when your leader was speaking, nobody was obstructing. Allow me to finish. The provision is very clear. I'm taking my time. It's very clear. The reason why I mentioned.
Are you moving a counter motion?
I will move a counter motion. That
go
calls
ahead.
for. Now I want them to understand why the provision. If they cannot understand, we can go into vote. I want them to understand the implications for national security. If they want to vote, we can go into vote. We can go into vote, but I want them to understand. You see, the business of politics, we have to put ourselves for the bigger picture. Our security is very paramount. During the days of the interregnum, can you say you want to go to parliament during the days of Kabah to purchase ammunition to show the route you are going to pass, or you are going to use to purchase ammunition, arms ammunition? No. Are you going to say how Nigeria is going to import arms ammunition for us? Are you going to tell ECOWAS how to come with arms ammunition here? It's the chairman for Defense Council that chairs that meeting. That chairs the meeting. I want them to understand. It's not about politics. It's about national security.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to that, under emergency conditions of war, there is a provision. The example you gave, under those emergency conditions, there is a provision to allow His Excellency the President to take special measures. Also, Mr. Chairman, we are not a war country yet. So, under that, you can declare a state of emergency and you have full powers. We've gone through it under the Civil War. This one here, Mr. Speaker, you're a Cambridge lawyer. Look at the way this is even written. Special measures, special this, special that, undefined. Let us protect our president so people don't muzzle him with emergency stuff like this. This is wrong. Let us expunge.
Chairman, again, in addition, Mr. Chairman,
Well, no, but I don't count, man.
I will entreat both sides to hang heads.
No one time.
Bash. Hold that mic, man.
and that consultations have yielded a compromise, and that compromise is reflected in a continuation with the existing law on the matter. If we agree on that as a matter of principle, fine. Then I refer you to this pink book, page 39. Page 39. Page 39.
An extract
Is the Public Procurement Act 2016, Part 1 Preliminary, Section 1, Subsection 3, where the minister responsible for defense or national security, with the approval of the Defense Council, determines that a procurement related to national defense or national security requires the application of special measures. The application of the rules and procedures set out in this act may be modified by the National Public Procurement Authority, but the modification shall be governed only by defense or national security considerations. So, if that is the existing law, in the interest of progress, I suggest we extrapolate this one and include it in the Finance Act that is under consideration. It's the existing law. We are not adding or subtracting, but at least it gives us a leeway to move forward to finality. I hope we accept that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes?
Yes.
Let me talk to the leadership first, please.
Okay.
Leader of government business, I understand from the leader of the opposition that he's fine with it. The motion.
No,
Mr.
Chairman,
says he's fine with it.
Mr. Chairman, I've earlier push my argument.
Huh?
I've earlier pushed my argument about Defense Council.
Yes.
Yeah. And there are huge implications. It's not because you have order say you should prepare to secure your sovereign state. It's when you're at peace, you make sure your people are protected. And we are talking about procurement after Defense Council have approved for the purchase of arms and ammunition. I am saying need to procurement. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say it out. On this provision, something happened. I don't want to say it. No, I will not explain it. So think about what happened in Yenga. When we are under attack from Guinea. Think about it. When they requested, something happened during the procurement process. People are not doing it because they are fancy in it. They are doing this out of reason. That's why they have removed the procurement aspect of it. I will move a motion for it to be on record for national security. I will move counter motion that we should not subject to Defense Council to procurement. We should not. I will move a counter motion. If I'm defeated, so be it. In the interest of this country, I will do it. I will be on record. But I'm not going to do this for a wishy-washy business because I want procurement to look good. I will not. I rest my case.
Mr.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the leader that we should not be doing wishy-washy business. That is why we are already suggesting something that will be long-lasting. We should not be in a haste. This is defense. We should not play with it, Mr. Chairman. This is defense. I agree with him. If we rush it, we'll be doing a wishy-washy thing. And he's against doing wishy-washy. I agree with him. So that is why we should not rush it. And you read the provision. The provision you read is almost in tandem with what they want to do, just that they've reduced some words. In tandem. We are saying, let us get the Public Procurement Act. In any areas where procurement will obstruct the purchase of arms and ammunition, this House will address, so that we will not take it to the normal channel. It is as simple as that. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
No, please, let's not open the debate.
Yes.
Okay. It is my considered opinion that the existing law, both in import and purport, is not substantially different from what is being proposed. And I believe we can live with the existing law. And it does not in any way detract from the objective that was sought to be achieved by the proposal contained in the bill before us. Unless, of course, the leader of government business has other reasons unknown to me.
I said I have reasons, and the reasons we'll talk in camera. And I move that motion. I'll move that motion. If I have a move to counter motion, so be it. We have removed the word procurement deliberately for national security. But they said, in this act shall not apply, but special measures shall apply, which shall be governed by defense or national security consideration. But they just remove procurement. We know what is happening through the procurement processes.
I don't understand. You just remove procurement.
They remove procurement. Procurement is not here.
Where?
You can read both of them. Let me read to you.
Procurement is in the proposal.
No. Wait. Read the act. Read the act. The act. They are saying the act may be modified by National Procurement Authority. Modified by National Procurement Authority. What they have said, they have gone further in looking at it differently. Instead of procurement modifying it, they said they will use special measures. Special measures. Because of the experience. For national security, I will stand with the provision given to us. But I will not stand with the present provision in the Act. I will move a counter motion, Mr. Chairman. Let us be on record. No problem.
No, but special measures is contained in the existing law.
Mr. Chairman, take your time to read both provisions. Take your time to read both provisions. They are different. They are not the same. Just take your time to read both of them.
I'm not saying they are identical, but they are.
The procedure set out in this act shall not apply, but special measures shall apply, which shall be governed by defense. Here, there is National Public Procurement Authority. It said, act may be modified. May be modified. That is the language I have removed. Modified.
Chairman, you cannot...
Why NPPA?
Mr. Chairman.
For national security.
Mr. Minister, as members of parliament, Mr. Chairman, we know very well that you cannot modify an act without an amendment. So the Public Procurement Authority cannot do anything outside of that act without coming back to this House. The powers we have given to them is in consonance with what is here.
And
they cannot modify it without coming to this House.
No, and it says further, whatever the modification, it must be governed only by defense and national security considerations.
Mr. Chairman, it's not the point. Let me give you the point for national security. They don't even want to take the list of arms and ammunition for national security to procurement. They don't want to do it. But that is what they are saying. Go to the first provision. Go to the fourth provision.
If I
How can you modify? You don't know what you want to modify.
If we may
you can
help,
modify
if
from
we
empty
may help
space.
the leader of government business.
No, it's not the act they're talking about. It's a
may-
purchase.
We want
It's
to
not the
help.
act.
No, but they
It's
don't
a
have, no, but let us be clear.
Clear
what
what?
the existing law is saying, the NPPA does not have the unfettered discretion to modify.
This
At
one?
all. There is no unfettered discretion.
This one?
Yes, it has to be related.
They are saying apply for special measure. The application of the rules and procedures
They-
set out in the act may be modified by the National Procurement Authority.
Go on to the last.
But they are saying, but the modification shall be governed by only by defense or national. So that's what I've given you a preface that what you are calling for in international national security, they don't want them to disclose. They don't want you to understand or to see what they want to buy.
Under those
So for national
circumstances,
security, that is the argument. So that is the whole spirit. They don't even want MPPA to be part of what they are doing.
Yes,
in terms of purchase of arms and ammunition.
Yeah, but
let
that
me
is
make
wrong.
this point, Mr. Chairman. Let me
Mr.
come again.
No, but we need to help you.
Please, you don't need to help me. Let me explain better so that you can understand.
Some of us have served, we have served in government doing work.
Well, when I'm protected by the speaker, Chairman.
Well, when
you know what you are doing, accepted, and I will go for it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still protected, sir. Please, I'll give you time. They are saying what all the argument is. They don't want procurement, National Procurement Authority, to know anything they are doing in terms of national security, the purchase of arms and ammunition. They don't want that one to happen. That's what they have said. They have removed even the word all procurement. They don't want this whole business to pass through procurement. They want to apply. If you allow me to land, then we can understand better.
If I may
Otherwise, I'll move a counter motion, go into vote.
I will forget about the business.
I move a counter motion because if you look at said compare the two texts, when you compare the two texts, they are different. They are different. They are different.
All right, for me to understand, for my own edification, you keep referring to they.
Who is they?
This is now a bill, a government bill that is being piloted by the Minister of Finance. Mr. Minister, tell this House, was this amendment that you come in with deliberate, or do you see the two, that's the existing law and your proposal, as coterminous, substantially the same, though not identical? Mr. Minister, please help us.
Yes,
And considering the fact that you did refer to NPPA
yes,
as being under one of the agencies under your purview.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. The issue surrounding this amendment is as a result of when Defense Council decisions are taken, you have to refer those decisions to the National Procurement Authority for special dispensations, which we believe should not be the case. So that is why we decided to come out with or to recommend this provision that it should be amended with just the extraction of the National Procurement Authority. So that's the difference between what we have submitted and the National Public Procurement Authority. Because the way it is, if the Ministry of Defense wants to buy any military hardware or arms and ammunition, if a decision is taken by Defense Council, the ministry will have to write back to the National Procurement Authority for them to grant them special dispensation for them to carry out that procurement. So if that is the case, then some confidentiality in the procurement of military hardware and arms and ammunition will be subject to the public consumption at the end of the day. So that is why we decided that this should be the case. So the difference between the NPPA Act and what we have proposed is just the involvement of NPPA. If it's expunged from there, then we get the sole discretion of the Defense Council and the Presidency to carry out that particular procurement.
Mr. Speaker, if Mr. Chairman, may I?
Hold on just 1 second. Leader, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Let me lend my voice to this argument.
Honourable member.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, defense procurements the world over are secretive in nature, all over the world. You know, the rationale of this amendment is to totally remove the authority of the National Procurement Authority from procurements of security, defense procurements. Because the point is that as long as the National Public Procurement Authority is involved in the procurement, there will be no confidentiality. Because under the Access to Information Act, anybody within the public can require those documents. Under the Access to Information Act, anybody can come. Because in the Parent Act, in this act, there's the involvement of the procurement, the Public Procurement Authority. The authority is only required, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, to modify the process. So even if the process is modified, there will be a paper trail. There will be documents to that effect, which can be required under the Access to Information Act. So the rationale of this amendment is to totally remove any involvement of the National Public Procurement Authority in the process. Otherwise, that process will never be secretive. That is the rationale. So, honorable members, this is a plea that we drop this argument and allow it to go as it is. It's a plea. Let's allow it to go as it is.
No.
Otherwise, we'll be putting our security procurements out there in the streets. Out there in the streets. Even for the security of the state, Mr. Chairman, even for the security of the state. This kind of argument is not prudent, even for the security of the state. You want everybody to know, you want everybody to just get up, one CSO can just get up, or one NGO can just get up to say, well, the authority was involved in the modification process. We want to see documents to that effect. By law, they should have access to that document. That's all the more reason why the amendment seeks to remove that authority. That is the rationale, Mr. Chairman.
Let me listen to the mover of the motion.
We have listened to the arguments for why procurement should not be involved. Fortunately, in this House, two of us have served under military regimes at wartime. We've done that. We know how and when they purchased ammunition, and we didn't have to know the details of what they are going to buy. We also know that this country has gone through 11 years civil war with a civilian president as well. As part of that period, we know he also had to purchase ammunition and so on, and it was done smoothly without it being in social media or in the media. So it is not the first time that Sierra Leone will be purchasing. If I may finish, we have had two civilian governments. We've had two civilian governments since the war finished. I gave you the case of the audit report now. Ammunitions were bought in the last regime, still through procurement process. Till today, nobody told us that it was 50 jeeps or 15,000 rounds of ammunition. Military defense procurement includes boots. It includes boots, rice. Wait, let me finish. I served in government as well. I was a minister 30 years ago. Yes, and I have also interacted with other governments. So, if you read what they have here, everything you want is in here. And I want to read what you quoted, Mr. Speaker. If I may read, where the minister responsible for defense or national security, with the approval of the Defense Council, determines that a procurement related to national defense or national security requires the application of special measures. I pause there for a minute. If they have a meeting, they say, this time we're not buying boots. We're not buying toilet roll for the military. We're not buying socks. This time we want to buy rounds of ammunition. We want that number not to be known for the public. They allow it. If it requires special measures, and I continue, the application of the rules and procedures set out in this act may be modified. By whom? National Procurement Authority. There is a reason why. Safeguard. Since this, let me finish. I'll come to emergency in a minute. The crafters of this put a safeguard. Since this time you are not buying boots, you are buying ammunition and maybe bazookas, make an application that's what we want to do now. They don't want to know the quantities. But send to the NPP and justify, if I may finish, apply to them that now we want special provision so we can do this in a different way. They allow it here. But they also put another safeguard, that it must be for national security and defense reasons only. There is a good reason, because yes, they know we have a history. Under emergency, if you go back, we declared a state of emergency here, right? And we've declared states of emergency during war. Under those conditions, yes, it's already there, constitutionally and in the procurement. The president can take special measures without even coming here, if there's that emergency. So here, Mr. Speaker, I truly believe these safeguards were well thought out. Let us not begin to bypass the provisions that we've set, and a lot of flexibility was built in because we were a country at war before. They know that certain purchases cannot be out in the public. So the NPPA will make special provisions to allow those kinds of purchases. What is being asked for now is a blank check. I believe it's wrong.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Chairman, in addition to that, I will not want to repeat all he has said. With due respect and deference to the Deputy Speaker also, I want to remind him and this House that even if we remove the NPPA as is being requested, there is nothing stopping any citizen from using the access to information in accessing the very documents. Nothing, absolutely.
No, I totally disagree.
Nothing, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I totally disagree. I totally disagree.
Well, I'm
totally.
I'm saying there is nothing stopping any citizen accessing those documents.
Whether it will succeed is another matter.
That is it. That is it. That is it, Mr. Chairman. That is it. That is it.
You can't.
No, you understood exactly what I'm saying.
You can't.
The law is very clear.
No, you can't.
Access to information, there is no barrier in access to information. In the Access to Information Act, there is no barrier. So I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for picking that up.
Mr. Chairman, let me make my last statement. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make be correction to Honorable Yumkela. If you look at the provision we have, it's clear that for specific arms and ammunition, that's what they are requesting. If you go to page in the amendment at 39, they are talking about clause 4, where they are talking about for the purpose of subsection 3 in the Parent Act, procurement of items such as general stores, uniforms, stationery, office equipment, and standard vehicles shall not be classified as national defense or national security procurement. So they must go through the National Procurement Authority. They must, NPP. They must go through that process. But we are saying at the time of emergency is the time we want to purchase arms and ammunition. Let us go to history. The rebels ran into us because our depots were empty. Nothing there. Nothing was there. So they ran all our checkpoints and came into Sierra Leone. And a gun was so shot. The rebels they invaded Sierra Leone with no stuff from the military because they are under-equipped. So let me say again, for you to even say, for national security, if you cannot say, I want to buy AK-47, you cannot say that. When you disclose that one, your enemy will know exactly what is in your depot. You don't want your enemy to know what is in your depot. So let me tell you, they want to vote. We are ready to vote. We have just attacked Uganda for terrorism on the rampage. We have contributed our force to take part in Somalia. We have got threats from the terrorists. We should be prepared for any eventuality. That's why I said we should vote on this matter for posterity to judge us. We on this other side, We cannot jeopardize national security for politics.
Okay.
I move.
Counter motion.
I move.
Are you putting a counter motion?
They are not ready to accept. We have done that. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the minister has gone to the other side during the recess to talk to our colleagues on the other side. No, he still stood by his position. He said he's going to stay by what is a proposal. That he has said. So we move a counter. There is nothing much we can do. For posterity to judge us, let us vote. Who wins for the records. Okay. But we cannot jeopardize national security for cheap politics. We cannot do it. No problem.
We will not jeopardize national security for cheap politics. As well.
All right, thank you.
We will not.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the proposal in the bill remain as it is for the good of our national security. Thank you.
Any seconder?
2 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
Fine.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll deal with the counter motion first. Yes? We've always done that.
Yeah. So put the question.
Honorable members, we will start with the counter motion that the provision contained in
The counter motion first.
the provision contained in the Finance Act 2022 clause 21 be maintained. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on SO46.
Yes. Very well. I will allow 5-10 minutes before I put the question the second time.
The doors closed. The door closed.
No, you stand and be counted. You stand and be counted.
To be security business. Not security business.
It's security matter, so it should be secret ballot.
Open ballot. Open ballot.
Secret ballot.
Open ballot. We have been doing that all this while. Open ballot.
We are talking about secrecy. We are talking about secrecy. It is going to be a
Open
secret
ballot.
ballot.
Open ballot.
No, not open ballot. It is going to be a secret
We've
ballot.
been voting all this
We are
while
talking
open
about
ballot. So we are going to use that same thread.
We are talking about secrecy. It is going to be a secret ballot.
Open ballot. Open ballot,
It
please.
is going to be a secret ballot.
I'm afraid, no. I'm going to apply the provisions of SO 46. And I'm guided by the phrase, they must rise in their places.
Mr. Speaker, they were emphasizing on the word secrecy. So it should be a should be a secret ballot. No. It is going to be a secret ballot, Mr. Speaker.
Cannot.
Let us not skew the process. We should not skew the process.
to return to their seats. Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister. Put the vote. Just put the vote.
Mr. Chairman, why are they afraid of secret ballots?
Ask them. I don't know.
What?
Take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. I'm putting the question for the second time.
Excuse me, hey.
Body is there.
Excuse me, hey, hey. Hey.
Honorable members, I'm putting the question for the second time. All those in favor of the motion, all those in favor of the motion to maintain Clause 21 as is in the Finance Act before the House, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. Nay. The ayes have it.
Aye. Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
when
Chairman.
will the nays have it?
Stop using the mic.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, your ear to your left needs to be revisited.
I will tell the doctors.
Yes, we need to.
I will tell
now,
the doctors.
I rise on SO 46-2.
Yes.
46 will not help you. No, it will not help you. It will not help you, sir. So now,
It's the same.
Yeah, it's just a matter of calling their names.
Okay. Do you have the names?
no, Mr. Speaker.
The names.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, the question has been put and the decision has been taken by you.
Yes.
What the leader of the opposition has said, he has stood on SO 46-2, which will not help him in this case, Mr. Chairman. SO 46-2 will not help him in this case.
Mr. Chairman, it's a new question.
Mr. Chairman, the decision has been made. SO 46-2 will not help the leader of the opposition. 46-2 will not help the leader in this case, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let us read 46-2. He stood on SO 46-2. No. The question has been put. The second time decision has been taken. SO 46-2 will not help the leader. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, my decision has been challenged for the second time. And in accordance with the provisions of 46(1),
it was not challenged for the second time, sir. It was not. It was challenged for the first time, and the question was put. The second challenge was on SO 46-2. And that did not help the leader, sir.
No.
The second challenge was SO 46-2.
Please allow me now.
Thank you.
A division has been called by the leader of the opposition.
Excuse me, I want to push against small.
All those in favor of the motion stand and be counted.
Are you standing? Are you standing? 27, 28, 20. We'll be seated. No, but you are standing. You are standing.
Where's the police? I got 28. Police said 26.
Count again. Count again. Remain standing to be counted, please. Order, order.
You, Sergeant Atan, please move behind.
Count us well. Count us well.
28. It's 28. 28. 28. 28.
All those against the motion, please stand and be counted. Order! Any abstentions? Please take your seats. Take your seats. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? Honorable members, please take your seats. Take your seats, please. The results of the vote is as follows.
Objection!
Mr. Speaker, you have to
Objection, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
let's go to be done properly.
Chairman, objection. Objection, Mr. Chairman. Objection, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, objection. Deputy Speaker, stop pressuring. Deputy Speaker, stop pressuring.
Mr. Speaker, go ahead with the results, please.
Please, sir.
Those voting in favor of the motion, 28. Those voting against, 27. The motion is carried.
No. Mr. Chairman, the figures are not credible. Now we 28. Mr. Chairman. No right to name them. No right to name them. Now we 28. No right to name them. That's what we did last time. We. Ora.
Honorable members, take your seats. Take your seats.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Laboratory leader, no left there.
Take your seats, please.
At this point, we left.
Dr. Kaloko, began confusion.
We will continue.
Me first girl picking for you.
Our consideration.
I tell you. If you have feature, I go molest you inside this one.
Of the bill, page by page. No, page 50. We are page 15. Page 16.
Dr. Kaloko, sit down, please. Speaker is in charge.
Page 18.
18, Mr. Chairman.
Page 17.
Page 17, yes.
Yeah, we.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, there was an argument.
Dr. Kaloko, vaccine one.
There was an argument that had to do with from the pre-legislative meeting. We had this one, but let me tell you, we have asked that for us in this process. I want to say, Ministry of Finance, they have tried to get us a legal person here.
Dr. Kaloko, vaccine.
The first text of this particular bill, for this one we struggle to manage an account from the Ministry of Finance, I want to make the amendment. Under the National Disaster Management Act 2020, and I read, the minister responsible for finance, that is B, clause B, as clause 3. The minister responsible for finance shall establish a special emergency account to be known as a disaster management account to provide funding for disasters and the implementation of disaster management for an emergency response and emergency response operation for disaster affected persons. The president will decide.
So
no, we'll come to that. We'll come to that because
is that a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion. Yes.
More or less, what you are saying, you're asking for the deletion of the words "and manage."
Yes. Yeah.
Any seconder?
No, I'm not going to allow them to give their because we have removed now the manage. So let them give me an input. It's a proposal.
Exactly. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on 17, sir. Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Yes.
Yes. Much as I want to commend the minister for accepting for some amendments to be done on this provision, from his submission, he did state that his intention is not to manage the fund. Neither his intention is to take any responsibility or function of the National Disaster Management Agency, but rather to establish a fund to be managed by the very agency. That's what he said. On that note, Mr. Chairman, I want to submit that this text reads as thus. The minister responsible for finance shall establish a special emergency escrow account managed by the National Disaster Management Agency to be known as Disaster Management Account to provide funding for disasters and the implementation of disaster management for any emergency response and emergency response operation for disaster-affected persons. That's my suggestion, sir.
I was thinking that my colleague would have just stayed with, but I.
No, I added.
No, let me come now.
Yes, I took a lead from the minister's response. He said his intention is not to take the responsibility of the disaster management without managing the fund.
Okay, I will take it.
So on that note, let's make that explicit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I will now give the full amendment so that we can agree. I have read the first one. Let me go for the second one. The fourth one. Or if you don't mind, I will read coherently. I have done the amendment for the first one, clause 3. I said the minister responsible for finance shall establish a special emergency account to be known as the disaster management account to provide funding for disasters and the implementation of disaster management for an emergency response and emergency response operation for disaster-affected persons. 4. The next amendment, please take note. Utilization of funds from the account shall be approved by the President, consistent with his authority under paragraph C of subsection 2 of section 114 of the Constitution, and shall not be subject to the provision of the Public Procurement Act 2016 or any other enactment, provided for the utilization of funds from the account shall be subject to audit by the Auditor General upon the maximum of 30 days following such utilization. That is the fourth one. We have that one in 4. The fifth one, the management now. The fifth one, pay attention, please. Withdrawals from the account shall be. You get problem. Withdrawals from the account shall be upon the instructions of the minister responsible for finance and authorized by the Accountant General's Department and the National Disaster Management Agency, who shall be joint signatories to the account. That's the full amendment for that provision. The full amendment. So now we have the request, we have the authority, and we have the management of the account. That's what I have done. Nobody's omitted.
Mr. Chair, sir.
Yes.
Coming to the 4, which our landed leader has just submitted something on. Mr. Chairman, when you reference section 114, subsection 2 of the 1991 Constitution, it talks about the warrants of the President. That is in a situation whereby, let's say a situation arises, and there is no provision in the budget, direct provision in the budget. The President can direct through a warrant, for funds to be provided for that particular purpose. So in this case, Mr. Chairman, we are talking about a special account. The President's power is to provide funds using section 114. If you are saying utilization, in other words, is managing the account again. If you are saying the utilization of the funds from the account shall be approved, but no, that's not his function again. The President's function is to use section 114 to authorize for funds, using his powers under warrant, for funds to be provided for that account. But if you say, and that's what I'm saying, I just focus on the word utilization. So I think my own submission, Mr. Chairman, it should be this, the provision, the provision or appropriation of funds to the account shall be approved by the President. That is his mandate. He has to approve for funding for that particular account, but not the utilization of money from that account. If we do that, then we shall have contravened section 114 of the 1991 Constitution. My submission, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If you read the full provision of 114 subsection 2, it's very clear It's very clear on how do you expend the monies in the account. It's very clear. It's not a blank check at all. It's subject to certain provision. If you are even going to lay the expenditure before Parliament, the provision is very clear. And it's subject to audit. It's not a blank check at all. And if you say escrow account is only by 3 people.
Well,
you don't use escrow account on this. Oh, not at all. Please, if you use escrow account, I'm speaking.
Is that 1142C,
it's clear.
to which reference is made, applies where no provision exists for an expenditure, but an emergency has arisen.
Add to what both of them have said.
Yes.
Because we need to have a common ground. Let us don't lose sight of the fact that if we say it is the president will be the person that will be utilizing, he will be directly subjected to auditing as a person, which we don't want. That's why he should authorize. But to utilize, we will be putting him on the front line. And also, whatever we do in this act, we must also make reference to Section 38 of the National Disaster Management Act, whether it is subjected to or otherwise, but we must make reference. Because, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if I may read, 38 and 39. 38 talks about the establishment of a National Disaster Management Fund. That is the act. Where it says, provide finances for the development and operation of disaster preventions, disaster risk and reduction, climate change risk reduction, and other disaster management programs. So if you go down to 39, they will tell you the ways within which the fund gets money. The activities of the agency shall be financed by fund consisting of A, monies appropriated for the agency by Parliament, one of the things we've just talked about. B, grants, donations, and other voluntary contributions to the fund. And then, most importantly, Mr. Chairman, other monies that may in any manner become lawfully payable to the agency. So you see, the act itself creates and envisaged what the minister is trying to do. So whatever we do, we must tie to the act. Otherwise, we will be contravening the very act itself, which we passed in this House.
Mr. Chairman.
So can we get a draftsman to please?
No, Mr. Chairman, no, I still want us to follow, because I'm happy Honorable Aaron Kurma made a point, but we cannot use escrow account. I think he has considered on that. You have considered on that. You cannot. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Now coming out to the provision, I don't know, we don't have it, but we are talking about the utilization. His president is not he's not giving.
No, the president.
He's not using the fund.
The president's power is to
authorize. That's what we have done. So the utilization coming, the management is. We raised the question about since yesterday, talking about the auditor, the agency and the accountant general's office. What we have done, we have now put them together to manage such funds. But the responsibility lies squarely on the agency, which we have done in clause 5 are proposed. What Honorable Bar is proposing to us is saying we are not in violation with section 114, subsection 2 of the Constitution. I had 114. Oh, it's Aaron. Okay, it's Aaron. Okay. So let us go back. If you go for the first one, Mr. Chairman, it's very clear that the minister is involved. It's a chain work. It's a chain work. From the ministry gives instruction for the authorization of the account, comes to the president for emergency purpose using constitution, and the management of that fund lies with the auditor, with the accountant general and the agency. I see nothing wrong with that. But if they say we want us to do an amendment, I don't know. Let them propose the amendment. For me, what I propose is in line with both the spirit of the Constitution, with the modus operandi in terms of the joining the ministry and that of the MDAs in operating this emergency fund. I want to summarize.
Let me just ask while you wrap up.
Okay.
I want to ask you. So this fund is purely for emergency? Purely for emergency? Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair.
Can you, the two of you please come? I want to suggest something.
Money not for the inside. Money not for the inside.
Honorable members, honorable members, may I have the attention of all members, please? In the interest of progress, we have consulted and agreed on the following formulation of subparagraph 4 on page 18.
That in the case of extreme urgency, unforeseeable activities, like what happened at Wellington. What the law says is they can resort to sole sourcing, which cannot even take you a day to undertake all of those processes. So what we are saying is, much as there has been a provision in the law, I suggest that we tie that with the existing situation. There is a provision for emergency cases. So then if we say without subjecting it to procurement and other laws, we might be creating ambiguity for nothing. For all who know, and even the timing for the audit, Mr. Chairman, so much can be done within 30 days. When you expend something within 30 days, it's no longer emergency. We can agree for like a week. But extending it to 30 days is beyond emergency, Mr. Chairman.
Of course, yes, of course. Okay.
I think we would like to. I think I want the minister to react before I say something. I want you to say something to us that because you are in charge of the ministry. You know how you deal with sole sourcing, so I want you to react on that.
Mr. Minister, what I read out was the product of a consensus between the leaders.
Which I endorse.
Good.
Equally, because the issue of sole sourcing also has its own regulations. It's not just sole sourcing, you just go somewhere and take something. There must be an application for that process, and the process has to be looked at and then approved by the NPPA before it goes into fruition. So the addition of sole sourcing will compound the provisions or our intention of what we have subscribed in the Act. So I agree with the agreement made between both leaders of the parties in the House.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just the last correction, just a minor correction. No, not the same matter, but on the same page. Official Adondon.
Mr. Chairman.
This
Mr. Chairman.
For the records, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Okay.
The physiology of this act or this bill is saying that this fund shall be exempted from the National Public Procurement and any other law. It means that even when they procure something, they should not deduct withholding tax. That's what it's saying. They should not be subject to any other law. So to me, I think we have to ensure that we tie this one to the existing provision of Section 46D of the Public Procurement Act, which makes provision for emergency, so that we don't create ambiguity. There's nothing wrong. Nobody's going to eat this money, for God's sake. So let's tie that to pursuant to Section 46D of the Public Procurement Act, which makes provision for emergency. Sole sourcing, much as there is a process also for even accessing the fund, they have to apply. They can use that same process to also apply to the NPPA. It's an emergency situation. We dealt with short cases under the public account when we are dealing with the audit report. There were cases when even motorbikes were bought. They used sole sourcing, and nobody complained of delays. So if something is not broken, why fix it? So let's use this particular provision to avoid unnecessary suspicion around the office of the president, which is very much unique to us.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the same 46 the honourable member is referring to for sole sourcing, like the minister rightly said, we have what to call a vendor list, approved vendor list for certain items or commodities. And in the event an emergency occurs, and the approved vendor list you have as an institution, those vendors do not provide those services. You don't go out and just get goods from them and come, because they are not on an approved vendor list for a particular period. Because most of these service providers have what you call framework agreements. If they do, then you can now use them as sole source suppliers. But if they are outside that premise, then you have to go back to start the process all over, a procurement process. I'm being protected by the speaker, Mr. Chairman. So for that reason, we cannot we cannot put that particular section into this law, into the Finance Act, because sole sourcing also has its own regulation. And even at that level, we have to ask for a waiver. So let's have it this way, just like the drafter or the minister or the ministry have put it this way, because for exigency of time in terms of emergencies, we can use that one. But sole sourcing cannot suffice in all of the cases. At critical times, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in as much as Honorable Aaron has proposed a lot of amendments and we are trying to catch up with reality, he has compromised much of them, but I also want to agree with him on where he talked about any other enactment. That is a dangerous one. No. We are only concerned about public procurement because of the situation at that time. So we cannot say Public Procurement Act 2016 or any other enactment. No, we cannot allow that. That one should go. So they can do the amendment. We don't want to see that one. It creates room for fraud, serious fraud, during that emergency period. We are only moving that procurement process because of the sake of emergency. That's what I said. Special emergency.
I think that is the concern.
But that doesn't mean you should not pay tax, the actual tax rate.
Very well.
Yeah.
So we remove the words or any other enactment.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I just want to draw the attention of the Minister to page 16. Check the word industry and the plural word industries. Just check that word.
Which clause?
Make sure you.
Which clause?
I said page 16.
Clause.
The heading extractive industries. Check the word industries.
Okay, thank you.
Is it typographical?
Mr. Chairman, there's a correction.
Yes.
On page 17.
Yes.
Page 17, 33. The second schedule of the Extractive Industries Revenue Act 2018 is amended in part 2 by repealing and replacing paragraph 4 with the following new paragraph. We need to include the mining, also not only petroleum. So it should read the income tax rate for mining and petroleum operations shall be 25%.
The income tax for?
The income tax rate for mining and petroleum. The mining is minerals and petroleum.
For mining?
For minerals and petroleum operations shall be 25% instead of just petroleum. Minerals and petroleum.
Minerals.
Honorable Medlands, did you
and petroleum operations.
Did you consider the issue of the payment of the petroleum product to the road fund?
This is different tax.
When you are bringing it again to 25%.
That one is RUC.
Is it not? Will it not be affected? No. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, please.
Subject to the amendments, do you have any more?
14.
Huh?
14.
You're taking us back to 14?
No, I'm not taking us back. You rush us through. You said 14, 15, 17, 16, 17. Page 14, Mr. Chairman. Clauses 23.6. 23.6, but especially the proviso there. And I want the Deputy Speaker as the Chairman of Public Account Committee to help. Mr. Speaker, you're talking about external audit recommendations and internal audit recommendation. First, let me deal with the external audit recommendations. Mr. Chairman, the external audit recommendations are in a form of queries. And that is why you have the Public Account Committee to look at those recommendations and then produce another report
recommendations. So the question that I may want to ask, are we dealing with the Public Account Committee recommendations or the external audit recommendation? In this case, if we are acting based on external audit recommendation, that simply means there is no need for Public Account Committee to do further investigation into audit queries. If we are acting on external audit recommendations, simply means there is no need for Public Account Committee, because the Public Account Committee looked into external audit recommendations in a form of queries. So I want to suggest that we change this from the external audit recommendation to the Public Account Committee recommendations. And in fact, that will make the Public Account Committee report much valuable. That's one.
Mr. Chairman, I totally agree. I totally agree.
So where will you have that inserted?
Mr. Speaker, that is one. Where we have external audit recommendation, we see the Public Account Committee report recommendations. We can reframe it.
No, Mr. Chairman. No, Mr. Chairman, you're making points, but the way where to insert it is an issue. Yeah, but I want you to look at the provision where we are giving enormous powers to the internal auditor. But you cannot, by the responsibility or the power invested in the internal auditor and external auditor, you cannot just roll them with a phrase that we take at the PSC. We must find a way to make the relevance of the PSC. I think it should be an addendum. We should not omit them. It should be it should be an addendum. We should not omit internal and external, because the PSC is playing a parental role. The PSC is playing parental role. So let us be an addendum. Yes, it should be the last point of call.
Mr. Leader, I am not questioning the powers of the internal and external. In fact, I have issues with the internal audit recommendation being given this power. Mr. Speaker, if this remains as it is, we are creating conflict in organization, in institutions. At the end of the day, internal auditors, as stated earlier during my debate, they are there to check the internal control mechanism. They report to for example, in Parliament here, we have internal auditor who report to the clerk that these internal procedures are wrong. And we are saying at the end of the day, their report should be submitted to the PFM. They submit the report to the PFM. And if we are saying certain control measures should be adopted on the internal audit recommendation, Mr. Speaker, we are creating conflict. In situation where is telling the clerk this is wrong, and the clerk refused, he will report now to the minister for certain sanctions to be imposed.
Okay, forget about that one. Address yourself to what is before us.
So that is what I'm saying.
So where are you proposing we insert the PAC?
So for the PAC, Mr. Speaker, we should not take measures based on external audit recommendations. In fact, it should be expunged there. We should not take measures based on external audit recommendations. The reason why the external audit recommendations or query are subjected to further investigations. And that is why we have the Public Account Committee. For example, Mr. Speaker, auditing you by the ASSL, that you have traveled, and because of you have traveled, you failed to report $10,000. And so we are recommending that you refund $10,000.
Where do you capture this? Because you keep...
We expunge it. It should be expunged.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like I said, I totally agree with Honorable Mara that we totally expunge external audit recommendations, and in its place we insert the Public Accounts Committee recommendations. To the Internal and Public Accounts Committee recommendations.
Where it first appears?
After internal and, after the word and.
Well,
and Public Accounts Committee
it
recommendations.
appears twice. If you look at page 14, the top part of that paragraph, and also the last line.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman.
So where are you proposing we insert the PSC recommendations and delete? In both places?
Yes, in both places, I suppose. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
So we delete external audit?
Yes.
And replace it with
Public
PSC
Accounts
recommendations? In both places?
Mr. Chairman, I really don't want to dilute what the Deputy Speaker is saying. But I look at PSC as a parental role. It's just it's important. That's why it be the last resort. Our judicial is final. If you look, the provision in the Constitution gives you enormous power, PSC, to deal with the Auditor General's report. You can override all of this. If you think it's unnecessary, you can ask for the report, and you can make your decision. We are the highest law-making body. You have the powers as an oversight to call for the report and make your decision, and your ruling is final. You know that. You know, we are trying to have internal mechanism to look at checks and balances. Because the internal auditor is bringing mechanism, is within the institution. His responsibility is to audit that institution every month to bring out, we are doing it here. When we are audited using the whistleblowers, things came up. Let me now. We said we want to have internal audit report every month. They are doing that now in Parliament. It keeps us on our toes, how we should do things. But the external auditor comes always once in a year. And there is not sufficient time to go through all of the documents. They just sometimes, that's the reason they are challenging most of the reports at the office. I'm coming, let me learn, please.
Hold on, let me...
No, if you allow me, let me finish. You can make your point.
Correctly.
No, when you can make my correction.
You're not getting it correctly.
No, I cannot finish. Mr. Chairman, if you have the report in front of you, there is a report from an institution, you have the right to write to PSC. They are in charge of audit. And they are also in charge, mind you, the internal auditor is working with the Auditor General. It is clear. They are coming directly to internal auditor, get all of these questions put in place, and they question the institution. Now, the external is coming. Whether they are going to do full, but I know, for you to just audit within 3 months, someone that has audited for over a period of 6-7 months, for prudency, you cannot compare those two. To tell you respect, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And giving them these powers to say, you have your allowances or whatsoever we tell, I think it's just an internal mechanism to take control of what is happening. There is too much financial inappropriateness within our system. We need to put some mechanism in place. I think it's acting in a good faith. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think, with all due respect to the leader, I don't think he's getting the picture correctly. The point is that you cannot get the Auditor General to impose sanctions before verification. You can't go to begin to impose sanctions on people when your report has not been verified by the PSC. What is that? What is that, Mr. Chairman? So it's as simple as that. Probably he's not getting that correctly.
So wait. Instead of deleting external audit in the 2 places where it appears, why don't you make it composite? Internal,
the effect to be the
external,
same. The effect to be the same.
And external audit and the PSC recommendation.
If we allow the external auditor to recommend and give sanctions, it will be just the same effect. They would have done what they want to do before even referring the document to the PSC.
Mr. Minister.
Before that, please. He's saying sanctions. This is a recommendation. You can accept and you cannot accept. From the language, it's a recommendation. Your judicial will be final from the PSC angle. This is a recommendation.
We told him fees and.
It's a recommendation, sir.
These are sanctions.
No, it's just no. Go back to the wordings.
These are sanctions.
Go back to the wordings.
We told salaries.
Chairman, let me throw some light on it.
Okay, please. Please.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, this provision here in 23 is not really talking about audit service to come and levy sanctions on ministries, agencies, and departments of government. What usually happens is that after external auditors have audited departments, agencies of government, they make their recommendations. These recommendations they make, the Public Accounts Committee also usually calls ministries and question them. But in the same vein, ministries are expected to respond to those recommendations that they have proffered. And if those recommendations proffered by external auditors are not implemented, it stands as an area of unimplemented recommendations in the audit calendar. When external auditors come after 1 year, they want to have a look at whether the recommendations they made has been taken on board by those ministries, agencies of government. In that regard, our donors also monitor that process. So, if those recommendations are not answered for it to be cleared by audit service when they come the succeeding year, then they have to take it on board that you did X, you were supposed to do this, the responsible officer never took action on it. So it keeps piling up. Now, the expectation of the internal auditors are that they follow up those findings in the respective ministries and agencies of government to ensure that the external audit recommendations they have made is being responded to adequately. If that does not happen, the Auditor General is not coming to levy any sanction on any public officer. It is a problem now between the ministries wherein the internal auditor has been charged with his responsibility to ensure that the ministries or agencies of government, they follow through the implementation of those recommendations. Most times, what happens is that members of the service or public officers do not take seriousness in resolving those recommendations. And because there are no punitive measures, when the internal auditors, after a month, find out that the responsible officers have not tried to resolve those recommendations, it is the internal auditors now that we come and recommend to the heads for a sanction, because we must be mindful that during the audit process, the Auditor General has also the right to levy sanctions during the audit. If they want information, if they want records, and you have not given, generally is the vote controller that they will write to the Accountant General because they are auditing, they have not had this information to withhold salaries of those officers. It has been happening. But immediately they hand their reports over to the ministry and to Parliament. Then they have no business with that report until they come back, they succeed in here. So now, this creates a lot of problem between government or ministries and agencies on the implementation of this recommendation on our CPAI rating. Those ratings, the internal audit recommendations, if we don't implement them, then we are subject to have some consequences in resource allocation in the near future. If you implement them, then it shows you've gone through some aspect of governance that gives you a little bit of credibility. So that's the way this particular provision works. It is not the audit service or external auditors that come to levy any punishment. The PSC, you also call the ministries, agencies of government. You have the authority to. I know they have written, when I was a permanent secretary, they always quote that, I don't know, SO what, and the powers of a high court, that if you don't come, you will be subjected to this. Yes, so I usually get those letters. You know, so those are the powers also, the PSC. And you have enormous powers, irrespective of what the internal auditors by this provision will be recommending to the minister or to other senior officials. So you can call us, or you can call the minister to account, you can call the civil servants to account, but this provision really is just dealing with our own internal controls. It's dealing with our internal controls that if people do not implement...
Mr. Minister, please, with all due respect, we totally agree with you as far as the internal auditors are concerned. In fact, we do not have queries with the internal auditors. But the way the law is crafted is to inform you that the audit service is technically an employee of Parliament.
Yes.
The audit service is not an employee of the executive, but of Parliament. Whatever they do for us. So you cannot do your recommend. Those recommendations are done for Parliament to adopt. When those recommendations are done, put in a report, it is for Parliament to adopt their recommendations before they become effective. Otherwise, they are like any paragraphs or sentences you can come across. So the recommendations are actually meant for us to adopt. So you can begin to impose sanctions on something that has not been adopted by Parliament.
But if I may ask, after you have adopted, what happens next?
Yes, then of course, you implement. Because in our report, in the PSC report, we do our recommendations. These are the recommendations that you implement, not the recommendation of the audit service. That's what we are saying. For the internal auditors, we don't have queries with that. But the external auditors should be removed, and we have PSC in there.
If I get you clear,
Mr. Chair,
honorable members, I want us to have clarity on this.
Mr. Chair.
I want us to have clarity on this.
Mr. Minister, just a minute.
Mr. Chair, sir.
Just a minute. I want to point of order, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Honorable Aaron, please. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I really want us to look at the text itself. Let's not take our time to read. It's subject to certain provision. The actual text they are proposing, they have not watered down the powers of PSC at all.
No.
No. I'm coming. Let me read. Of anybody. Mr. Chairman, fails to implement or respond to the internal and external audit recommendations within 30 working days from the effective date of the publication or issuance of the report, his remuneration, fees, and allowances shall be withheld subject to the authorization of the minister. We can add in this clause, I said the PSC is a parent body, or
the Public Account Committee until the vote controller or other responsible person, there is still provision, or other responsible person. So in this provision, if we want to have PSC again, responsible implement the internal and external audit recommendations. These are just internal control. So if we still want to bring PSC, there is no way we are going to take them out. When we talk about other person, we can bring PSC in. So I think they are not
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on that note, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, why Section 119 of the Constitution? All the external audit recommendations are in the audit report. And that audit report should be tabled here before Parliament. And in Section 1195 of the Constitution, we debate and hand over it to the PAC for further inquiries. Then PAC then will produce another report. The report of the PAC is an extended version of the external audit report where you have the recommendations. And then the PAC report has the full or the final recommendation based on finding on the external audit report.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, on that note, I want to suggest that pursuant to SEM 119.
I have to side with the leader of government business on this. Because I see bureaucracy here. Why should a minister or permanent secretary wait till the report comes here and PAC looks at it before they begin to sanction people? I think it's a waste of time. If the minister made the clarification, there is an internal audit, there is an external audit. They make recommendations to the superiors. Those superiors, if people fail, can apply sanctions. They don't have to wait for Parliament. And also, second, Parliament has its own authority from the Constitution. It doesn't matter after those sanctions have been implemented and report comes here, you go back and check. No, you can check because your power is from 93-6. But the minister and the heads can begin to sanction people based on recommendation from internal audit. Why should they wait for Parliament? A whole year? It doesn't make sense to me. I think I agree with leader of government business here. We're adding another bureaucracy.
Mr. Chairman, let me do some clarification before that. You see,
Mr. Chairman,
nobody is on.
Allow the minister, please.
Nobody. The intention of the ministry is not to underscore the importance of Parliament in this regard. There are certain times. Let's say you've audited me. I am getting close to 60. In 2 months' time, I'm retiring. I'm moving out, and an audit report comes out. And we say the entity should not take any action until parliaments give clearance. At the end of the day, even if you give positive clearance that the ministry has not committed any offense and they are cleared off, then it will be a good idea. But if there are problems that you need to answer to and somebody has left, even with just common transfers, I can tell you our experience. You can post me to a ministry, somebody did something bad out there, and I'm held responsible for it. I'm held responsible for it because it's continuity. So if the person goes out without being taxed, without being questioned to answer to those audit recommendations, it's going to be problematic for any incoming person that is there for him to take the task of answering to those audit recommendations. So what we are saying here is, immediately those reports are out, we start to put our house in order to
Mr. Chairman.
You see, Mr. Chairman, we cannot gloss, hold on. We cannot gloss over this point. It's a very serious point. We cannot gloss over this one. Limit that one to the internal audit mechanism. You can extend that to external auditors. If you do, then you are directly in our path. We can't gloss over it.
Mr. Chairman, with your
let me propose something.
119.
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
actually, that's what I'm interested in.
Mr. Chairman.
How do we get around this quagmire?
Auditors raise queries.
119.
And those queries are to be
Chairman,
answered
Section
by
114
the management.
is clear. Section 1194 of the Constitution is clear, Mr. Chairman, with your leave.
Read it for our benefit.
The Auditor General shall, within 12 months of the end of the immediate preceding year, financial year, submit its report to Parliament and shall, in that report, draw attention to any irregularities in the account audited and to any other matter which, in his opinion, ought to be brought to the notice of Parliament.
Notice of Parliament.
So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I believe the external auditor should be removed and the Public Account Committee should be inserted, sir.
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman, I have said there is no in any figment of my imagination to water down the powers of the public account. Nothing. No. You see, we always follow and making laws. Let us try to follow the spirit. He's a lawyer, he knows that very well. Let us follow the spirit. What he has said is very clear. I have read his text, I have read it to you, I have read it to the House. Lawyer has made his point. From day one, I said the PAC is a parental body. Giving him the strength, giving the committee the strength, both in the standing orders and the Constitution. Section 93(6), Honorable Yunkela said, gives that in every subcommittee in Parliament to demand for any document, to make sanctions, to make rulings. What you are saying is your responsibility. As long as audit under the directive of the PSC, you have the right. These are recommendations. You can call them. You have the right. That's a part of your oversight. If you read the functions of Public Account Committee, it's talking about quarterly meetings, meeting in and out. You are not just going to wait for the audit report to come and start to act. Even internal audit reports come and have recommendations, you should act. Call them, sanction them. They have not done anything like sanction. They are recommending. They are asking the minister to give the authorization. It's not the Auditor General giving the recommendation, the external auditor. It's the authorization coming from the ministry on only competent body. That is the argument of law.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Mr. Minister, what's the way forward?
Mr. Chair, before that, please, sir, just a minute.
No.
Please, sir.
I want to hear the minister.
Yes, I want to help out something, sir. Please. Please, sir. Just the parties, my colleague is making a very serious point on the inclusion of the PAC. I also want to register here that auditing is a process. And normally how it starts, when the auditee must have been audited, normally the auditor will raise queries, and then it will allow the auditor to make response. After the response, the auditor will make comments, and mostly the PAC comes in after on the auditor's comment after the response of the auditee on the management letter. So what I'm saying now, the role of the Public Accounts Committee is very important. So on that note, I'm suggesting that this phrase reads as failed to implement or respond to the internal and external audit recommendation after parliamentary hearing by the Public Accounts Committee. That in that case, for the external recommendation, they can only be acted upon after the public account shall have made hearing on that. So we can still reference the external auditor recommendation mentioned by the minister and also capture the inclusion of the public account. Thank you very much.
Mr. Minister, please, what's the way forward?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be nice for us to bring this issue to a close.
Yes. So help us.
As a Minister of Government in charge of finance, if I can get a letter of comfort from Parliament that whatever findings that external auditors submit to MDAs, the MDAs should not react to those findings until they hear from the House of Parliament, so that we can submit that to our donors or whosoever concerned as and when necessary if they ask. Because the issue is like the honorable member is saying out there, you go to audit, there's an entrance conference, there's an exit conference. The exit conference highlights problems found out in the audit report, and you try to answer the issues or recommendations, and they will accept whether you've totally fulfilled or answer those recommendations or not. So it's the onus still rests on the ministries or the agencies of government to continue to resolve those findings, even before they could present the audit report to Parliament. But if we are saying now that the ministries and agencies of government should wait, then I think it's a fair deal. But let's just have a letter of comfort so that we can tell the IMF, the World Bank, anytime they come, say we are waiting on Parliament for them to give clearance until we proceed with these recommendations.
So what formulation are you recommending, Mr. Minister?
That either we keep this, or you will leave it at that, or we put in the act that Parliament should give a letter of comfort to the ministries and agencies of government.
No.
Until
you see, Mr. Chairman, this matter is not trivial. The matter we are dealing with is not trivial. You see, the report of the audit service is just an opinion. I don't know which kind of donor is that will be relying on an opinion to arrive at conclusions. The audit service report is a mere opinion. Let me cite an example, Mr. Chairman. Under the NACOVAC report by the audit service, in their conclusion, they said that 2 particular vehicles that were bought by NACOVAC were second-handed. During the investigation, we came to realize that, in fact, it was a factory default because they relied entirely on the speedometer to arrive at their conclusions. But during our investigation, we came to realize that, in fact, one, they did not use the services of an expert, but they just concluded. They just concluded. So are we going to rely on a conclusion like that? That's all the more reason why it is necessary for the PSC to have public hearings and look at some of these issues.
Would it advance the issue if we were to put a comma after internal, external audit and PSC recommendations? Would it help if we inserted PSC?
Before sanctioning.
Mr. Chairman, before you accept, you know, Mr. Chairman, all of us are in this house. We know the difficulties with audit reports. You know, we don't want to face we are refusing to accept the truth. The truth is that when we get audit reports, we know the situation.
It takes a long time.
We know. This is an internal mechanism trying to meet some standards. It's not anything trying to water down the powers of any external bodies like the PSC. It's very clear. That's why I said when you read the text, it's very clear. The authority of that sanction is coming from the ministry. Maybe we can add PSC to that authority. But I want the PSC to stay out. Let us maintain the internal mechanism. The PSC can use the authority of the Constitution as Parliament to go for that internal recommendations, to squash it or to uphold it. But if we say on PSC because of sentiments of Parliament, I tell you, it's better we take this one out. It has no meaning. Let us take it out. No meaning.
Like I said,
no
Mr. Chairman, I totally agree with the internal mechanisms. I agree.
Yes.
The confusion is only with the external audit requirement.
Well, why don't you just maintain what is contained in the Constitution as the source of your own authority?
Though, Mr. Speaker, in this particular amendment, the audit service is given some form of authority to issue sanctions. And the moment the audit service issues sanctions, then what's our role?
No,
or if sanctions,
okay,
listen, Mr. Chairman, if sanctions are issued as a result of the external audit recommendations, then what is the PSC doing?
Mr. Speaker, if we may correct
after sanctions would have been issued as a result of external audit recommendations.
No, the text
what's the need?
The text is very clear that upon the authorization of the minister, until the vote controller, it's the authorization of the person in charge. I ran an organization. I had external auditors that I voted for. We give them a contract of $5 million. When they make recommendations to me, no, let me finish. No, it's about audit. We all, listen, Mr. Lawyer, Honorable Deputy Speaker, no, let me teach you about audits. Let me teach you about audits. We had to implement IPSAS. Mr. Minister and FS, you know what IPSAS is? It's International Public Accounting Standards. We had to do it 5 years with cash. So I know what audit is because I was responsible. What am I saying? The minister receives, let me finish. So I'm coming down now to earth because I know the subject. Yeah, I had to subject myself to it 8 years. Internal auditors will give you recommendations because of internal controls. Some of us had Controller General. In addition, you get recommendations from external auditors. It is the responsibility of the CEO of the minister to make sure those are implemented. I don't have to wait for my board to tell me that recommendations should be implemented. That's what he is saying. Don't diminish your own authority. Your authority is derived from 93(6) in the Constitution. Anytime you can get in. But if you tell a minister now, that's why he say, give me the relief that I don't have to do anything until you clear it in Parliament. The Honorable Leader of Government Business gave us the reality. After the report comes, it takes a whole year. So the minister is waiting until we tell them you can do sanctions. It's inefficient. You have the powers already. You don't need to be mentioned here.
You don't need to be a lawyer to understand the import of this one. This one is almost written in prose. Almost in prose. Mr. Chairman, you don't need to be a lawyer.
But
This one is so clear.
When do you provide your own recommendations? That's the question.
Mr.
Your
Chairman,
recommendations come a bit
Mr.
too
Chairman,
late in the day.
like I said, we don't have issues with the internal. That's why they have internal auditors. That's why they have internal auditors. Let their internal auditors do their internal work.
Well,
but when it comes to the external auditors, leave that to Parliament.
Let us keep the wording as it is.
Leave that to Parliament. For external auditors, leave that to Parliament.
You don't need to be inserted here.
You see? Then you'll be going against the spirit of the Constitution. That's what I'm saying. You'll be going against the spirit of the Constitution.
You don't need to be inserted here.
How can you start issuing sanctions before allowing Parliament to adopt the recommendation? You'll be going against the spirit. You know, we should not be blowing hot and cold here, Mr. Chairman. We should not be blowing hot and cold on the law. The law is either wholly kept or wholly sacrificed.
When you come with your own sanctions, there will be additional.
Exactly. Sanctions would have been issued already.
No, but they are not conclusive.
You know, at one point in time,
they are not conclusive.
At one point in time, we are here, pressing or establishing the authority of Parliament. At another point in time, we are saying something else. We are blowing hot and cold on this issue. Mr. Speaker, just read this one. It's so clear.
I have read it.
You don't need to be a lawyer to understand the import of this.
I have read it, but let us preserve what is here without watering down your own powers under the Constitution. Your powers come from the Constitution, not from this act. Not from this. Let's maintain this.
Anyway, I'm tired.
No, Mr. Chairman, even the standing orders. Oh, no.
So the consensus is we keep it.
Thank you. Yeah.
No, Lai Mara, please. Lai Mara, no. Mr. Minister, let us. Mr. Minister, will you please report?
Mr. Chairman, just one item. No, one item. We agreed on that. We agreed, all of us. It's for the gas cylinder. It's not for the gas cylinder. Will all of us agree on that for global warming? We said for the gas cylinder, guys, duty waiver on GST. So they can import that. We have all agreed. That's consensus. What you are saying here now for the import duty waiver.
What page?
No, we are putting it. It should be at the end. It should be at the end. Don't look out for a place to put it, but it's going to be at the end.
But we agreed to it.
No, no, you have agreed with me. That's not contentious. After the provision, after 6.5, page 18.
Okay,
that's page 18.
it will be taken care of.
Yes, no, I just want us
by
to.
the draftsman.
Okay. Casey, for the gas cylinder,
Mr.
there should be
Minister,
waiver
please.
on import duty.
Let the minister report to the House.
Yeah.
We don't accept.
The House resumes.
Casey, I don't want to forget. Please. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I move that the clauses 1.
Open.
Is open. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move that the clauses 1 to 34 stand parts of the bill as amended.
Honorable members, the question is that clauses 1 to 34 stand part of the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 to 34 form part of the bill as amended. The House resumes. Weeks on.
Go on. Okay, Naya. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, report on the bill, please.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, before reporting on the bill, I want to thank all of you for the diverse inputs you've made in making this bill comes to fruition. It is a date that I will note in my career as a politician. It's a baptismal date to the House of Parliament that I will record in my career as a politician. And we, as a ministry, we are thankful for the contributions. They were valuable contributions, although some were very contentious, even leading to a vote. This is my first time of being in Parliament, and parliamentarians going to a vote for a paper that is being presented to the House. On that note, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I report that the bill entitled the Finance Act 2022, having gone through the committee of the whole House with amendments, I now move that the bill be read the third time and passed into law.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled the Finance Act 2022 be read the third time and passed into law. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The bill entitled the Finance Act 2022, being an act to provide for the amendment of the laws relating to the imposition and alteration of taxes, duties, rates, fees, and provide for the financial proposals and other related financial matters incidental thereto, has been read the third time and passed into law.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. You may take leave of us. Thank you. Any announcements? The House stands adjourned, honorable members, to tomorrow, Friday. Today is what? The House stands adjourned to Friday the 19th. The 19th of November at 10 a.m. prompt.
Well, the Ministry of Finance actually present the bill in the House of Parliament where the Finance Act 2022, and this they look at amendments of certain section of the law. And of course, a lot of things there inside this bill where the parliamentarians actually look into, and the reason this make way for up to this time because there were arguments, disagreements, and even go to the extent of voting for particular amendments where the parliamentarian feel to say no or go well. But few good things that we come out. Of course, there are many good things in that bill. Of course, the leader of the House may make some proposal that therefore reduce tax on cement and iron rod. And of course, there have been 20%. So he asked for let it reduce, of course, 5% on cement and then 10% on iron rod. Parliament agree on that, so they're able to amend that. And they even talk about a lot of areas. In fact, this rest business, they even talk that the no duty, no the pan rest, but obviously they wonder what make price and go up, especially on other commodities. So a lot of arguments in there for see how they go for make sure say they reduce certain burdens. So the Finance Act bill, they look at some amendments on certain section of the law whereby they're going for take necessary action. And in fact, one argument we become between the parliamentarians and the amendments of certain section where unless they ask for they change them or they expunge them from the bill. But then they be make, of course, then go into votes, but then the government in power, of course, the SLPP be able to win exactly that votes day. They agree on certain other things, and there is, in fact, this last one, they may talk about auditing, ODA will actually monitor or supervise whenever they make audits, into, but we don't see the PSC, of course, and they can look at audit reports and then give for lead and go implement. But then them the try for see how they go for compromise for see well they will deal with only the internal audit and forget about the external audit, because whenever they do external audit to get for Parliament, of course, the PAC get for look the audits, then they make recommendations. But in the whole, the bill don't pass now, and everybody looks satisfied because the Speaker don't, with the support of the other parliamentarians, of course, don't pass the bill into law, when the Finance Bill 2022, so that anything with inside that bill they now, because it don't pass into law, they will therefore implement them. More especially when they say for reduce the tax on cement and of course on iron rod and some other commodity them. And then talk about the appointments of certain key position, talk about the emergency fund for the National Disaster Management Agency, a lot of other things them. There was arguments, disagreements, but finally then be able to come into final conclusion. Well, Fambulem, obviously the time very late now, and everything is over. Parliament adjourned to Friday, and they will continue with other business in Parliament, but it will adjourn till Friday. We want for tell you thank you, at least when I don't watch SLBC since this morning, and when I continue for watch because always bring on surprising things. Well, with me, Naya, so I get my team, of course, Jay Cole, on camera since this morning, and they got Stephen Daramola, and of course Samuel Bangura, of course, they are so with we, and the technical man Alexis Say. On behalf of management and staff of SLBC and colleagues there in New England and Leicester Peak, Mina that must say good night.